The Highlander's Pursuit. A clean Highlander historical romance novella. By Sarah and Kane. Copyright 2026 by Sarah and Kane. Cover design by Sarah and Kane. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. This is a clean romance novel with an intimacy level of 2 according to the guide created by Michelle Pennington of the Writing Gals. It has 0 swearing, with affirmative references to God and minced oaths, shoot, tarnation, egad. Chapter 1. When the wheel breaks. The wheel splintered with a sound like a gunshot, and Lady Emma Turnbull's head struck the coach wall hard enough to make her vision swim. She clutched the worn velvet seat as the vehicle tilted at a sickening angle, her reticule tumbling to the floor along with her carefully maintained composure. For goodness sake. The driver's distress carried through the thin wood, followed by a stream of creative language that would have shocked the ladies of the ton into apoplectic fits. Emma pressed one gloved hand to her temple and took a steadying breath. 2 weeks of bone-rattling travel through increasingly hostile territory, and now this. She'd begun to believe she might actually reach Braemar without disaster befalling her. She should have known better. Nothing in her 22 years had ever been that simple. "Are you injured, ma'am?" The driver's weathered face appeared at the window, his expression caught somewhere between concern and the grim satisfaction of a man whose dire predictions had come to pass. He'd been warning her about these savage roads since they'd crossed into the Highlands 3 days ago. "I'm quite well, thank you." Emma smoothed her travel-stained skirts and reached for her reticule, feeling for the solicitor's letter she'd read so many times the paper was worn. The words were etched into her memory now: a small property near Braemar, must inspect within 3 months, your only living relative on your mother's side. Her only chance at freedom, more like. "I'll need to unhitch the horses and assess the damage properly," the driver said, already turning away. "Could be an hour. Could be till tomorrow." Tomorrow? Emma's voice rose despite her best efforts. She couldn't afford to lose another day. Every moment she lingered gave her uncle more time to discover her absence and send men after her. And once he found her. She pushed that thought away and gathered her cloak. The September afternoon was fine, if cool, and sitting in a tilted coach while the driver worked seemed both impractical and cowardly. She was done being impractical and cowardly. The door protested as she pushed it open, and Emma stepped down onto the rutted track that passed for a road in these wild mountains. Purple heather stretched in every direction, broken only by gray stone and the occasional windswept tree. The peaks rose around them like ancient sentinels, their tops lost in gathering clouds. It was beautiful in a stark, unforgiving way that made her English-bred heart race with something between exhilaration and terror. She'd never seen so much sky. So much space. So much, nothing. "You shouldn't wander far, ma'am." The driver had both horses unhitched and was examining the broken wheel with the careful attention of a physician inspecting a compound fracture. "These hills aren't safe for an English lady. Especially not now, with half the Highland lords either dead or hiding in the heather after that bloody business last year." Emma knew about that bloody business. The Jacobite rising of 1715 had been the talk of London society for months, whispered about in drawing rooms and shouted about in Parliament. Traitorous Scots trying to put the Pretender on the throne. Loyal British forces crushing the rebellion. Executions and forfeitures and land stripped from ancient families. Her uncle had been particularly gleeful about it all. Anything that diminished the power of the Scottish nobility pleased him immensely, though Emma had never understood why he harbored such particular hatred for people he'd never met. "I'll stay close," she promised, pulling her cloak tighter. The wind had picked up, carrying the scent of rain and something else. Wood smoke, perhaps, though she couldn't see any sign of habitation. The driver grunted and returned his attention to the wheel. Emma wandered a few yards up the track, stretching legs that had been cramped in the coach for hours. Her half-boots were already dusty from the road, her traveling dress creased beyond redemption. The fiction she'd carefully maintained since leaving England, that she was a young widow traveling to settle her late husband's affairs, had seemed so clever when she'd conceived it. Now, standing alone in the wilderness with a broken coach and a nervous driver, it felt foolish. What kind of widow traveled without a maid? Without proper luggage? With barely enough coin to see her to her destination? A desperate one, that's what kind. She touched the letter in her pocket again, needing the reassurance of its presence. Her maternal uncle Dougal's property might be small, might be little more than a cottage, but it was hers, Allt Beag. From her mother's family, her mother's blood. The MacDonalds had held that land for generations before Dougal died childless, and it passed to his sister, Emma's mother, who died when Emma was 8, leaving her to the mercy of her father's brother when Papa followed Mama to the grave 3 years later. 11 years of Uncle Herbert's cold house, colder charity, and increasingly insistent plans for her future. Plans that involved his business partner, Mr. Cornelius Blackwood, a man 3 times Emma's age with wandering hands and breath that smelled of rotting teeth. No. She'd made her choice. Forward, not back. Never back. The distant sound of approaching hoofbeats made her freeze. At first, she thought she'd imagined it, a trick of the wind through the heather, perhaps. But then it came again, unmistakable now, the thunder of multiple horses moving fast across hard ground. Inside the coach, ma'am. The driver's voice cracked with panic. Now. Emma's heart leaped into her throat. She gathered her skirts and ran, but she'd wandered farther than she'd realized. The coach seemed impossibly far away, and the hoofbeats were getting closer, louder, joined now by men's voices calling to each other in a language she didn't understand. Gaelic. They were speaking Gaelic. She'd nearly reached the coach when the riders crested the rise behind her, a dozen men on sturdy Highland stallions, moving like they were born in the saddle. Emma stumbled to a halt, one hand pressed to her racing heart, as they surrounded the broken coach with practiced ease. They were Highlanders, unmistakably so. Plaids covering their hearts, long hair caught back with leather ties, weapons hanging from their belts with casual familiarity. Several bore the weathered look of men who'd lived hard and fought harder. But it was the man at their center who captured Emma's attention and held it fast. He sat his horse like a king surveying his kingdom. Tall and broad-shouldered, with dark hair that fell past his collar and a face that might have been carved from the mountains themselves. All sharp angles and hard planes. A scar cut through his left eyebrow, giving him a perpetually sardonic expression even though his features were perfectly still. He wore his plaid with unconscious arrogance, the dark green and blue pattern pinned at his shoulder with a large silver brooch. But it was his eyes that made Emma's breath catch. Even from yards away, she could see they were an unusual shade of blue-gray, like steel reflecting water, and they were fixed on her with an intensity that made her feel like a rabbit facing down a wolf. English. The red-haired warrior to the giant's right spoke, his voice deep, accented, and utterly certain. Not a question. A statement of fact. Emma lifted her chin, refusing to show fear even as her pulse hammered in her throat. I am Lady Emma Turnbull, and I am traveling on legitimate business. This coach has suffered an unfortunate accident, but we require no assistance. One of the other men snorted. The leader's expression didn't change, but something flickered in those steel-gray eyes, amusement perhaps. Or worse, contempt. Lady Emma Turnbull, the warrior to his left repeated, making her name sound like something foreign and faintly ridiculous. And what business brings an English lady to these hills? We're not fond of your kind here. My business is my own, Emma said, hating the way her voice wavered. And I mean no offense to anyone. I'm simply trying to reach my uncle's cottage in Braemar. Braemar. Now the amusement was unmistakable, though the face of the fourth warrior remained impassive. Traveling these roads alone. The man shook his head slowly. Either you're very brave or very foolish. I'm not alone. I have a driver. Who's currently hiding beneath your coach like a frightened rabbit. The last of the giant's warriors spoke, humor and disdain coloring his tone in equal measure. Their leader remained stubbornly taciturn, nudging his horse forward. He was an imposing man, easily a head taller than Emma and twice as broad. Laird Farquharson, the last warrior concluded, gesturing to his silent leader by way of introduction. These are his lands you're traversing. Emma's knowledge of Highland geography was limited to what she'd gleaned from her mother's stories and the solicitor's letter, but she recognized the weight of that title. A laird. A chief. A man with power over life and death in these wild places where English law held little sway. And she was completely at his mercy. He studied her for a long moment, those steel-gray eyes taking in every detail of her travel-stained clothes, her dusty face, the reticule she clutched like a lifeline. When he finally spoke, the deep timbre of his voice nearly vibrated the ground beneath her. Can you ride? Emma looked at his hand, outstretched now, impossibly large and scarred all over, then at the horse, then back at his face. His expression suggested he expected her to refuse, to demand a carriage or some other ridiculous English accommodation. She placed her hand in his. His palm was warm and calloused, his grip sure as he pulled her up behind him onto the horse. Emma had just enough time to grab hold of his plaid before he urged the animal forward, and then they were moving. Fast enough that she had to press close against his back to keep her seat, close enough that she could feel the solid warmth of him through the wool, close enough that her heart raced for reasons that had nothing to do with fear. The other riders fell in around them, and Emma caught glimpses of their faces, curious, amused, wary. She kept her chin up and her expression calm, refusing to show how completely out of her depth she felt. Although they rode hard, she felt compelled to break the tense silence. I'm afraid I don't know your names, she said to the warriors surrounding them. Since we're traveling together. The red-haired man glanced at his laird, received no visible signal, and shrugged. Camden MacLeod, miss. The ugly one on your left is Duncan Ross, and the one trying to look invisible is young Lachlan Fraser. I'm not that young, Lachlan protested. He couldn't have been more than 20, with the kind of open face that hadn't yet learned to hide its thoughts. And I'm not ugly, Duncan added in a gravelly voice that suggested he didn't particularly care either way. The grim fellow riding point is our commander, Finn Campbell, Camden continued. And the man determined to pretend you don't exist is Laird Bryce Farquharson of Castle Farquharson, chief of Clan Farquharson, and generally the most stubborn scoundrel north of Perth. Emma bit back a laugh. He can hear you. Aye, that's why I said it. Camden's eyes twinkled. So what brings a Sassenach lady like yourself to the Highlands? Surely not just for the adventure of it all. Ahead, Emma noticed Bryce's shoulders tighten almost imperceptibly. His horse slowed by the barest fraction, just enough to bring him within easier earshot. My father died and left my guardianship to my uncle, who is determined to marry me off and secure a portion of my inheritance, Emma said quietly, discarding her grand ruse. My mother was Scottish, though she died when I was young. She left me a cottage in Braemar, and I intend to live in it. The easy banter died. Even the horses seemed to feel the gravity of her declaration. Duncan cleared his throat. Your mother was Scottish? A MacDonald from Skye. Emma smiled at the memory. She taught me Gaelic songs before she died, though I've forgotten most of the words. The Thursday Brega Marin Fiskar. The Gaelic rolled off Camden's tongue like honey and smoke. Heat flooded Emma's cheeks, knowing he'd just called her lovely in front of all these men. I said I'd forgotten most, not all, Mr. MacLeod. Merely an observation, miss. MacLeod. The Farquharson's voice cracked like a whip. Take point. Camden chuckled but did as he was told. They rode through the gathering dusk, the mountains growing darker around them, the wind picking up until Emma's cloak whipped behind her and her hair came loose from its pins. She should have been terrified. She should have been planning her escape from these men who could have been taking her back to England for all she knew. Instead, she found herself holding on to Laird Farquharson with all her might, soaking his easy confidence into her bones as if it were contagious. Now and again, she felt the vibration of his body as he spoke to his men in rapid Gaelic, words she couldn't follow but that they responded to like gospel. This was a man who belonged to these wild places in a way she could never imagine belonging anywhere. And for reasons she couldn't explain and didn't want to examine, that thought made something in her chest ache with longing. Chapter 2. Ruins and Reality. The cottage appeared through the gloaming like a spectre, all broken bones and hollow eyes. Emma's breath caught in her throat as the 5 warriors guided their horses to a halt before what could only generously be called a structure. The stone walls still stood, she noted with desperate optimism, though the roof had partially collapsed inward like a skull caved by a hammer. Windows gaped empty of glass, their wooden frames rotting and askew. The door hung from a single hinge, swaying slightly in the evening breeze like a drunk trying to maintain his dignity. Purple heather had reclaimed what might once have been a garden, growing wild and untamed right up to the threshold. A burn ran cheerfully nearby, its musical burbling a mockery of the desolation before her. Emma sat frozen behind the giant, her hands still gripping the wool of his plaid though they'd stopped moving. She'd prepared herself for modest. She'd steeled herself for rustic. She had not prepared herself for this. Well, she managed, her voice emerging smaller than she'd intended. It's there. She felt rather than heard his low chuckle. Dougal left 20 years ago, he said, his voice gruff. 20 years. She had been led to believe Uncle Dougal had lived in it until he died. Emma's mother would have been a child when Dougal abandoned this place. Had she ever visited? Had she played in that overgrown garden, waited in that cheerful burn? The thought should have comforted her. Instead, it made her throat tight with unshed tears. I see. She released his plaid and straightened her spine. Crying would solve nothing. Crying was for London drawing rooms and girls who had the luxury of choices. The laird swung down from his horse with that fluid grace that seemed to come naturally to him, then turned to offer his hand. Emma took it, letting him slide her off the horse. A little too slowly, if you asked her. And a little too closely. Her pulse quickened as he gently placed her on the ground. But he didn't release her. She looked up, finding his steel-gray eyes fixed on her face with an intensity that made her pulse skip. In the fading light, his features had softened somehow, the hard planes of his face gentled by shadows and something else. Emma snatched her hand away. Thank you for escorting me, Laird Farquharson. Bryce. Bryce, she repeated dutifully. Emma gathered her skirts and marched toward the cottage with more confidence than she felt. Behind her, she heard the barbarian mutter something in Gaelic that her limited vocabulary couldn't quite catch, though the tone suggested it wasn't complimentary. Duncan's chuckle confirmed her suspicion. The door protested with a groan when she pushed it open, the sound so mournful she half expected a ghost to appear. Inside was worse than outside, if such a thing were possible. Debris covered the floor, fallen thatch, bird nests, what looked like evidence of animals sheltering here. The smell of abandonment hung thick in the air, old wood, rot, and the musty scent of years left to decay. Emma took 3 steps inside and stopped, fighting the overwhelming urge to sink to the filthy floor and weep until she had no tears left. This was her inheritance. This was her salvation. This pile of rubble and broken dreams was all that stood between her and a forced marriage to Cornelius Blackwood's wandering hands and rotting tooth breath. She forced herself to inhale deeply. To look beyond the ruin to what remained. The stone walls were solid, she could see that even in the dim light. The fireplace, though blackened with soot and filled with debris, appeared intact. The single room was larger than she'd expected, perhaps 15 feet square, with what looked like smaller chambers at the back. Storage, perhaps, or had Uncle Dougal slept there? Emma moved deeper into the cottage, her half-boots crunching on fallen thatch and scattered stones. She ran her hand along the mantel, brushing away years of dust. Her fingers came away gray and gritty, but beneath the filth, she could feel solid wood. Oak, perhaps. Well-crafted. Her mother's uncle had lived here. Built a life here, however brief. Her mother might have visited as a child, might have stood in this very spot, might have. You cannot possibly mean to stay. Emma spun to find Bryce filling the doorway, his massive frame blocking most of the remaining light. He had to duck slightly to fit under the low lintel, and the small space seemed to shrink further with his presence. He was too large, she thought. Too male. Too everything. There's nothing here, he continued. Emma lifted her chin. There are walls. He lifted one scarred, imperious brow. A fireplace. His storm-gray eyes held the shadow of humor. A burn for water. Bryce took a step inside, then another, until he stood close enough that she had to tilt her head back to maintain eye contact. This is a ruin, lass. A monument to your uncle's stubbornness, Ian. He stopped himself, jaw clenching. And what? Emma challenged. His foolishness? His inability to accept reality? Perhaps stubbornness and foolishness run in the family. Something flickered in Bryce's eyes, surprise, perhaps, before they narrowed in challenge. I was going to say his grief, he nearly growled. Dougal MacDonald lost his wife here. In childbirth. He left it to rot. The words landed like stones in Emma's chest. She looked around the cottage again, seeing it through different eyes. A home abandoned by grief. A life left unfinished. Dreams that died with their dreamer. She understood that more than Bryce could possibly know, having just left a life behind herself. Then I'll finish what he started, she said. Bryce made a sound that might have been a laugh or a curse. You'll freeze to death before Hogmanay. I have some money. A humorless chuckle. I can learn. He shook his head. I can. He unceremoniously turned for the door. Emma's temper, usually kept carefully leashed under years of her uncle's cold discipline, snapped its tether. I can try. Which is more than you seem to think I'm capable of. I can work and learn and build something here, because the alternative, her voice cracked. She swallowed hard, fighting for composure. The alternative is returning to England and marrying a man who makes my skin crawl, who sees me as property to be acquired and used. So yes, Laird Farquharson, I'll sleep in a ruin and eat bannocks and freeze through your brutal Highland winter if that's what it takes, because this broken cottage is still more mine than anything I've ever had in my entire life. His back remained to her. The words hung in the air between them, raw and honest and far too revealing. Emma pressed her lips together, horrified at her outburst. Ladies didn't shout. Ladies didn't show emotion. Ladies certainly didn't bare their souls to dangerous Highland lairds in abandoned cottages as the sun set around them. Bryce turned slowly, his expression unreadable in the deepening shadows. Bryce, he repeated, his tone brooking no argument. Then he did something entirely unexpected. He sighed. It was a deep, resigned sound that seemed to deflate some of his intensity. He dragged a hand through his dark hair, dislodging it from its leather tie so several strands fell across his forehead. The gesture made him look younger somehow, less like a fearsome laird and more like a man who'd taken on a burden he hadn't asked for. The land around here is fertile, he said finally, his tone carefully neutral. That rise to the west will shelter you from the worst winds. The burn never runs dry, even in high summer. He moved to the window, or the gap where a window should be, and looked out at the surrounding land. Hope, fragile and tentative, bloomed in Emma's chest. With work, considerable work, she amended, you think this could be livable? I think you're mad. But there was no heat in the words. He turned back to face her. But you're unlikely to change your mind, regardless. No. Emma met his gaze steadily. I'm not. Another sigh. You're a lone English woman facing winter in the Highlands. His voice hardened. Do you ken what that means? I'm also Scottish, Emma said quietly. Half of me belongs here, whether the rest of the Highlands want to acknowledge it or not. Bryce studied her for a long moment, something shifting in his expression. You'll stay with Widow McGregor while you, he seemed to catch himself before saying what he was thinking. Assess the situation. It wasn't acceptance, Emma knew. It wasn't even approval. But it was permission, and that was more than she'd expected. "Thank you," she said. Bryce's mouth curved in something that wasn't quite a smile. "You haven't met the widow McGregor yet." They rode toward the village of Braemar as the last light bled from the sky, the mountains turning to dark silhouettes against purple clouds. Emma sat behind Bryce again, her arms wrapped around his waist for balance, trying to ignore the solid warmth of him against her front. He draped a plaid around her shoulders before they left, and she was grateful for it as the temperature dropped with the sun. She couldn't resist one glance back at Allt Beag as they crested the first rise. In the moonlight, which had begun to silver the landscape, the cottage looked almost romantic, a fairy tale ruin waiting for someone to break its curse and bring it back to life. "You're seeing it through desperation," Camden said, as if reading her thoughts. "Not clear eyes." "Perhaps," Emma admitted. "Or perhaps I'm seeing possibilities that others have stopped looking for." Very philosophical for someone who's never spent a Highland winter without a roof, the quiet Duncan challenged. Very cynical for someone who's never had to choose between a ruin and a cage, Emma tossed back, immediately guilty for her aggression. Duncan grinned good-naturedly. Bryce made a sound that might have been amusement. "You always this argumentative?" The commander Finn asked. "Only when people tell me I can't do things I fully intend to do anyway." "Stubborn, then," Camden stated. "Determined." "English," young Lachlan observed. "Half." This time she was certain she felt Bryce chuckle, the sound rumbling through his chest against her clasped hands. The tension she felt eased slightly, though awareness still hummed along her nerve endings everywhere they touched. "Your mother," Bryce said after a long silence. "The MacDonald from Skye." "What was her name?" "Fiona." Emma's throat tightened. "Fiona MacDonald. She died when I was 8. "And your father?" "Followed her 3 years later. Wasting sickness." She didn't add that he'd seemed to welcome it, that he'd stopped fighting for life the day they buried Mama. "My uncle Herbert took me in. My father's brother. The one who wants you to marry." It wasn't a question. "The one who wants my money." "And you'd rather live in a ruin than become a wife?" "I'd rather live in a ruin than become Blackwood's wife." Camden chuckled. "That bad, eh?" Emma thought of Cornelius Blackwood's wet lips and grasping fingers, the way he'd cornered her in her uncle's study 3 weeks ago, his breath hot and rank against her neck as he'd told her all the things he'd teach her once they were wed. She'd brought her heel down on his instep hard enough to make him howl, then fled to her room and begun planning her escape that very night. "That bad," she confirmed. They rode in silence after that, the only sounds the steady clip of hooves on stone and the occasional call of a night bird. Emma laid her cheek on Bryce's solid back, let her eyes drift closed, exhaustion from 2 weeks of travel finally catching up with her. She must have dozed, because she startled when Camden spoke again. "We're here." Emma opened her eyes to find they'd entered Braemar proper. It was larger than she'd expected. Stone buildings clustered around what looked like a central square, smoke rising from chimneys, warm light spilling from windows. Normal life continuing as it had for centuries, unchanged by political strife or the passage of desperate English ladies through their midst. Bryce guided his horse down a narrow lane, then stopped before a neat cottage with freshly whitewashed walls and a properly thatched roof, everything Allt Beag wasn't. Before Emma could dismount, the door flew open and a woman emerged. She was perhaps 60, silver-haired and sharp-eyed, with a face creased by laughter and what Emma suspected was frequent suspicion. She looked Emma over with frank assessment, then turned that penetrating gaze on Bryce. "So," she said in heavily accented English. "You've brought me the English lady who's causing such talk." "Widow McGregor," Bryce said, his tone gruff. "Lady Emma Turnbull. She's inherited Allt Beag and needs lodging while she comes to her senses about that ruin." The widow crossed her arms. "I heard about Dougal's property going to some English relation. Didn't expect her to actually show her face here." Emma slid from the horse, brushing aside Bryce's steadying hand, and faced the widow directly. "I don't intend to come to my senses, Widow McGregor. I intend to restore Allt Beag and make it my home. But Laird Farquharson is correct that I need lodging while I arrange for repairs. She kept her voice level, polite but firm. I can pay fair price for a room, if you're willing to let one. The widow studied her for a long moment, then made a sound that might have been approval, or disgust. Fair price from an English lady. Now there's something you dinna hear often. She jerked her head toward the door. Come in, then. I'll show you what's available. You, she pointed at Bryce, you're no longer needed. Off with you. Bryce's mouth twitched. A pleasure as always, Moira. Bah. I ken where to find you if this one causes trouble. But there was warmth beneath the widow's gruff tone. Emma retrieved her small traveling bag from where it had been secured to the horse, then turned back to Bryce. He sat easy in the saddle, his face shadowed but his eyes catching the light from the widow's windows. In that moment, he looked every inch the Highland laird, powerful, dangerous, unknowable. Thank you, Emma said. For everything. His face remained impassive as he gathered his reins. If you're determined to attempt this madness, I'll send word to Donald MacLeish. He's a builder. Be in the square at dawn. I am determined. Something like interest, something almost possessive, flickered across his features. I can see that. He turned his horse and rode back down the lane without another word, disappearing into the darkness like a ghost, his warriors nodding their goodbyes and following his lead. Emma stood watching until she could no longer hear hoofbeats, until the widow cleared her throat pointedly behind her. Coming, lass? Or are you going to stand there mooning after the laird all night? Emma's cheeks heated. I wasn't. Course you weren't. The widow's tone suggested she believed otherwise. Inside. You look half dead on your feet, and I won't have you collapsing on my doorstep. Bad look. Emma followed the widow into the cottage, into warmth and light and the smell of peat smoke and fresh bread. It was everything Allt Beag wasn't, welcoming, comfortable, safe. But it wasn't hers. As Emma settled into the small but clean guest chamber, as she washed her face in the basin provided and changed into her nightdress, as she slid between sheets that smelled of lavender and listened to the widow moving about below, she thought of that broken cottage on the hillside. In the golden afternoon sun, it had looked almost romantic. In the morning, she braced herself to see it in all its starkness, a ruin, a monument to grief and abandoned dreams. But it would still be hers. And that, Emma thought as sleep threatened to claim her, made all the difference. Chapter 3. The Builder's Assessment. Emma woke before dawn, her mind already churning with plans for Allt Beag. She dressed quickly in the grey light filtering through the cottage's small window, pulling on her simplest gown, the one that had already survived 2 weeks of travel and wouldn't be ruined by climbing over rocks and trudging through heather. Her fingers fumbled with the laces, trembling slightly with a combination of nervousness and excitement. Today she would learn the true extent of what she'd inherited. Today she would discover if her dreams were possible or merely desperate fantasies. Moira was already awake when Emma descended the narrow stairs, stirring porridge over the fire with steady, practiced movements. The widow glanced up, her shrewd eyes taking in Emma's practical dress and determined expression. Early start, then. I'm to meet Donald MacLeish in the village square at dawn, Emma said, accepting the bowl Moira handed her. Bryce, that is, Laird Farquharson, mentioned him as the best builder in the area. Donald's skilled enough. Also honest, which is rarer than skill. Moira settled onto the bench across from Emma, her own bowl in hand. He'll not lie to you about what's possible, lass. Whether you'll like what he has to say is another matter entirely. Emma forced herself to eat the porridge slowly, though anxiety made her stomach tight. I need to know the truth, however difficult. I can't make proper decisions based on hope alone. Moira's expression softened almost imperceptibly. You've more sense than most lasses your age. More courage too, though I wonder if you understand what you're truly choosing. The Highlands aren't kind to the weak or foolish. Then it's fortunate I'm neither, Emma said, lifting her chin with more confidence than she felt. The widow's lips twitched. We'll see about that. Now finish your breakfast before Donald thinks you've changed your mind and leaves you waiting like a fool. Emma arrived at the village square just as the first true light touched the mountain peaks, painting them gold and crimson. The village was beginning to stir, smoke rising from chimneys, a rooster crowing somewhere nearby, the distant sound of cattle being driven to pasture. She wrapped her shawl more tightly around her shoulders against the morning chill and tried not to fidget as she waited. A man emerged from one of the cottages, grizzled and weathered, perhaps in his 50s, with a face that looked carved from the same granite as the mountains themselves. He carried a leather satchel over one shoulder and walked with the confident, economical movements of someone who'd spent a lifetime working with his hands. His eyes were shrewd beneath thick grey brows as he approached Emma. Lady Turnbull? His voice was rough as gravel, his Scots accent thick. Yes. You must be Donald MacLeish. Emma extended her hand in greeting, a gesture that made the builder's eyebrows rise slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he shook it briefly, his calloused palm dwarfing her smaller hand. The laird said you needed someone to assess Allt Beag. Donald's tone suggested deep skepticism about the entire enterprise. Said you were serious about restoring the place. I am, Emma said firmly, refusing to be intimidated by his doubt. I understand it needs significant work. I want to know exactly what's required and what it will cost. Donald studied her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he gestured toward the path leading out of the village. Best we see it in good light, then. It's a fair walk. They set off together in silence, Donald setting a brisk pace that Emma struggled to match without appearing to struggle. She'd learned in her uncle's house that showing weakness invited contempt, so she lifted her skirts and kept stride, ignoring the occasional rock that turned beneath her thin-soled shoes. As they walked, Donald began pointing out landmarks and explaining the lay of the land with grudging respect for her attentiveness. That ridge there marks the southern boundary of Farquharson lands proper, he said, nodding toward a rocky outcrop. Your property sits at the edge, not quite Farquharson, but close enough that you'll need to maintain good relations with the laird. Water rights, grazing boundaries, that sort of thing. Emma pulled out the small journal she'd tucked into her pocket and began making notes, her pencil moving quickly across the page. Donald paused, watching her write, and something in his expression shifted slightly. You take notes like a scholar, he observed. I take notes like someone who needs to remember everything she's told, Emma corrected, glancing up with a small smile. I'm trying to learn, Mr. MacLeish. Quickly and thoroughly. I can't afford mistakes born of ignorance. Donald grunted. He continued walking, his commentary becoming more detailed. That we burn flowing their feeds into the larger stream that runs through Allt Beag. Water rights matter in the Highlands, upstream holders have obligations to those downstream. It's not like English property law, where everything's about ownership. Here, it's about responsibility and mutual survival. Emma scribbled furiously, asking questions when she didn't understand. What were the specific obligations? How were disputes resolved? What happened during drought or flood? Donald answered each query with increasing thoroughness, clearly warming to a student who actually listened. When they finally reached Allt Beag, the morning sun had burned away the mist, revealing the cottage in unforgiving detail. In yesterday's twilight, Emma had been able to imagine potential. In today's harsh light, the ruin looked even worse than she'd feared. Donald circled the structure slowly, his experienced eyes missing nothing. He tested stones in the walls, examined the partially collapsed roof, peered through broken windows, pushed at the hanging door. Emma followed, her journal open, trying to observe what he observed, to understand what made him frown or nod. Finally, he turned to face her, his expression grave. Well. Let's discuss what you're facing, lass. They sat on a relatively flat section of the old stone wall, and Donald delivered his assessment with brutal honesty. The roof needed complete replacement, not just repairs, but full rethatching with proper timber supports beneath. The floor joists were rotted through in several places and would need to be torn out and rebuilt. The windows required new frames entirely, the old ones were too warped to save. The door would need replacing. The chimney, while structurally sound, needed repointing, or it would leak smoke and eventually crack. Emma's pencil flew across the pages as she recorded every detail, her heart sinking with each new problem Donald identified. When he paused, she looked up. And the positive aspects? Donald's eyebrows rose. You want positive? There must be something worth saving, or you wouldn't be wasting your time listing what needs fixing, Emma said reasonably. The laird wouldn't have recommended you help with a completely hopeless cause. The builder's lips twitched with the ghost of a smile. You're sharp. All right, then. The stone walls are excellent, solid, well-built, will last another century if maintained properly. The foundation is sound, which is rare for abandoned properties. The location is good, sheltered from the worst winds, near water, southern exposure for warmth. And... He paused, looking at her directly. The water rights you hold are valuable. Very valuable. Access to clean water is worth more than gold in these hills. Emma felt a flicker of hope kindle in her chest. So it can be done? The cottage can be made livable? It can be done. Donald started silently counting on his fingers. With significant investment and at least 3 months of steady work, assuming good weather and no complications, the cottage could be made livable before winter. How significant an investment? Emma asked, steeling herself. Donald named a figure. Emma's stomach dropped like a stone into a well. It was more than half her remaining money, the carefully hoarded funds she'd saved over years of her uncle's grudging allowance, supplemented by the small inheritance her father had left that her uncle couldn't legally deny her. If she paid Donald's estimate, she'd have almost nothing left for furnishings, for supplies to last the winter, for any emergency that might arise. She stared at the numbers in her journal, her mind racing through calculations. Could she survive on less? Could she do some of the work herself to reduce costs? Could she? I'm willing to invest in it, Emma finally said. I'm accustomed to living simply, Mr. McLeish, which I will have to do to afford it. What I'm not accustomed to is living freely. This cottage represents freedom, which makes it worth any sacrifice. Donald studied her for a long moment, then he nodded slowly. Word is your mother was a MacDonald. You're your mother's people through and through, then. The Scottish blood runs strong in you, for all you sound English. He stood, his movement efficient. I'll begin work in a few days, once I've gathered materials and workers. We'll start with the roof, no point doing anything else if the rain gets in and ruins our work. Relief flooded through Emma so intensely she felt momentarily dizzy. She rose and extended her hand again. Thank you, Mr. McLeish. Truly. You won't regret helping me. We'll see about that, Donald said, but his tone was almost warm as he shook her hand. Shall I accompany you back? No, I'll stay here for a bit, take a look around. Lass. But you should get back to the village before the sun gets too high. Walking alone in these hills isn't safe for a lass, even in daylight. They're beautiful, but they're not tame. Remember that. After Donald departed down the path toward the village, Emma remained at Allt Beag for a while, standing beside the burn and staring at the cottage that would become her home. Months of hard work. Significant investment. More than a little uncertainty. But worth it. All of it worth it for this chance at a new life. She glanced toward the ridge to the east, the one that marked the boundary of Farquharson lands proper, and thought she saw movement, only to conclude it was the tall grass blowing in the breeze. She thought of Bryce's intense gray eyes, his reluctant assistance, his clear skepticism about her plans. She wondered if he'd been right yesterday when he thought her mad. Then she squared her shoulders and began the walk back to Braemar. She would prove him wrong. She would prove everyone wrong. Emma Turnbull might be English by birth and speech, but she had Highland blood in her veins and Highland stubbornness in her bones. And she was done being underestimated. Bryce watched from the ridge as Emma inspected her ramshackle cottage below. He'd told himself he was merely ensuring the Englishwoman didn't cause problems on Farquharson lands, but he knew he was lying to himself. There was something about her stubborn determination, her refusal to be cowed by impossible odds, that resonated uncomfortably with his own struggles since his father's imprisonment. She faced her battles with the same blend of fear and courage he drew upon every day. The same lifting of chin despite uncertainty, the same steeling of spine despite wanting to flee. Through the spyglass he'd brought, Bryce watched as Emma checked her notes in her tiny journal, her head bent in concentration as she read the words. Even from this distance, he could see the intensity of her focus, the way she looked up in consideration occasionally. She wasn't playing at being a landholder, she was genuinely trying to learn, to understand, to build something real. The sunlight caught her hair, turning it to flame and gold, and Bryce felt something tighten in his chest. Yesterday, she'd nearly stolen his breath the moment he'd laid eyes on her. She was entirely too beautiful to be real. Today, dressed simply and crouched beside a burn examining foundation stones, she looked. He stopped that thought before it could fully form. Spying on the English now, are we? Bryce didn't turn as Finn joined him on the ridge, his second-in-command moving silently despite his size. Ensuring she understands the property boundaries. From half a mile away with a spyglass? Finn's tone was dry. Aye, that's very hands-on boundary management. Bryce lowered the glass and shot Finn a warning look that would have made lesser men quiver. Finn, who'd known him since they were lads throwing stones at targets, merely grinned. The clan elders are asking questions, Finn said, his tone shifting to business. About how you plan to respond to Laird Campbell about the betrothal with his daughter. Finn paused. They're not wrong about the strategic value. Bryce had known this conversation was coming. Margaret Campbell was beautiful, well-connected, educated in both Highland and Lowland ways. She would bring significant political advantage to the Farquharson clan. Her father commanded loyalty from several smaller clans, and an alliance would help protect against rivals, especially considering the perceived Farquharson weakness of Bryce's father being imprisoned. She was also calculating, ambitious, and viewed marriage as purely strategic, which should make her perfect for a laird who needed alliances more than affection. Yet the thought of courting Margaret Campbell left him cold. I'm aware of the elders' preferences, Bryce said carefully. I'll consider them when the time is right. And when will that be? Finn pressed. Because Margaret's father is growing impatient, and McTavish has started suggesting his son would make a suitable match for her. If you don't make a decision soon, they'll take matters into their own hands. Bryce understood the brutal logic. As interim laird with his father imprisoned, he couldn't afford to appear weak or indecisive. Strategic marriage was expected, practically demanded by clan welfare. Personal preferences were irrelevant compared to collective survival. His eyes drifted back to the cottage below, where Emma was now crouched by the foundation, running her hands over the stones. Even from this distance, he could see her pensive expression, checking her notes from time to time. She's entirely unsuitable, Bryce said, more to himself than to Finn. Who is? Finn asked innocently. Margaret Campbell? She seems suitable enough by most standards. Not Margaret. Bryce caught himself, hearing the sharpness in his tone. He'd meant to say nothing, to maintain the fiction that Emma Turnbull was merely a neighboring landholder requiring minimal attention. Finn's knowing silence was worse than any verbal response. The English lady, Bryce continued, realizing denial was pointless now, represents everything complicated and dangerous. English, alone, with no connections or resources. Her presence draws attention we don't need. If she fails here, when she fails, it will create problems for the clan. That's quite a lot of thinking about someone you claim is merely a minor border concern, Finn observed. Bryce turned to face his friend directly, his expression hard. Don't what? Don't notice that you've been distracted since she arrived? Don't point out that you're up here spying on her cottage when you should be. Enough. Bryce's voice was quiet but carried the weight of command. Finn raised his hands in mock surrender, but his eyes remained shrewd. "I'm just saying, Bryce, you've got a reputation as the most stubborn bachelor in the Highlands. You've turned down every match proposed for 5 years, always claiming clan stability comes first. Now we actually need a strategic marriage, and you're—" "I'm aware of what I'm doing," Bryce interrupted. "Are you?" "Because from where I'm standing, you're watching an English lady who's going to fail spectacularly at Highland life, and you're already thinking about how to catch her when she falls." Finn's expression turned serious. "That's dangerous, my friend. For you and for her." Bryce knew Finn was right. He also knew it was already too late. The thought of Emma failing, of her being forced to return to whatever she'd fled, made something fierce and protective rise in his chest. The memory of her chin lifting defiantly when he'd questioned her commitment, the flash of pain in her eyes when she'd mentioned the man named Blackwood, the careful way she'd scanned the village as they passed through at dusk last night, all of it had lodged under his skin like a burr. "We should return to the castle," Bryce said finally, turning away from the view. "The games start tomorrow." They do," Finn agreed, falling into step beside him. "Though I notice you're not denying anything I said." "I'm not dignifying your ridiculous speculation with denial." "That's what I thought." Finn's tone was smug. "For what it's worth, Bryce, the lass has courage. More than most. That counts for something." It counted for far too much, Bryce thought grimly as they rode back toward Castle Farquharson. It counted for future of sleepless nights and distracted days and a growing certainty that Emma Turnbull was going to complicate his life in ways he couldn't yet imagine and probably shouldn't want. But want her he did, unsuitable and impossible though she might be. And that was the most dangerous complication of all. Chapter 4. The Highland Games begin. Emma woke to complete and utter chaos. Outside was a cacophony of unfamiliar sounds, voices raised in greeting, laughter echoing off stone walls, the rhythmic clatter of horse hooves and carriage wheels on cobblestones. She sat up in the narrow bed, disoriented for a moment before remembering where she was. The widow McGregor's cottage. Braemar. The Highlands. Her new life of freedom and purpose, or so she hoped. She rose and dressed quickly in her traveling dress, the only proper gown she possessed that wasn't hopelessly wrinkled from the journey. As she descended the steep stairs to the main room, she found Moira already bustling about, her usually gruff demeanor replaced by something almost resembling excitement. "You're awake at last," Moira said, thrusting a bowl of porridge into Emma's hands. "Eat quickly, lass. The games begin within the hour, and you'll want to see the opening processional." "The games?" Emma asked, confused as she accepted the bowl and settled onto the bench by the table. Moira's eyes gleamed with an enthusiasm that transformed her weathered face. "The Highland Games, lass. The first since the Rising. Everyone who is anyone will be there." She paused, studying Emma with a pointed look. "You should attend. Meet your new neighbors, if you truly mean to stay in these hills." Emma's heart quickened at the prospect. She'd heard her mother speak of the Highland Games as if attending them were an exciting rite of passage. Her mother's voice would grow soft and wistful when she spoke of the strength competitions, the music, the gathering of clans. "Is it permitted?" Emma asked carefully, tasting the warm porridge and finding it delicious. "Given the recent troubles?" Moira's expression darkened momentarily. She moved to the hearth, stirring a pot that hung over the flames. It's permitted. Just barely. The English allow it because it keeps the clans occupied and visible, easier to watch us when we're all gathered in one place. But it's ours, for all that. Our traditions, our strength, our pride." She moved to the window, peering out at the growing activity in the street. "There'll be redcoats about, watching. Always watching now. But we'll celebrate our way, as our fathers did and their fathers before them." The older woman's voice carried a note of defiance that resonated deep in Emma's chest. She finished her porridge quickly, her curiosity overcoming her nervousness. When Moira gave her directions to the games field, a broad meadow just beyond the village proper, past the kirk and the smithy, Emma wrapped her shawl around her shoulders and stepped out into the bustling street. Braemar had transformed overnight. Where yesterday the village had seemed subdued, almost wary, today it thrummed with energy. Families streamed through the narrow lanes, children darting between adults with wild abandon. Men wore their finest, most in full Highland dress despite the risks, their tartans bold declarations of clan loyalty. Women had donned their best woolens, many with plaids arranged artfully over their shoulders in patterns Emma knew was significant. She walked slowly, taking it all in. The laughter of children playing at sword fights with sticks, the proud bearing of the Highlanders walking with heads high despite everything they'd been through, the sense of community and shared purpose that seemed to bind them all. Pervasive through it all was the underlying fear barely masked by celebration, the fresh graves visible in the kirkyard they passed, the broken windows still unrepaired on buildings damaged during the rising's aftermath. So much loss, so much pain burdening the collective memory. The games field lay at the edge of the village, and as Emma approached, her breath caught. The broad meadow had been transformed into something magical. Colorful pavilions dotted the grounds, their banners snapping in the crisp morning breeze. The air fairly thrummed with excitement and activity. Emma had never seen anything like it. Even London's finest gatherings couldn't match the vibrant energy of this Highland celebration. The festive atmosphere was dampened ever so slightly by the presence of English soldiers positioned around the field's perimeter. They stood rigid and watchful, their red coats a jarring contrast to the sea of tartans, their muskets held ready. Emma noticed how the Highlanders gave them wide berth, how conversations quieted when passing too close to the military posts, how mothers pulled their children back from wandering too near the soldiers. She stood at the edge of the field, uncertain where to position herself, feeling suddenly conspicuous in her English dress among all these Highland folk. Then a familiar voice called out, "Lady Turnbull." Emma turned to see Camden MacLeod approaching her from across the field, his red hair bright as flame in the morning sun. He arrived with Duncan Ross, who wasn't at all ugly as Camden had proclaimed, but rather had a pleasant, honest face. Both men were grinning as they joined her. "You came," Camden said, his smile genuine and warm. "Wasn't certain you'd brave the crowds, being so newly arrived." "I couldn't resist," Emma admitted, surprised by how glad she was to see friendly faces. "The widow McGregor insisted I attend. She made it sound as though I'd be committing a grave offense if I remained indoors." Duncan chuckled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Moira would. She loves the games fierce as any warrior. Some say fiercer." He gestured to the field with a sweep of his arm. "Let us give you the lay of the land, lass. See there?" He pointed to the largest pavilion, where several well-dressed men gathered beneath a banner bearing what Emma assumed was the Farquharson crest. "That's where the clan chiefs sit. The Farquharson banner flies highest today, as they're hosting. It's a great honor, and a statement that they've not been broken by recent events." Camden leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "And see those red-coated scoundrels, begging your pardon, milady, for the insult, posted like ravens waiting for carrion? They're here to make certain we don't get too enthusiastic in our celebrating. Heaven forbid the Highlanders remember they're Scots and not subjects of the English crown." Emma wasn't insulted by his discourse. Rather, she felt sympathy for the bitterness beneath his jovial tone. "Does their presence not dampen the festivities?" "Dampens them like a spring rain dampens the ocean," Duncan said dryly, crossing his arms over his broad chest. "Which is to say, not at all. We've learned to celebrate despite them. Or perhaps to spite them." His grin was wolfish, and Emma glimpsed the warrior beneath the friendly exterior. The blast of a horn cut through the crowd noise, drawing everyone's attention to the center of the field. The sound was primal, stirring, and the crowd surged forward in response. "The cobber toss," Camden said, his deep voice resonating with excitement, his earlier bitterness replaced by enthusiasm. "First event. Come, you'll want to see this." He and Duncan guided Emma closer to where massive logs, cobbers, lay on the ground like fallen soldiers. Each was easily 15 feet long and as thick as a man's torso. Emma couldn't fathom how anyone could even lift such things, let alone throw them. Men began gathering around the cobbers, some removing their coats, all of them impressively built. The crowd pressed in, and Emma found herself jostled by eager spectators, the energy infectious despite her uncertainty. "There's our laird now," Duncan said, nodding toward the competitors with obvious pride. "And Finn and young Lachlan. They'll all compete." Emma's eyes found Bryce immediately. He stood head and shoulders above most of the other men, his dark hair pulled back from his face, his expression focused and intense in a way that made him seem even more formidable. Even from a distance, she could see the power in his frame, the coiled strength evident in every movement. He wore a simple linen shirt and his kilt, the Farquharson tartan bold against his tanned skin. Unlike some of the other men who preened and postured, Bryce stood quietly, studying the cobbers with a critical, calculating eye. "He's the strongest man here," Camden said with obvious pride, following Emma's gaze. "Has been since he was 20. No one's bested him in the cobber toss in 5 years. Some say no one ever will." Emma watched as Bryce approached the first cobber, circling it like a predator assessing prey. His large hands tested its weight, his expression never changing. Then, as if sensing her regard, he looked up. His eyes found hers across the distance with unerring accuracy, and his expression suggested he was decidedly not pleased to see her there. His jaw tightened, a muscle jumping beneath the skin, and for a moment Emma considered fleeing. But she lifted her chin instead, refusing to be cowed. She hadn't come all this way to hide from a Highland laird's displeasure. The horn sounded again, and the first competitor stepped forward. Emma watched in fascination as the massive man, easily 6 feet tall and built like an ox, lifted his cobber with a grunt of effort. He balanced it vertically against his shoulder, the top swaying dangerously. Then he began to run forward, his face contorted with strain. The strength required was staggering. He managed to flip the log end over end, though it landed at an angle rather than straight ahead. The crowd applauded politely, appreciating the effort if not the execution. Several more men competed, each demonstrating impressive power, but none achieving what Camden quietly explained was a perfect toss, the cobber landing exactly straight ahead, an extension of the thrower's line. Some cobbers fell sideways, others backward. One competitor lost control entirely and had to leap aside to avoid being crushed. The crowd groaned in sympathy. Then Bryce stepped forward. The crowd noise changed, growing louder, more anticipatory. Clearly, they knew what they were about to witness. Bryce removed his linen shirt with deliberate movements, handing it to Finn who stood nearby. The simple action revealed the powerful muscles of his arms and shoulders, and Emma found herself staring quite inappropriately. She forced her eyes away, only to find a young woman nearby watching her with an amused expression. Emma felt heat creep into her cheeks, but before she could look away, her attention was drawn back to Bryce. He approached the cobber with confidence, no circling or testing this time. He simply positioned himself, wrapped his arms around the massive log, and lifted. Emma found herself holding her breath as he raised the cobber, balancing it vertically against his shoulder with what appeared to be relative ease. His muscles strained and bulged in impossible ways. For a moment he stood perfectly still, every line of his body taut with concentration, a statue of Highland strength. Then he ran. His movements were fluid despite the enormous weight he carried. 3 powerful strides, his feet pounding the earth, and then he was flipping the cobber forward with a roar of effort that echoed across the field and seemed to vibrate in Emma's very bones. The log turned end over end in a perfect arc, spinning through the air, and landed exactly straight ahead, a flawless toss. The crowd erupted in approval, voices raised in wild cheering that drowned out all other sound. Men shouted his name, women applauded, children jumped up and down in excitement. Even some of the English soldiers looked impressed, though they tried to hide it. For just a moment, Bryce's eyes found Emma's again, and something electric passed between them, a connection that made her heart stutter in her chest, made the world narrow to just the two of them despite the hundreds of people surrounding them. Then his expression shuttered closed, controlled once more, and he turned away to accept the congratulations of the other competitors. Emma pressed a hand to her chest, feeling her heartbeat racing beneath her palm like a wild thing trying to escape. She realized with a start that her interest in this Highland laird might be far more than practical. Far more than mere gratitude for his assistance yesterday. Something in the way he moved, the confidence he carried like a cloak, the carefully controlled power that seemed to radiate from him, it called to something deep within her that she'd never known existed. Magnificent, isn't he? Emma startled, turning to find the same young woman at her elbow. She was perhaps 20, with similar features as Bryce, dark hair, sharp cheekbones, intense eyes, though softened by youth and femininity into something quite lovely. "I'm Bryce Farquharson," the girl said with a knowing grin. "Bryce's sister. And you must be the English lady everyone's talking about. Lady Turnbull, is it?" "Emma, please," Emma managed, still flustered by her reaction to Bryce's performance and this girl's sudden appearance. Kenna's grin widened, her eyes dancing with mischief that suggested she missed nothing. "He's impressive in competition, my brother. Has a way of making women forget how to breathe properly." Her voice dropped conspiratorially. Though he'd never admit to noticing such things. Claims he's far too busy managing clan affairs to concern himself with feminine admiration. I tell him that's precisely why he needs a wife, but he just glowers at me. Before Emma could formulate a response, what could she possibly say to that? Bryce himself approached, flanked by Finn and Lachlan. All three men had donned their linen shirts, the fabric clinging damply to their frames from exertion. Up close, Bryce seemed even larger, more imposing, and Emma had to resist the urge to step back. "You came," Bryce said to Emma, his tone curt, almost accusatory, as if her presence was some sort of affront. "I did," Emma replied, lifting her chin in the gesture that was becoming habitual around this man. She refused to apologize for attending a public gathering. "The widow McGregor suggested I should meet my neighbors." "How civilized of her," Finn said with a warm smile that softened his warrior's face. "And how brave of you," Lachlan added with a grin, earning himself a sharp look from Bryce. Most English ladies wouldn't venture into a Highland gathering so soon after arriving. The warriors engaged in good-hearted ribbing, their banter flowing easily. Camden and Duncan joined them, and Emma found herself in the center of a group of Highlanders who seemed to have been friends for years. "Egad, Lachlan, I thought you were going to launch that cobber straight through McTavish's barn," Duncan said, demonstrating an exaggerated wobble with his arms. "You looked like a newborn foal trying to walk." Lachlan's jaw tightened, but he kept his composure. "At least I lifted the blessed thing. Unlike some who..." Finn's form was a spectacle, Camden interrupted with a wicked grin. "Backside in the air, no power in the legs. My grandmother has better technique, and she's been dead 3 years." Finn shoved him hard enough that Camden had to catch himself. "Your grandmother probably had better muscle than you too. All that bulk is just for the lasses to admire. I doubt you could lift half what I..." "Enough." Bryce shook his head, a cynical quirk to his lips, but he said nothing more. His gaze returned to Emma, as it had time and time again. "You must think us barbarians," Lachlan said to Emma with a self-deprecating grin, gesturing to the field where another competitor was struggling with his cobber. "Throwing logs about for entertainment." "Not at all," Emma said honestly, grateful for a distraction from Bryce's scrutiny. "I find it fascinating. The skill required, the strength, it's impressive. And the tradition behind it. My mother used to speak of the games, though I never thought I'd see them myself." "Your mother was Scottish?" Kenna asked, her interest clearly piqued. "Indeed she was," Emma admitted. "A MacDonald from Skye." "Indeed," Camden repeated with a grin. "Island folk. Tough as old leather, the lot of them. That explains the stubborn set to your chin when you're challenged." Emma felt her cheeks warm, unsure if that was a compliment or an insult. Before she could respond, the blast of a horn interrupted their conversation. The second competition, the hammer throw, was about to begin. Emma watched as massive men approached the competition space. All four of the Farquharson warriors abruptly bade her goodbye and went to join the competitors, with Kenna waving and following behind, presumably to get a better view. All of a sudden, Emma found herself alone with Bryce. "You're not competing in this event?" Emma asked him, surprised that he'd remain on the sidelines when he'd so clearly dominated the cobber toss. "Nay, lass," he said simply, his eyes steady on her face. Emma frowned. "But why not? You bested the men in a far more difficult pursuit. You're larger and stronger than every man here, and your muscles are truly a sight to behold." She stopped abruptly, her mind finally catching up to her mouth, realizing she was rambling about his physique like some simpering maiden. Heat flooded her cheeks, and she desperately wished for the ground to open up and swallow her whole. Bryce waited a beat too long, his eyes leveling on hers in a way that sent shivers of warmth down her spine. She looked away, studying the crowd intently, but he waited, patient as the mountains, until she gained the courage to meet his eyes again. "A sight to what?" he finally asked, his voice low, almost dangerous, laced with something that made her stomach flip and her heart hammer. Emma looked away again, this time at her feet, her face burning so hot she was certain she might catch fire. "Behold," she managed to utter, barely audible even to her own ears. She felt him move closer, the warmth he radiated reaching her chilled skin. Then his fingers, calloused and warm and surprisingly gentle, touched her chin, lifting it slowly, inexorably, until she had no choice but to meet his eyes again. His gaze was intense, almost fierce, and Emma forgot how to breathe. The sounds of the games faded away until there was only him, only this moment, only the connection sparking between them like lightning before a storm. "Nay, lass. It's you who are a sight to behold," he said quietly, his voice rough with something Emma couldn't name. His eyes nearly burned through her, and for a breathless moment Emma thought he might lean down and kiss her right there in front of everyone. Her lips parted in anticipation, her entire body leaning toward him as if pulled by invisible cords, her heart hammering so hard she was certain he must be able to hear it. Then he turned and strode back into the crowd, leaving her standing there trembling. Emma stood frozen, her chin still tingling where his fingers had touched, her entire body humming with an awareness she'd never experienced before. Around her, the games continued, the hammer throw beginning with another blast of the horn, the crowd cheering, but she barely noticed. She was lost in the memory of his storm-gray eyes on hers, his touch, his words spoken with desire. No, that couldn't be. Kenna appeared at her side again, her expression knowing and entirely too smug. "Told you he was impressive," she said with a grin. "Though I've never seen him look at anyone quite like that." Emma couldn't formulate a response. She watched Bryce's broad shoulders disappear into the crowd. She stood rooted to the spot, her world tilted on its axis, and wondered what exactly had just happened between them. And more importantly, what it might mean for her uncertain future in these wild, beautiful, impossible Highlands. Chapter 5. Highland Hospitality. The widow McGregor proved to be more than just a landlady. She became Emma's unexpected guide to Highland society. Over breakfast the morning after the games, Moira explained that several merchant families in Braemar were hosting visitors for the week-long celebration, and as a new landholder, however modest, Emma was expected to attend the evening gatherings. Expected? Emma paused with her porridge spoon halfway to her mouth. "Moira, I have no suitable clothing. And I don't want to impose." "Wheesht." Moira waved away her concerns with characteristic bluntness. "The blue dress is perfectly suitable for Highland gatherings. Far more appropriate than your English fashions, truth be told." Emma glanced down at the borrowed gown Moira had lent her when the widow realized she was out of suitable outfits. The soft wool felt like home, comfortable and practical in a way her restrictive English dresses never had. Still, attending a social gathering in borrowed clothing felt a bit odd. "Moira, I couldn't possibly." "You can and you will." The widow fixed her with that stern look that brooked no argument. "You're Dougal MacDonald's niece and a landholder in your own right. The Macphersons would be insulted if you didn't attend." Emma set down her spoon, her stomach fluttering with nervousness. "What if they don't accept me?" My English accent will mark you immediately, Moira reached across the table to pat her hand. But you're also Fiona MacDonald's daughter. That counts for something here. More than you might think. The words settled something in Emma's chest. Her mother. The Highland woman who'd married an Englishman and died too young, leaving her daughter caught between two worlds. Emma had spent her whole life hiding that heritage, denying it to please her English father and fit into London society. Perhaps it was time to stop hiding. That evening, Emma found herself standing in the doorway of the Macpherson home, her heart pounding against her ribs as Moira made introductions. The gathering was smaller than she'd expected, perhaps 20 people scattered throughout the main room, their voices a pleasant hum of conversation in both English and Gaelic. Mrs. Macpherson, may I present Lady Emma Turnbull, Dougal MacDonald's niece and new holder of Allt Beag. The matriarch of the Macpherson family was a formidable woman in her 60s, with sharp eyes and an even sharper wit that Emma could sense immediately. She studied Emma for a long moment, taking in the simple dress, the carefully arranged hair, the English features mixed with something undeniably Scottish. Fiona MacDonald's daughter, Mrs. Macpherson said at last. It wasn't a question. Yes, ma'am. Emma lifted her chin, refusing to show the nervousness churning in her stomach. My mother was your kinswoman, though she died when I was young. I never had the chance to know her family or this place. Until now. Until now, Emma agreed. Mrs. Macpherson nodded slowly, something shifting in her expression. Come in, lass. You're welcome here, English father or no. The acceptance, however coerced, made Emma's eyes prickle with unexpected tears. She blinked them back quickly and thanked Mrs. Macpherson with genuine gratitude before Moira guided her into the room. Emma navigated the gathering carefully at first, more observing than participating. She watched the interactions, noticed the hierarchies, how respect was earned through deeds rather than titles, how families clustered together but welcomed others into their circles with surprising warmth. The Highland hospitality was overwhelming. Despite the recent losses from the Rising, despite their reasons to hate the English, the families welcomed her with cautious but genuine warmth. When Mrs. Macpherson approached again later, her questions were pointed. What were Emma's intentions for Allt Beag? Did she plan to stay, or was this merely a temporary adventure before returning to England? Emma answered honestly. She wanted to be a responsible landholder, to learn Highland ways, to honor her mother's heritage. She wasn't here to profit from Highland misfortune or claim superiority as an Englishwoman. She was here to build a life. A life, Mrs. Macpherson repeated, studying her. By yourself? As a young lady, all alone? Yes, Emma said, realizing how precarious her situation really was. A life. A home. Even alone. The older woman's expression softened almost imperceptibly. Fiona MacDonald was a good woman. Kind and brave, with a spirit that wouldn't be broken. I see some of that in you, lass. She paused. You're welcome in Braemar. Make no mistake, you'll have to prove yourself, same as anyone. But you're welcome. Emma's throat tightened with emotion. Thank you. That means more than you know. The conversation shifted when someone mentioned the competition's continuing tomorrow. Emma, emboldened by the whiskey she'd been offered, and perhaps unwisely accepted, asked questions about the traditional events. The men gathered nearby seemed pleased by her interest, launching into elaborate explanations of techniques and traditions. She was so absorbed in the conversation that she didn't notice the room had quieted until Moira touched her elbow gently. Emma looked up. Bryce Farquharson stood just inside the doorway. Her breath caught despite her best efforts at composure. He was clothed in formal Highland dress, a dark jacket tailored perfectly to his broad shoulders, worn over his kilt. The Farquharson tartan was displayed proudly across his chest, fastened with that distinctive silver brooch she'd noticed before. His dark hair was still damp, as if he'd recently bathed, and the combination of civilized dress and untamed presence was devastating. Their eyes met across the room. The memory of his fingers on her chin at the games rushed back with devastating clarity. "It's you who are a sight to behold." The words echoed in her mind, along with the heat in his eyes, the near kiss that still haunted her dreams. Emma felt her cheeks flush and forced herself to look away, back to her companions, anywhere but at him. It didn't help. She felt his gaze on her like a physical touch. Bryce made his way through the gathering with deliberate purpose, speaking with various families, accepting congratulations on his performance at the games, discussing clan business with the ease of someone born to leadership. Emma watched him covertly, noting how people responded to him, with respect, yes, but also genuine affection. He wasn't just feared, he was valued. He seemed to know exactly what to say to each person, how to put them at ease while maintaining his authority. A word of praise for young Callum's improvement with the bow. A question about old Mr. Macpherson's harvest, asked with genuine interest. A jest with one of the warriors that made the whole group laugh. Emma found herself studying him the way she'd studied the games, trying to understand the traditions, the unspoken rules, the way this world worked. Bryce was a laird, but he was also part of a community in a way London aristocracy never were. There was reciprocity here, mutual obligation and genuine care that went beyond mere social hierarchy. Then the door opened again, and a woman entered whom Emma hadn't seen before. She was beautiful. Stunning, really, in a way that made Emma acutely aware of her borrowed dress and unpowdered face. The woman moved with the confidence of someone who'd never questioned her place in the world, her expensive gown somehow both elegant and appropriate for the Highland setting. Her dark hair was arranged in an elaborate style that must have taken hours, and her skin was flawless. She moved directly to Bryce's side. Emma felt something twist in her stomach as the woman touched Bryce's arm, leaning close to speak in a voice too low for Emma to hear. There was something possessive in her posture, something knowing in the way she smiled up at him. "That's Margaret Campbell," Moira murmured beside her. "Daughter of Chief Campbell. She and Bryce have been suggested as a match for years now. Her father's been pressing the alliance recently, what with the troubles." Emma's heart sank like a stone. Of course. Bryce was a laird. He needed strategic alliances, powerful connections to protect his clan. And this beautiful, polished Highland woman would be perfect. Margaret Campbell represented everything practical and politically wise: clan alliances, shared culture, the kind of partnership that made sense in every way. What was Emma thinking, imagining that one charged moment at the games meant anything? She was an English nobody with a ruined cottage and an uncertain future. Margaret Campbell was everything Emma wasn't: connected, appropriate, acceptable. She watched as Margaret laughed at something Bryce said, her hand still resting on his arm with casual intimacy. Bryce's expression was polite but distant. Emma recognized that look. It was the same expression he'd worn when he first found her by the broken coach, before he'd presumably decided she was worth his time, at least for now. The courteous but detached manner of someone fulfilling social obligations. Then Margaret said something else, her voice carrying across the room just slightly. "The elders are right, you know. We'd make a strong alliance. My father's support could secure the entire region." Bryce's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. A strong alliance," he agreed, his tone carefully neutral. Margaret smiled, clearly taking his words as encouragement. She leaned closer, speaking quietly again, and Emma forced herself to turn back to her group. Their faces blurred slightly as unexpected tears threatened. She blinked them away furiously. She had no claim on Bryce Farquharson. No claim whatsoever. Foolish to let herself imagine. The room had gone quiet. Emma looked up despite herself. Bryce had gently but deliberately removed Margaret's hand from his arm. His voice carried clearly across the sudden hush. "Forgive me, Margaret. I see someone I must speak with." And he walked directly toward Emma. The room seemed to hold its breath. Margaret's face flushed, with anger or embarrassment, Emma couldn't tell. Moira made a small, satisfied sound beside her. And Emma herself froze as Bryce crossed the room with obvious intent. He stopped before her, tall and broad and utterly focused. Camden, Duncan, and Lachlan flanked him, their expressions ranging from amused to knowing. "Lady Turnbull," Camden said with a grin that suggested he was enjoying this far too much. "I hear Donald MacLeish gave you his assessment today." "He did," Emma managed, acutely aware that every person in the room was watching this interaction with fascination. "The cottage can be restored. The work begins as soon as he can muster workers and supplies." "Good." Duncan's mouth curved slightly. "We stopped by the site again ourselves. Donald's a fine builder. He'll serve you well." "Aye," Lachlan added, his young face earnest. "And if you need additional hands, milady, I'm fair skilled with carpentry. Might have taught me before he passed." "That's very kind," Emma said, genuinely touched. "I may take you up on that offer." Camden nudged Lachlan with his elbow. "Careful, lad. Offer to help a beautiful woman and you'll find yourself volunteered for every project she has." "I wouldn't mind," Lachlan said simply, earning a laugh from his companions. Duncan leaned forward conspiratorially. "He's hoping she'll teach him to read properly, Camden." The lad heard she takes notes in a journal and nearly swooned. "I did not swoon," Lachlan protested, his face reddening. "I merely expressed appreciation for literacy." "Is that what we're calling it now?" Camden grinned wickedly. Emma couldn't help but smile at their banter, and at how finely knit this community was, for word to have gotten out so quickly about her journal. Regardless, the easy camaraderie between the warriors was infectious, and their inclusion of her in their jest felt like acceptance of its own kind. Bryce had remained silent throughout the exchange, but Emma felt his gaze on her. When she finally met his eyes, she was jarred by the intensity she found there, as if she were a puzzle he was trying to solve. "Walk with me," he commanded quietly, cutting through his warrior's continued teasing. No further explanation. Emma found herself nodding, accepting the arm he offered with her heart hammering against her ribs. "Mind the lady's honor," Camden called after them cheerfully. Then, in a quieter voice to Duncan, "Our laird's been known to walk, most thoroughly." "Enough," Bryce said without turning, but Emma saw Duncan elbow Camden in the ribs, both of them breaking out in laughter. They stepped outside into the cool evening air, leaving behind a room buzzing with speculation. The night was crisp and clear, stars brilliant against the dark Highland sky. Emma pulled her shawl tighter, suddenly nervous now that she was alone with Bryce. They walked in silence down the lane, away from the warm lights and curious eyes. "There's nothing you actually need to discuss, is there?" Emma finally asked, finding her courage. "Nay." Bryce's voice was rough, honest. "But if I'd stayed in that room with Margaret Campbell pawing at me and you looking like you'd been struck, I would have said something unwise." Emma's heart skipped. "I wasn't, I didn't look struck." He stopped walking, turning to face her fully. In the moonlight, his features were all sharp angles and shadows, but his eyes held their usual intensity, focused on her with that same quality of attention that made her feel like the only person in the world. "You did, lass. Like I'd betrayed you." He paused, his jaw tight. "Have I betrayed you?" The directness of the question stole Emma's breath. She should dissemble, should protect herself, should remember that he was a Highland laird who needed strategic alliances and she was an English nobody with a dilapidated cottage and admittedly scandalous circumstances. Instead, she told the truth. "I don't know," she replied. "One moment at the games doesn't create an understanding. But when I saw her touching you, speaking of alliances and marriage, I felt..." She stopped, unable to finish. "Jealous?" Bryce supplied. It was a question, but Bryce didn't look like he was curious about the answer. He looked like he knew the answer, the scoundrel. Emma placed her hands on her hips. "I wouldn't tell you, even if I were jealous." "Which I most definitely was not." "Camden called you beautiful." Bryce's voice was so low she thought she felt the ground vibrate. "So?" Her own voice was barely louder than a whisper. "Lachlan couldn't stop staring at you." Bryce took a step closer. I was a sight to behold, a disheveled mess stranded on the side of the road. Of course he was staring. Emma could barely breathe now. I know a thing or two about jealousy, lass. I'm sure that's not true. You're a laird. You could have anyone. He shook his head, arresting Emma's speech. I don't want just anyone, Mo Crith. His voice dropped even lower somehow. Emma's pulse raced so fast she felt dizzy. Bryce. He tilted his head imperceptibly. What do you want from me? She asked quietly. Bryce reached out, cupping her face with his hand, his calloused thumb brushing her cheekbone with devastating gentleness. Everything. I want everything from you, Mo Grad. I can't give you that, Emma said, leaning into his touch. I know, lass. He leaned down slowly, giving her time to pull away if she wished. Emma didn't wish. She rose on her toes to meet him, and when his lips touched hers, he threaded his hands through her hair, pulling her closer. She melted into the kiss, allowing him to deepen it. Then, far too soon, he pulled away, still holding her head in his hands. He looked at her intently, for long moments, like he was trying to figure something out. Like he was trying to figure her out. Then he released her and walked away, without a backwards glance. If you're enjoying this audiobook, please like, share, and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Thank you. Chapter 6. Words and Walls. Bryce woke before dawn, his mind already on Emma Turnbull and the growing complications she represented. He'd not slept well since the gathering at the Macphersons', since he walked back with her through Braemar, since he kissed her in the moonlight, since he laid his heart bare in ways he never would have dreamed. He rose and dressed, heading to his study to review the correspondence that had accumulated. As interim laird, the administrative burden was immense. Petitions from tenants, reports from stewards managing distant properties, letters from other clans seeking alliances or settling disputes. And always, the carefully worded communications from English authorities, reminding him that his father remained imprisoned and Farquharson fortunes depended on continued good behavior. Finn entered without knocking, a privilege of their decades-long friendship, carrying 2 cups of steaming liquid. You look like tarnation, he observed, handing Bryce 1 cup. I feel like tarnation, Bryce admitted, taking the offered drink. It was Finn's specialty, whiskey-laced tea that should be terrible but somehow worked. Did you come to offer sympathy or abuse? Neither. Information. Finn settled into the chair across from Bryce's desk. The clan elders met yesterday. Informally, but everyone who matters was there. They've heard about you and the English lady. Bryce's jaw tightened. That was fast. Bryce, you walked away from Margaret Campbell in front of half of Braemar, then disappeared with Emma Turnbull. What did you expect? Finn's expression was sympathetic but firm. The elders are concerned. They see Margaret as the logical choice, Campbell alliance, consolidated strength, traditional match. They see Emma Turnbull as a distraction at best, a liability at worst. And what do they see when they look at my father rotting in an English prison? Bryce asked, his voice harder than he intended. Do they see the consequences of making choices based solely on political convenience? My father supported the rising because the neighboring clans expected it, because tradition demanded it. He sacrificed everything for their approval. And where are they now that he's imprisoned? Finn was quiet for a long moment. That's not entirely fair. Isn't it? Bryce stood, moving to the window overlooking the glen. Dawn was breaking, painting the mountains in shades of gold and purple. I've spent a year holding this clan together. A year of careful diplomacy, strategic concessions, swallowing my pride to keep English authorities from seizing more of our lands. I've done everything expected of me. Is it so unreasonable to make one choice based on what I want rather than what's politically expedient? Nay, Finn said quietly. It's not unreasonable. But it's also not without cost. If you marry Emma Turnbull, and that's clearly where this is heading, you'll face opposition. Some elders may refuse to support you. Margaret's father will be insulted, and the Campbell alliance will be compromised. Other clans will question your judgment. Let them, Bryce said, surprised by how certain he sounded. Margaret will shrug her shoulders and marry McTavish's son in a heartbeat. If the elders can't predict as much, that's their failure, not mine. Finn's mouth curved in a slight smile. You're not bowing down. Nay, he admitted quietly. I'm not bowing down. Finn nodded slowly. Then you'll need to be strategic about this. Win the clan to your side. Show them that Emma's not a liability but an asset. Let her prove herself. She shouldn't have to prove herself more than any other woman would, Bryce said, frustration sharpening his tone. You're right. She shouldn't. But she does, because life isn't fair and Highland politics are even less so. Finn stood, clapping Bryce on the shoulder. I'm with you, whatever you decide. So are Camden, Duncan, and Lachlan. But we're not enough if the elders turn against you. So let Emma show them what you already see. Let her earn their respect the same way she's earned yours. After Finn left, Bryce returned to the window, watching the sun rise over the mountains. Everything Finn said was true, the political complications, the clan resistance, the need for strategy. But underneath all of it, one truth remained: Emma Turnbull had become essential to him in ways he couldn't fully articulate. He'd find a way to make this work. He had to. The morning passed in a blur of administrative tasks. Bryce reviewed accounts, met with his steward about harvest preparations, settled a dispute between two tenant families over grazing rights. It was endless, necessary, and mind-numbing. By midday, he could bear it no longer. He saddled his stallion and rode toward Allt Beag, telling himself he merely wanted to check on the construction progress. Donald MacLeish would have his men arriving soon, and Bryce wanted to ensure everything was properly prepared. The lie felt bitter even within the confines of his own mind. From his vantage point on the ridge, he found Emma outside the cottage, wielding a broom with determined vigor against the stoop as if she could sweep away years of neglect through sheer force of will. Donald was nowhere in sight, probably securing materials in the village, which meant Emma was alone. Bryce descended the hill and dismounted, his boots crunching on the gravel as he approached. She looked up, and the smile that lit her face sent warmth flooding through his chest. Laird Farquharson, she greeted, leaning on the broom handle. Come to inspect my feudal labors? The corner of Bryce's lips showed the ghost of a smile. He stopped just outside the cottage entrance. Sweeping may indeed be futile, especially outside. I like to be thorough. Emma resumed her sweeping with exaggerated determination. Besides, it keeps me occupied while I wait for Donald's return. If I sit idle, I'll only fret about all the work ahead. You could rest instead. Rest is overrated. This time, Bryce's grin broke through despite the weight of his morning frustrations. You're the most stubborn woman I've ever met. I'll take that as a compliment. Emma paused her sweeping to study him. You look tired. What did you wrestle a wildcat at dawn? The concern mixed with humor in her voice nearly undid him. When had anyone last asked after his own well-being instead of the clan's? If only. She put a hand on her hip and looked at him, really looked at him, as if he were a puzzle she could figure out. He didn't give her time to do so. Come sit with me, lass. Emma hesitated, then propped the broom against the exterior wall of the cottage and followed him to the boulders bordering the burn. The water burbled cheerfully over smooth rocks, and the autumn sun warmed the air enough to make sitting pleasant. Bryce settled on one stone and gestured for Emma to take another nearby. They sat for some time, each watching the water dance by. Finally, Emma broke the silence. Say something in Gaelic, she said quietly, shyness creeping into her tone. I want to hear it. Bryce considered for a moment, then began speaking in a low timbre, his voice carrying the melody of his native tongue. He told her, in great detail, that she was the most captivating woman he'd ever met and she was tying him into knots. That he thought of her constantly, that she'd invaded his waking existence and visited his dreams. That he was falling for her with terrifying speed and didn't know how to stop it. By her furrowed frown, he knew she didn't understand a word of it. Thank God. It's beautiful, she said quietly when he finished. I have no idea what you said, but the language itself is beautiful. Like music. My father says that Gaelic was the language God spoke in the garden. Bryce's voice sounded gruff, even to his own ears. Emma laughed. Conveniently placing the Scots at the center of humanity's creation. Where we belong, Bryce confirmed with a rusty smile. It dawned on him that he hadn't cracked an actual smile in months, maybe even years. Not until Emma Turnbull stumbled into his life with her impossible dreams and stubborn determination. He stood then and pulled her up with him, pulling her to a patch of flat land. He continued speaking in Gaelic, murmuring the lyrics to a traditional Highland song as he pulled her into a dance, the same one her mother used to sing, she'd told Camden on that first day. He sang softly, guiding her through the simple steps, watching as recognition sparked in her eyes. My mother sang this, Emma whispered, stumbling over the unfamiliar words as she tried to repeat them. I remember the melody. Bryce continued singing, his voice low as he taught her the verses. He could see emotion building in Emma's eyes as she stumbled through the words, her pronunciation improving with each repetition. When she finished, a tear threatening to slip down her cheek, Bryce wiped it away with the pad of his thumb, his own face close. They were standing still now, together, the gentle breeze through the heather sweet, and the babble of the burn like music from heaven. Thank you, she whispered finally. For giving me back that piece of her. It was already yours, Bryce said gently. I just returned it to you. They stopped dancing and stood together, his hand moving into her hair, his thumb along her jawline. His voice vibrated in his throat. There's nothing I wouldn't give you. You've merely to ask, Emma. And it's yours. She looked in his eyes and repeated his words back to him, everything. Give me everything. Bryce growled low and took her lips with his, deepening the kiss as his arms wrapped around her and she leaned into him. The world narrowed to the warmth of her mouth, the softness of her body against his, the rightness of holding her. When they broke apart, Bryce knew he should say something. Should explain himself, apologize for his boldness, make some excuse for his behavior. Instead, he walked back to his horse without ceremony, with no explanation, mounted, and simply rode away without looking back. Though he really, really wanted to. That evening, Finn found Bryce in the castle courtyard, staring up at the stars. You're making this harder than it needs to be, Finn observed. How so? You love her. She clearly loves you. Just announce a betrothal and deal with the political fallout. We just met, Bryce said, frustration edging his tone. And it's not that simple. Emma's inheritance is still uncertain. Her uncle could challenge her claim at any time. If I announce a betrothal now, before she's secure, I make her more vulnerable. English authorities might see me as trying to use her to gain property claims. The clan elders will point to her instability as proof she's unsuitable. So you'll wait? Finn asked. Until her inheritance is secure. Until, Bryce stopped, not wanting to voice his actual thoughts. Until he woke up from this fever dream and found logic and reason again. Finn was quiet for a long moment. Then, you know Margaret Campbell's father sent a formal betrothal agreement for you to sign. I assume that's part of what has you brooding in the courtyard. Bryce's jaw tightened. I'll decline. That'll cause problems. Everything causes problems, Bryce said tiredly. At least this way I get to choose which problems I'm dealing with. Finn chuckled. That's the spirit. Choose the stubborn English lady who's nearly buried under a pile of rubble, can barely speak Gaelic, and is obviously fleeing some trouble from the south. What's in your craw? Bryce asked dryly. Nothing's in my craw. Certainly not a compelling, incredibly inconvenient would sprite come to implode the social and political order of our clan. The corner of Bryce's lip twitched up. Nay, certainly not that. They stood in comfortable silence, watching the stars emerge one by one. Somewhere in the village below, Emma was probably settling in for the night at the widow's cottage, maybe thinking about him the way he couldn't stop thinking about her. "Tomorrow I'm returning to Allt Beag," Bryce said suddenly. "I saw some things there today that I want to inform Donald to fix, and I want to inspect the site personally. Make certain everything's ready for the arrival of his men." "You mean you want to walk Emma's property and imagine her future there," Finn corrected. "Possibly imagine yourself in that future." Bryce didn't deny it. "Come with me. You can tell me if I'm being a fool." "You're being a fool," Finn said immediately. "I don't need to go with you to tell you that." Bryce fought a grin as he watched his commander walk back into the night. Chapter 7. Moments by the Burn. Over the following week, Emma fell into a rhythm that began to feel like real life rather than temporary refuge. Mornings were spent at Allt Beag, watching Donald and his crew transform the cottage from ruin to reality. She helped where she could, clearing debris, holding boards while they measured, even learning to mix the lime mortar for the chimney repointing. The workers, initially skeptical of an English lady's involvement, began treating her with grudging respect when she proved willing to work. Donald handed her a trowel one morning, his weathered eyes squinting in the sunlight. "You've got steady hands, Lady Turnbull." Most English ladies would faint at the thought of getting their fingers dirty. Emma accepted the tool and watched as he demonstrated the proper technique for spreading mortar. "My mother always had plenty to say about idle hands. Besides, this is my cottage. I should know how it's built." Donald agreed, nodding slowly. "You're more MacDonald than Turnbull, I'm thinking." The compliment warmed her more than she'd expected. Afternoons belonged to exploring the countryside, attending the ongoing games, meeting the villagers, and generally establishing herself in her new community. She'd met the blacksmith's wife, who taught her which wild herbs were safe to eat. The baker's daughter showed her the best path to the village well. Even old Mrs. Ferguson, who initially glared at Emma's English accent, softened when Emma admired her spinning wheel and asked to learn the technique. But the best part of her days, the part she both anticipated and dreaded, was when Bryce would appear at Allt Beag unannounced. She never knew when he'd come. Sometimes he'd arrive mid-morning, dismounting from his massive chestnut stallion with that fluid grace that made her breath catch. Other times he'd show up as the sun began its descent, the golden light catching in the red highlights of his dark hair. He'd walk the property with her, discussing progress with Donald, checking the structural integrity of the repairs, offering suggestions that Donald would grudgingly admit were sound. And then, when the workers had departed for their afternoon meal or the day's end, Bryce would gesture toward the large flat stones by the burn. "Sit with me, lass." It wasn't a question. Never a question with him. But Emma found herself following anyway, settling onto the sun-warmed stone while he positioned himself close enough that their knees nearly touched. The proximity should have made her uncomfortable. Instead, it felt inevitable, like the pull of gravity or the turning of seasons. Today was no different. Emma had been examining the new window frames Donald had installed when she heard the familiar sound of hoofbeats. Her pulse quickened, an automatic response she was beginning to find irritating, and she turned to find Bryce dismounting, letting his horse relax under a nearby tree. He'd clearly come from training. His shirt was unlaced at the neck, revealing a triangle of bronzed skin that made Emma's mouth go dry. Sweat dampened his hairline, and there was a smudge of dirt on his jaw that she had to physically restrain herself from wiping away. "How goes the work?" he asked, his eyes sweeping over the cottage before settling on her with that intense focus that made her feel like the only person in the world. "Well, Donald says we're ahead of schedule." Emma gestured to the roof. "The thatch will be completed by week's end." Bryce nodded, walking a slow circle around the structure. Emma watched him assess the workmanship with the eye of someone who understood building and fortification. When he finally turned back to her, his expression held satisfaction. "Donald does good work." "You chose well." "You chose well," Emma countered. But you could have refused my suggestion out of sheer stubbornness." His mouth curved slightly. "You're contrary enough." Emma gasped in mock outrage. "I am not contrary." You fled England alone rather than marry as your guardian demanded. You claimed a ruined cottage in hostile territory. You're cavorting with a laird who terrifies most people with a single look. He took a step closer. Lass, you're the very definition of contrary. I prefer to think of it as determined. Stubborn. Resolute. Mule-headed. That's the same as stubborn, Emma protested, fighting a smile. Aye, but it bears repeating. Bryce gestured toward the burn. Come. You've been working all morning. Rest. Emma wanted to argue, on principle if nothing else, but her back did ache from bending over mortar buckets, and the afternoon sun was warm enough to make sitting by the cool water appealing. She followed him to their usual stones, settling with more grace than she'd managed the first time she'd attempted this. They sat in companionable silence for a long moment. Emma listened to the cheerful burbling of the burn, watched a bird hop along the opposite bank, breathed in the scent of heather and grass and something uniquely Highland that she was beginning to associate with home. Tell me about the rising, she said abruptly, the question that had been forming all morning finally taking shape. Bryce turned to look at her, one eyebrow raised, his expression guarded. That's dangerous territory for an English lady to be exploring. I'm curious. Emma picked at a thread on her skirt. You've mentioned your father's imprisonment, and I've seen the redcoats watching the games. I want to understand what happened here. What you? She trailed off, uncertain how to finish. What I did. Bryce's voice was flat, unreadable. Emma met his eyes directly. Camden mentioned something about Sheriff Muir, and Duncan started to say something about the siege at. She stopped when Bryce's jaw tightened. I'm not asking because I'm English. I'm asking because I want to understand the man she caught herself. The man who's helping me. Bryce studied her for a moment longer, and Emma had the uncomfortable feeling he saw right through her careful deflection. But he didn't press. Instead, he shifted on the stone, resulting in their knees touching and sending a jolt of awareness through her that she tried desperately to ignore. My father supported the old pretender, he said finally, his voice low. James Stuart. He believed a Catholic Stuart on the throne would restore Scotland's autonomy, respect our traditions, end English interference in Highland affairs. He paused, his gaze distant, as if seeing something beyond the peaceful glen before them. When the Earl of Mar raised the standard at Braemar in September of 1715, my father pledged the Farquharson clan to the cause. Not because he'd weighed the odds and found them favorable, he hadn't. He did it because neighboring clans expected it. Because refusing would have looked like cowardice. Because Highland honor demanded it. And you? Emma asked softly. Did you believe in the cause? Bryce's laugh was bitter. I believed in keeping our people alive. I believed in not throwing away lives for a poorly planned rebellion that was doomed from the start. His hands clenched into fists. But I was the son, not the laird. My opinion didn't matter. When my father pledged our warriors, I had two choices, lead them into battle, or let them die without proper command. Emma's breath caught. She'd known Bryce had fought, but hearing the stark reality of his choice, lead or let his men die, struck something deep within her. So you led them. The word was ground out. I led them to Sheriff Muir. Watched half of them fall to English musket fire because Mark couldn't organize a proper battle formation. Watched men I'd known since childhood bleed out in November mud because some fool earl thought Highland courage could overcome superior numbers and artillery. His voice had gone rough, and Emma instinctively reached for his hand. He didn't pull away, but his fingers were rigid under hers. We fought the Duke of Argyll's forces to a standstill that day. Both sides claimed victory. Both sides were wrong, it was a slaughter that accomplished nothing except filling graves. Bryce's eyes were fixed on the mountains, but Emma suspected he was seeing a very different landscape. I brought what was left of our men home. 23 warriors. We'd sent 47. Oh, Bryce. Emma's throat tightened. My father stayed with Mar, chasing the dream all the way to defeat at Preston. Bryce's jaw worked. When the rising collapsed, he went into hiding rather than submit to English authority. Thought he could wait it out, that King George would lose interest. He was wrong. They arrested him. A year ago. Took him to London in chains. The bitterness in Bryce's voice could have stripped paint. He's been in prison ever since, waiting for a trial that may never come. King George wants to make examples of the rebel leaders, but he also wants to avoid creating martyrs. So my father rots in a cell while London decides his fate. Emma absorbed this, her mind turning over the implications. She'd known the Jacobite rising had failed, but she hadn't understood the personal cost. The families torn apart, the men imprisoned without trial, the clans left to survive under English occupation. And you? She asked carefully. Why weren't you arrested too? Bryce's smile was sharp as a blade. Because I'm a pragmatist, not a romantic. When the rising failed, I submitted to English authority immediately. Swore an oath of loyalty to King George, turned over our weapons, well, some of our weapons. Cooperated with every demand, in theory at least. His voice dripped contempt. Whether for himself or the English, Emma couldn't tell. I groveled and compromised and did whatever necessary to keep our lands and protect our people. That's not groveling, Emma said fiercely. That's survival. That's leadership. Bryce turned to look at her, something unreadable in his eyes. My father would disagree. He thinks I betrayed everything our clan stands for. Your father's in prison and you're free to protect your people. I think that speaks for itself. Emma squeezed his hand. You made an impossible choice and you're still here, still fighting for your clan in the only way left to you. That's not betrayal, that's courage. English courage, maybe. But there was less bitterness in his voice now. Highland honor says you fight to the death, never surrender, never compromise. Highland honor also says you protect your people, Emma countered. And you did. You brought your warriors home from Sheriffmuir when you could have thrown their lives away in futile charges. You submitted to English authority when you could have gone into hiding and left your clan leaderless. Every choice you made kept people alive. Bryce was quiet for a long moment, his thumb absently stroking the back of her hand. The English soldiers are everywhere now, he said finally, his voice subdued. Watching the games, patrolling the glens, enforcing the disarming act. We're permitted to exist so long as we behave like good little subjects, no weapons except for sport, no clan gatherings that might look like plotting, no mention of Stuart kings or Highland independence. Is that why you're so careful? Emma asked. Why you watch every word around the redcoats? One wrong move and they'll find an excuse to seize our lands, arrest our people, finish what the rising started. Bryce's jaw tightened. Hollings is just the latest threat, a government agent looking for any evidence of continued Jacobite sympathies. And then there's you. What about me? Emma was so surprised by the sudden turn of topic her jaw nearly dropped. You're not an English spy, are you, lass? Like Hollings? The upward tilt of Bryce's lips told her he didn't think so, and softened the blow. But some part of Emma knew he had genuinely considered the possibility. No, Bryce. Emma hadn't considered how her presence might have endangered him, or made him suspicious. I'm sorry. I'm sorry all of this is happening to you. I'm sorry you have to be suspicious of everyone now. Don't be. Bryce's fingers tightened on hers. You're not responsible for English policy or my father's choices. You're just trying to survive, same as the rest of us. Emma thought about what he'd revealed, the battle, the losses, the impossible choices. Bryce had been just a young man when he'd led men to their deaths at Sheriffmuir. When he'd brought the survivors home and then watched his father imprisoned for refusing to bend. You're very brave, she said softly. Bryce's laugh was short, sharp. I'm very practical. There's a difference. No. Emma shifted to face him fully. Courage isn't just charging into battle. It's making the hard choices when there are no good options. It's leading when you'd rather run. It's surviving when everything's been taken from you and still finding ways to protect the people depending on you. She held his gaze. You're one of the bravest men I've ever met, Bryce Farquharson. Don't let anyone, including yourself, tell you otherwise. Something shifted in his expression, vulnerability quickly masked, but she'd seen it. He looked at her as if she'd said something profound instead of simply stating the obvious. You see things differently than most, he said finally. Maybe that's because I'm English. Emma managed a small smile. Or maybe it's because I know what it's like to make impossible choices and wonder if you chose right. Bryce studied her face, and Emma felt heat creep up her neck under the intensity of his gaze. Then, slowly, deliberately, he raised her hand to his lips and pressed a kiss to her knuckles, a gesture that was both chaste and achingly intimate. Thank you, he said simply. He didn't specify what he was thanking her for, her understanding, her words, her presence. Emma suspected it was all of it, and none of it. Just the simple fact that for this moment, by this burn, someone saw him not as a failed rebel or a compromised leader, but simply as a man doing his best with impossible circumstances. You're welcome, she whispered. They sat in silence after that, hands still joined, watching the light play across the mountains. And for the first time since arriving in Scotland, Emma felt she truly understood the complexity of the world she'd stumbled into, a world of occupied clans and imprisoned fathers, of English soldiers and Highland pride, of men like Bryce who carried the weight of impossible choices and still somehow kept moving forward. The conversation shifted after that, moving into more personal territory as if both of them needed to escape the weight of politics and war. Emma asked about Bryce's childhood, about growing up knowing he'd one day be laird. He shared stories carefully, revealing himself in small pieces, a beloved mother who died when he was 12, a father whose expectations were crushing but whose love was never in doubt, a sister who terrorized him and whom he adored. Kenna was supposed to marry, Bryce said, his face growing severe with the memory. Father had arranged a match with the Cameron clan. Politically advantageous, financially sound, all the things a good alliance should be. But she refused? Emma guessed. Flatly, absolutely refused. A hint of admiration entered his voice. Caused an entire scandal. Father was furious. The Cameron laird felt insulted. Half the clan thought she was being a spoiled, ungrateful girl. Good for her, Emma said immediately. No one should be forced into marriage. Lass. Bryce's admission came quietly, leaving Emma to believe he was referring to her own struggles with marriage rather than his sister's. And why have you never married? The question escaped before Emma could stop it. Because it would be duty rather than choice? His eyes held hers, and Emma felt the world narrow to just the two of them. The burn, the cottage, even the mountains around them fading to background noise. I've never married because I haven't met anyone who made me want to. He stood abruptly and pulled her from the rock, her kid boots kicking up small rocks on her way down. His strong arms enveloped her body, folding her into his embrace, his heat seeping through her gown. Then he pulled her even closer. You haven't. Until now, he finished, his voice a rumble so low she felt it in her toes. His free hand came up to cup her jaw, his thumb brushing her cheekbone with devastating gentleness. Emma's eyes fluttered closed, her lips parting in anticipation. Bryce, Emma whispered, not sure what she was asking for. He took her lips with his. The kiss was sweeter than the others had been. Slower. More deliberate. Bryce's mouth moved over hers with careful reverence, as if she were something precious that might break. Emma melted into him, her hand fisting in his shirt to anchor herself, and kissed him back with everything she felt but couldn't yet voice. When they finally parted, Bryce rested his forehead against hers, his breath warm against her lips. I should go, he murmured, making no move to do so. You should, Emma agreed, equally reluctant. Anyone could happen upon us. They could. People will talk if they see us like this. They will. Neither of them moved. Finally, with obvious reluctance, Bryce stepped back. "Tomorrow," he said, walking backward toward his horse, his eyes still on her. "I'll come tomorrow." "I'll be here," Emma promised. She watched him ride away without a backward glance again, and pressed her fingers to her still tingling lips. That evening, lying in her narrow bed at Moira's cottage and staring at the ceiling, Emma let herself think about what was happening between her and Bryce. She'd come to the Highlands seeking independence, determined never to let another man have power over her choices. The irony wasn't lost on her that she was now falling hopelessly for a man whose very nature demanded control and authority. But Bryce was different from her uncle, from Cornelius Blackwood, from every man who'd tried to dictate her life. He challenged her, yes. Frustrated her, frequently. But he also listened to her opinions, valued her intelligence, respected her determination to build her own life. He didn't want to change her. He seemed to want her exactly as she was, stubborn and contrary and mule-headed. Emma smiled at the memory of their earlier banter and rolled to her side, pulling the blanket up to her chin. She thought about the Gaelic phrases Bryce had sung to her during their afternoon dancing. She'd learned Mo Crith, my heart. Mo Gale, my love. Mo Crith, Emma whispered to the empty room, testing the sounds. Mo Gale. My heart. My love. She was falling in love with Bryce Farquharson. Had fallen, present perfect, already complete. The realization should have worried her. But for the first time in her life, Emma wasn't afraid. She was hopeful. Hopeful to find a future where love and independence weren't mutually exclusive. A future where she could be both her own person and someone's chosen partner. Hopeful for a future with Bryce here in this beautiful land, in her beautiful cottage. Chapter 8. The Stranger's Questions. The penultimate day of the games arrived with a fever pitch of excitement that Emma could feel thrumming through Braemar like a living thing. The competitions had grown increasingly intense over the week, the stakes higher as clans competed not just for pride but for political influence in a region still raw from the failed rising. Emma had attended every event she could manage, her integration into Highland society deepening with each passing day in ways that both thrilled and terrified her. She'd become a familiar presence at the games field, no longer the English lady, but simply Emma, or sometimes Lady Turnbull, with more respect than suspicion coloring the words. She sat now with Moira and several other women on blankets spread across the hillside, her improving Gaelic allowing her to follow conversations that switched fluidly between English and Gaelic depending on topic and audience. The autumn sun warmed her face despite the crisp breeze carrying the scent of heather and anticipation. She'd worn the borrowed blue dress again, and felt oddly at home in the Highland garment that had once seemed so foreign. But, during the stone put competition, Emma noticed something that made her instincts prickle with warning. A stranger stood among the observers, well-dressed in English style, expensively tailored, with the groomed appearance of someone who'd never done physical labor in his life. He watched the proceedings with unusual intensity, but not with the enthusiasm of someone enjoying sport. His observation was calculating, assessing, like a hawk eyeing prey from a great height. Emma studied him covertly, her years of navigating her uncle's household having taught her to recognize threat beneath polish. The man's attention focused particularly on the clan chiefs, on the interactions between families, on who spoke with whom and who sat together. He was mapping relationships, she realized with growing unease. "Who is that?" Emma asked Moira quietly, nodding toward the stranger with deliberate casualness. Moira's expression darkened immediately, her weathered face hardening into something fierce. "English. Arrived yesterday, staying at the Gordon's Inn. Claims to be a surveyor, doing land assessments for potential government purchases." Her voice dripped with suspicion that needed no translation. More likely a spy, looking for reasons to seize more Highland properties. Emma's stomach tightened painfully. After the failed Jacobite rising, the Crown had confiscated lands from families deemed treasonous. The threat of further seizures hung over every Highland clan like a sword waiting to fall at the slightest provocation. The stranger began moving through the crowd with practiced ease, and Emma watched his progress with growing discomfort. He spoke with various people, his questions seeming casual to the untrained eye. Then he turned toward the section where Emma sat with the women, and their eyes met briefly. Recognition flashed in his gaze, not of Emma specifically, but of something. An Englishwoman among the Highlanders. A potential source of information, perhaps, or a fellow outsider who might be more forthcoming than these suspicious Scots. He approached directly, his smile practiced and charming in that way Emma had learned to distrust during her years in London society. "Forgive the intrusion, ladies. Edward Hollings, at your service." His bow was perfectly executed, English gentleman through and through, each movement calculated for maximum effect. "I'm conducting land assessments in the region and couldn't help but notice your presence, Miss Lady Turnbull," Emma said carefully, her voice deliberately cool as she kept her expression pleasantly neutral. Years of practice allowed her to mask the alarm racing through her veins. "And I'm afraid I know little of land assessments. I've only recently arrived in Braemar myself." "Recently arrived? How fascinating." Hollings's interest sharpened visibly, his eyes gleaming with something Emma recognized as dangerous curiosity. "What brings an English lady to such remote territory? Forgive my boldness, but it's rather unusual to find women of quality traveling alone in the Highlands, especially given recent troubles." The way he said troubles, with faint distaste and implied superiority, made Emma's hackles rise instantly. But she maintained her composure, years of practice keeping her expression pleasantly neutral even as anger simmered beneath her skin. "Family business," she said vaguely, deliberately offering nothing more. "An inheritance matter. Rather dull, I'm afraid." "An inheritance? Here?" Hollings's eyebrows rose with theatrical surprise. "How intriguing. I wasn't aware of any English properties in this area." Emma realized her mistake immediately. She'd revealed too much, sparked his curiosity exactly when she should have deflected it entirely. "Fool," she chided herself internally. "My mother was Scottish," she explained, trying to minimize the damage her loose tongue had caused. "The property comes through her family." "I see." Hollings looked far too interested now, his gaze sharpening in a way that made Emma's pulse quicken with apprehension. "And you plan to maintain this property? Or perhaps sell to interested parties?" The question wasn't casual, it was a probe, testing her intentions, searching for vulnerability. "I plan to restore it and live there," Emma said firmly, abandoning subtle evasion for direct honesty. Sometimes the truth served better than clever lies. "It's my home now." Something flickered in Hollings's expression, calculation mixing with what might have been interest of a different sort entirely. "A brave choice, Lady Turnbull. The Highlands can be inhospitable to those not born to them. Particularly English ladies without proper connections or protection." His smile didn't reach his eyes, transforming the expression into something cold and predatory. "Have you noticed any suspicious activities during your time here? Gatherings that seem unusual? Conversations about Jacobite sympathies or lingering support for the pretender?" There it was, the real purpose behind his questions laid bare. He wasn't just assessing land, he was searching for evidence of continued Jacobite loyalty that could justify further Crown intervention in Highland affairs. "I'm afraid I wouldn't recognize suspicious activity if I saw it," Emma said with deliberate lightness, playing the fool with practiced ease. "I'm far too occupied with my cottage restoration to notice much beyond bare thatching and rotted floorboards. Highland politics are quite beyond me, I'm afraid." Moira made a small sound beside her that might have been approval or amusement, Emma couldn't quite tell. The other women had gone silent, their expressions carefully blank in that way Emma had learned meant they were listening intently while pretending complete disinterest. Hollings studied Emma for a long moment, clearly trying to determine if she was genuinely naive or cleverly evasive. Before he could press further, a commotion from the competition field drew everyone's attention with perfect timing. The stone put had concluded, and the crowd was cheering with wild enthusiasm. Bryce had won, his throw surpassing all others by a significant margin that spoke to his raw strength. And now his eyes were intent on her and Hollings, Emma noted with a lurch of her heart, and flanked by his 4 warriors, they were bearing down on the Englishman with obvious hostility. It was clear Hollings had spotted them and was attempting to melt into the crowd with hasty desperation, but his efforts proved futile. He soon found himself surrounded by 5 of the most fearsome Highlanders there were, muscles bulging, some still sweaty from competition, all of them radiating barely harnessed violence that needed no translation. Moira made a comment about him getting it now, her voice rich with satisfaction. Bryce's 4 warriors prodded and jostled the Sassenach with barely restrained aggression, trying to extract from him why he was really here bothering the ladies, what his true purpose was. After much heated discourse conducted in a mixture of English and threatening Gaelic, Bryce finally asked what business the man had with this lady in particular, his voice carrying that dangerous quiet Emma had learned to recognize as his most fearsome state. Emma arrived at his elbow with alacrity, watching the proceedings cautiously while her heart hammered against her ribs. Hollings stuttered his empty answers and attempted to escape, his earlier polish completely abandoned. After a little more strategic harassment that stopped just short of actual violence, they finally let him go, not wanting to kick the beehive overly much. "We need to talk," Emma said quietly as soon as Hollings had scurried away like the rat he was. "As soon as possible." Hollings was asking far too many questions. Bryce's expression was firm, appearing unconcerned to anyone who didn't know him well. But by now, Emma did know better. She could read the tension in his shoulders, the controlled fury in his carefully neutral face. "What happened?" "Not here," Emma insisted, acutely aware of too many eyes watching their interaction, too many ears straining to hear their conversation. "Tonight? After the feast?" Bryce nodded curtly, his jaw tight. "The castle. I'll tell the guards to expect you." That evening's feast at the MacArthurs was lavish, the penultimate celebration before tomorrow's final competitions and closing ceremonies. Emma attended with Moira, trying to appear relaxed and festive while her mind churned with worry about what Hollings's presence might mean. She saw him at the periphery of the celebration, speaking with various people, always watching, always assessing with those cold, calculating eyes. Several times she caught him staring at her with an expression that made her skin crawl. When she finally slipped away and made her way to Castle Farquharson through the darkening streets, her nerves were strung tight as bowstrings. The guards admitted her without question, clearly expecting her arrival, and a servant guided her to Bryce's study with efficient silence. He was waiting, pacing like a caged animal in the confined space, and when she entered he crossed to her immediately with long, purposeful strides. "Tell me," he demanded without preamble, his patience clearly exhausted. Emma described her encounter with Hollings in careful detail, his questions, his interest in her inheritance, his inquiries about Jacobite sympathies that had been thinly veiled at best. She explained her sense that he wasn't merely a surveyor but something more dangerous, perhaps an agent specifically sent to find justification for further Crown intervention in Highland affairs. Bryce's expression grew darker with every word she spoke. When she finished, he was silent for a long moment, his jaw tight with barely controlled anger that made the air around him feel charged with danger. "You were right to be cautious," he finally said, his voice rough with suppressed fury. "Hollings is exactly what you suspect, a government agent sent to identify properties for seizure and to root out any lingering Jacobite support. We've seen his type before. They come with smiles and surveys, then leave with accusations and arrest warrants." "Why would he be interested in me?" Emma asked, though she feared she already knew the answer. "Because you're English but living here," Bryce said bluntly, not softening the harsh truth. "Because your inheritance gives you a legal foothold in the area. Because if your claim could be challenged or invalidated, the Crown could use your property as an opening to press claims on surrounding Farquharson lands. And because..." He stopped abruptly, his expression troubled in a way that made Emma's stomach drop. "Because of my connection to you," Emma finished quietly, the words tasting like ash in her mouth. Bryce's hands clenched into fists at his sides, the only outward sign of his internal struggle. "If Hollings perceives you as allied with the Farquharson clan, he might use you as leverage. Or target you to pressure me. Or simply discredit your inheritance to create chaos that serves Crown interests." Emma felt cold despite the fire burning cheerfully in the hearth. Everything she was building here, her cottage, her friendships, her sense of belonging, whatever was growing between her and Bryce, could be destroyed by a few careful words from a government agent with the Crown's authority behind him. "What do I do?" she asked, hating how small her voice sounded. Bryce was quiet for a long moment, clearly weighing options with the strategic mind that had kept his clan safe through impossible circumstances. "You maintain distance. Publicly. From me, from the clan. Don't appear too integrated into Highland society. If Hollings thinks you're just a naive English lady trying to manage a small inheritance, he's less likely to see you as a threat or target." The words made practical sense, but they landed like physical blows. Emma understood what he was really saying. They needed to pretend the growing connection between them didn't exist. For her safety. For the clan's protection. "I won't hide," Emma heard herself say, surprised by the steel in her own voice. "I won't pretend I'm not building a life here. That's exactly what will make Hollings more suspicious, if I suddenly change behavior, if I act guilty when I've done nothing wrong." "Emma. Listen to me," she interrupted, her voice firm despite the fear coursing through her veins. "I'm English. That's an advantage, not a liability. I can move in circles that would be closed to Highlanders. I can ask questions that would seem suspicious coming from locals. I can attend the English gatherings, play the naive lady seeking guidance, and learn exactly what Hollings is investigating and why." Bryce stared at her as if she'd grown a second head, his expression shifting from shock to something that might have been admiration before settling on absolute refusal. "You want to spy on a government agent? Are you mad?" "I want to protect what's mine," Emma corrected firmly, lifting her chin with stubborn determination. "My property, my future, She stopped, not quite ready to voice what else she was protecting, what else had become precious enough to fight for. "I'm the only person in Braemar who can do this without immediately drawing suspicion. Let me help." "Absolutely not," Bryce said flatly, his voice carrying the total authority of a clan chief accustomed to being obeyed without question. "It's too dangerous. If Hollings discovers what you're doing, the consequences could be severe. I won't risk you for intelligence we can gather other ways." "What other ways?" Emma challenged, stepping closer despite the dangerous energy radiating from him. "Send Highland warriors to spy on English gatherings? Ask around about a government agent's activities and hope no one reports back to him? I'm here. I'm available. I'm motivated. And I'm the only one who can do this effectively." They stared at each other, wills clashing in the firelit study. Emma could see the war in Bryce's expression, the protective instinct screaming to keep her safe, warring against a grudging recognition that her plan made strategic sense. "I'm doing this," Emma said quietly but firmly, making it clear this wasn't a request. "With your blessing or without it. But I'd rather have it." "You're the most stubborn woman I've ever met," Bryce growled, but there was no real condemnation in the words. Only frustrated acceptance. "You've mentioned that before," Emma pointed out, fighting the urge to smile at his obvious exasperation. "Come here," he commanded, his voice dropping lower, his eyes focusing on her with an intensity that made her breath catch. Emma did as he asked and took a step closer, suddenly very aware they were alone in his study in a darkened castle, most already in the village for the feast. "Closer," he commanded again, not satisfied until she was a mere breath away from him, their bodies so close she could feel his heat through her gown like a physical touch. "Bryce," she whispered as he cupped her face in his large hands, his fingers threading into her hair while his thumb gently caressed her jawline with devastating tenderness. He began to speak in low Gaelic, the words flowing from him like water. "Mo Crith, you drive me crazy," and then switching to English so she'd understand. "There's no situation I can't protect you from. And protect you I will." He switched back to Gaelic, the language of his heart. "Until my dying breath." Then he took her lips in a kiss that wasn't as gentle as the other ones had been. This one was more desperate, more possessive, as if there was more at stake than either of them wanted to acknowledge. "Emma." He was running kisses along her jaw now, unable to stop himself despite knowing he should. "This will be the last time you ever pull a stunt like this." Emma's head fell back as he found the tender spot by her ear, her body responding to him in ways that made his control slip dangerously. Is that a threat or a promise? Both, Bryce said roughly, then kissed her again, deeper this time. He kissed her for long moments, reluctant to release her, desperate to memorize this feeling before turning her and nudging her towards the door with gentle firmness. Go. Go back to the widow McGregor's. Camden will escort you. Emma nodded, visibly dazed, but before she left, she turned back with that stubborn tilt to her chin he was coming to love. Bryce? I'll be fine. Whatever Hollings is doing here, I'll find out. Aye, lass, he agreed with deceptive mildness. Then added in Gaelic, his voice dropping to something dark and dangerous, you'll be fine, all right. Because any man who dares touch you will blink and find himself removed from this life. What did you say? A wink was all she would get from him. The English lady's drawing room smelled of rosewater and desperation. Emma clutched her teacup with what she hoped resembled gratitude rather than the urge to hurl it through Mrs. Rutherford's pristine window. She'd been summoned to tea with the civilized English residents of Braemar, a collection of officers' wives and merchants' daughters who viewed the Highlands with the same enthusiasm one might reserve for the plague. Which would explain why they didn't care that this was the final day of the games. And she was missing it in favor of a reconnaissance mission. My dear Lady Turnbull, Mrs. Rutherford cooed, her vowels so precisely clipped they could have drawn blood. How relieved you must be to find proper company after your ordeal with those people. Emma manufactured a tremulous smile. Oh, you cannot imagine my relief, Mrs. Rutherford. Why, just yesterday I was nearly overcome by the sight of a man in a, she dropped her voice to a scandalized whisper, kilt. The collective gasp was gratifying. Barbaric, Miss Worthington declared, fanning herself with unnecessary vigor. Absolutely barbaric. One wonders how they managed to maintain their pride in such garments. Emma suspected the woman wondered rather more than that, judging by the flush climbing her neck, but kept her expression innocently distressed. I confess I understand very little of Highland customs. It's all so terribly confusing. Well, you're safe now. Mrs. Rutherford poured more tea with the air of a general deploying troops. Mr. Hollings has been such a comfort to us all. Such a thorough gentleman, investigating these property irregularities. Emma's fingers tightened on her cup. Property irregularities? Oh yes. Mrs. Rutherford leaned forward conspiratorially. Apparently there are numerous instances of improperly transferred lands. Scottish trickery, no doubt. Mr. Hollings has been most diligent in rooting out the fraud. How commendable. Emma forced wonder into her voice while her stomach twisted. Has he discovered many such cases? Several. Miss Worthington interjected with unseemly enthusiasm. Why, just last week he was examining properties near that dreadful Farquharson holding. Imagine, claiming lands that rightfully belong to proper English families. Emma blinked rapidly, channeling every insipid heroine she'd ever read about. But surely if the properties were legally transferred. Legally? Mrs. Rutherford's laugh was sharp enough to etch glass. My dear, these Highlanders wouldn't recognize legality if it struck them in their tartan covered, she caught herself, smoothing her skirts. Well. Let us simply say that Mr. Hollings is ensuring justice prevails. I see. Emma set down her cup with exaggerated care, as if sudden movement might shatter her delicate nerves. And where might one find Mr. Hollings? I should very much like to thank him for making us all feel secure. The women exchanged glances laden with meaning Emma pretended not to notice. He's been staying at the King's Arms, Mrs. Rutherford said slowly. Though I must say, Lady Turnbull, it's unusual for a lady to seek out a gentleman's acquaintance without proper introduction. Oh. Of course. Emma pressed a hand to her cheek. I forgot to mention we met already. Yesterday, at the games. Understandable to forget, given your recent tribulations. Mrs. Rutherford's smile didn't reach her eyes. Though I confess we were all quite surprised to learn you'd taken ownership of that crumbling cottage. Surely you could have found more suitable accommodation. The cottage belonged to my dear mother's uncle, Emma said, allowing her voice to quaver. It's all I have left of her. I know it's foolish, but sentiment isn't always sensible, is it? Miss Worthington's expression softened fractionally. I suppose not. Though Mr. Hollings did mention something about that particular property. Emma's heart lurched. My cottage? But whatever for? Oh, I'm certain it's nothing. Mrs. Rutherford waved a dismissive hand. He's investigating all properties in the vicinity. Something about ensuring proper documentation and, what was the phrase? Preventing Scottish encroachment on English interests. The tea in Emma's stomach threatened rebellion. How thorough of him. Indeed. Mrs. Rutherford studied her with the intensity of a naturalist examining a particularly interesting specimen. Tell me, Lady Turnbull, have you any documentation regarding your inheritance? Only, with Mr. Hollings being so particular about such matters, you'll want everything in perfect order. That is. Emma fumbled her words deliberately. My solicitor handled everything. A Mr. Dalglish, in Edinburgh. Surely his work is beyond reproach? The flicker of disappointment across Mrs. Rutherford's features was unmistakable. Edinburgh, you say? And the property was transferred under Scottish law? I believe so, yes. Emma twisted her handkerchief between her fingers. Is that problematic? Not at all, my dear. But Mrs. Rutherford's smile had acquired an edge. Though one does wonder about the validity of Scottish legal proceedings, given their recent difficulties with the Crown. Translation, given their Jacobite sympathies and defeat at Sheriff Muir. Emma let her shoulders slump. Perhaps I should speak with Mr. Hollings after all. If there's any question about my inheritance. Oh, I'm certain he'll find you shortly. Mrs. Rutherford's tone suggested this was less comfort and more threat. He's been most thorough in interviewing all new arrivals. Particularly those with complicated property claims. The remainder of the tea party passed in a haze of barely veiled hostility disguised as concern. By the time Emma extracted herself with profuse thanks and promises to return soon, her jaw ached from maintaining her vapid smile. She walked briskly toward Allt Beag, mind racing. As sure as she knew day from night, she knew Hollings was building a case, not just against her property, but against the entire Farquharson claim. And somehow, her cottage was the keystone he intended to use to bring it all tumbling down. The castle loomed ahead of her on the hill, solid and reassuring despite its weathered stones. Emma thought of Bryce in that castle, holding the Farquharson clan together in the face of constant challenges. She quickened her pace down the path toward Allt Beag, relief flooding through her as she spotted Donald MacLeish directing workers on the new roof. Lady Turnbull. He waved her over. Come see what we've accomplished. She forced enthusiasm into her voice. It's wonderful, Donald. Truly. He studied her face with the shrewd assessment of a man who'd raised 6 daughters. And what's happened to put that look in your eyes? Nothing I can't handle. She managed a genuine smile. Is the laird at the castle? Surely he is, lass. Donald jerked his head up the crest. Best knock loud. They're likely to be deep in their cups and conspiracy by this hour. Emma laughed despite her anxiety, noting that the sun had not yet set behind the Highland peaks. Thank you, Donald. A servant let her in and waved her toward Bryce's study. The castle's interior offered cool respite from the late afternoon sun. Emma navigated the familiar corridors until she reached the heavy door, where male voices filtered through. She raised her hand to knock, then hesitated as Camden's laugh boomed out. Telling you, the man's a pompous English peacock. All preening and no substance. Pompous he may be, Finn's deeper voice responded, but he's got the king's authority behind him. That's substance enough. We've faced worse. Bryce's tone was flat, final. Emma knocked. Silence, then footsteps. The door swung open to reveal Camden, who broke into a grin. "Well, if it isna our favorite Sassenach. Come to report on your afternoon with the English hens?" Camden. Bryce's voice joined Finn's warning, both mild but clear. Emma stepped inside to find all three warriors arrayed around Bryce's desk, Camden returning to his post by the mantel, Finn seated in a worn chair, and Bryce standing behind his desk like a commander reviewing maps before battle. The room smelled of whiskey and wood smoke. Lady Turnbull. Finn rose, gesturing to his vacated seat. "Please." "Thank you." Emma settled into the chair, suddenly aware of 3 pairs of eyes fixed on her with varying degrees of curiosity. Well, 2 pairs were curious. Bryce's gaze was unreadable, as always. "So?" Camden grinned. "Did they teach you proper English tea etiquette? Or did you teach them how to make a decent bannock?" "Camden," Finn repeated, though his lips twitched. "What?" Camden spread his hands innocently. "I'm merely inquiring as to whether she's remembered her English ways." Despite her tension, Emma found herself smiling. "The tea was dreadful, the company worse, and I know absolutely nothing about bannocks." "Tragedy." Camden shook his head mournfully. "The English really are hopeless. But I did learn something rather more useful." Emma's smile faded. "About Mr. Hollings and his investigation." The atmosphere shifted instantly. Camden straightened, Finn's expression sharpened, and Bryce went utterly still in that way that meant he was paying absolute attention. Camden broke the silence first. "What kind of investigation?" "According to Mrs. Rutherford, and really, the woman should work for the Crown's intelligence service given how much she knows, Hollings has been investigating what he calls improperly transferred properties throughout the region." "Improperly transferred?" Finn's tone was careful. "Meaning what, exactly?" "Meaning properties claimed by Scots that he believes should belong to English families. Or properties transferred under Scottish law that he wants challenged." Emma met his eyes. "He's been focusing particularly on lands near Farquharson holdings." "Scoundrel." Camden's curse was matter-of-fact. "He's building a case against the clan. Against the laird, more specifically." Finn rubbed his jaw. "If he can prove improper transfers, he can challenge Bryce's authority over the lands. Weaken the clan's position." Emma nodded. "And apparently, he's been corresponding with London. Building documentation. Let him try." Bryce's voice was cold as Highland winter. "The Farquharson claim predates the Union. He'll find no irregularities. Perhaps not with your holdings." Emma forced the words out. "But he's investigating my cottage specifically." The silence that followed could have smothered flame. Camden spoke first. "Allt Beag? Why in blazes would he care about that tumbledown?" He caught himself. "Apologies. That property of historical significance and sentimental value. Because it's on Farquharson land." Finn's realization was quiet but devastating. If he can prove her inheritance is invalid, he can use it as precedent to challenge other claims in the area. "Exactly." Emma's stomach churned. "My cottage becomes the thin edge of the wedge. Once he establishes that one property transfer was fraudulent, he can argue others might be as well. But your inheritance is legitimate." Camden frowned. "Your uncle left it to you proper, aye? Under Scottish law, yes. But Mrs. Rutherford made it quite clear that Hollings questions the validity of any Scottish legal proceedings, given the recent," she hesitated. "Given our treason." Bryce's tone was flat. "I didn't say that. You didna have to, lass." But there was no heat in his voice, only cold assessment. "What else did you learn?" Emma recited everything: the timeline, the focus on properties transferred recently under Scottish law, the correspondence with London, the connections with diplomats in Edinburgh. With each detail, the warrior's expressions grew grimmer. When she finished, Finn was the first to speak. "We need the original documents from Edinburgh. Proof that the transfer was legal and unassailable even by English standards. My uncle purchased the property in 1688, Emma said. Before the Union, when Scottish property law was unquestionably sovereign. The transfer was recorded with the Edinburgh courts and a magistrate witnessed the will. Then that's what we need. Camden straightened. Someone rides to Edinburgh, gets certified copies, brings them back before Hollings can make his move. I'll go. Emma heard her own voice as if from a distance. It has to be me. 3 male heads swiveled toward her with identical expressions of rejection. Camden recovered first. Absolutely not. It's too dangerous, Finn added. Bryce said nothing, but his jaw could have been carved from granite. It has to be me, Emma repeated, leaning forward. Mr. Dowdlish, the solicitor, knew my uncle personally. He'll move heaven and earth to help me secure the documents quickly. But for Camden or Finn? A Highland warrior requesting English legal documents? He'll be cautious, take time to verify credentials, time we don't have. She has a point. Finn's reluctant admission earned him a glare from Bryce. Bryce can accompany you, Camden said. Impossible. Finn countered. The redcoats watch him too closely. If he leaves, they'll know something's amiss and move faster. We need him here, visible, playing the cooperative Highland laird. But if he leaves publicly, it seems like just a normal visit to Edinburgh. A laird ensuring his clan's safe travel. Nothing suspicious about it. Finn finally nodded. You're right. If he sneaks off with her and they find out, or if she goes alone, that raises questions. But if they leave publicly, it's simply Bryce being a proper gentleman. It's not a perfect plan, but it might be the best one. Bryce's hands fisted on the desk. Emma watched the struggle play across his features, the warring instincts to stay and protect his interests here, or go and protect her. A week's too long. Bryce spoke finally, his voice rough. Hollings could move before then. Then we move faster. Emma met his gaze steadily. We leave at first light, ride hard, get the documents, and return. For days if we push. You can't push that hard. Bryce's accent thickened, always a sign of strong emotion. You're not accustomed to. I rode from England to the Highlands, if you recall. Emma kept her tone light despite her racing heart. I think I can manage Edinburgh and back. That was different. How? You weren't my responsibility then. The words hung in the air between them, laden with meaning neither could afford to examine. Finn cleared his throat. Bryce, we don't have many other options here. Bryce was quiet for a long moment, his eyes never leaving Emma's face. Finally, he gave a single, curt nod. We leave at dawn. Thank you. Emma's relief was palpable. And you follow my orders. Every single one. Do you understand? The steel in Bryce's voice made her spine straighten. Of course. I mean it, Emma. He leaned forward, and for the first time she saw genuine fear beneath the control. No wandering off. No taking chances. No heroics. I say you stay at an inn, you stay. I say you wait, you wait. Agreed? Agreed. Something in her chest tightened at the raw concern in his eyes. Right then. Finn stood, ever practical. I'll arrange supplies and fresh horses. See to it, Bryce confirmed. The door closed behind Finn and Camden, leaving Emma alone with Bryce in his study, again. She stood. I should prepare as well. Nay. The single word froze her mid-step. She turned to find Bryce had come around the desk, closing the distance between them with his predator's grace. I don't like this, he said quietly. I know. Emma resisted the urge to step back, or forward. But it's necessary. That doesn't mean I have to like it. He reached out, almost against his will, and tucked a wayward strand behind her ear. His fingers lingered against her cheek. You're putting yourself at risk for a cottage you've owned less than a fortnight. I'm protecting my inheritance. You're protecting me. His thumb traced her cheekbone. Protecting the clan. And while I'm grateful, his voice roughened, I'd rather you somewhere safe, in England, in Edinburgh, rather than in danger here. Then you'll be glad to hear I'm going to Edinburgh tomorrow. A chuckle broke from him, the accompanying grin transformed his face in wonderful ways. You're the most infuriating woman I've ever met. High praise from you. She managed to keep her voice steady despite her thundering heart. He drew her closer. M.O. Grad. The Gaelic slipped out soft and reverent. A grade M.O. Crith. M.O. Crith, she repeated back, watching a flash of intensity cross Bryce's stormy eyes. Lass, he said, a note of warning in his voice. What? I'm practicing my Gaelic. Her voice was scantly above a whisper. You're playing with fire, he growled. Then don't let me get burned. Bryce made a low sound in his throat and pulled her close, cupping her face with both hands. Go DTMO Boz. Until my dying breath, he vowed, his voice a low timbre. Then he brought her lips to his in a desperate kiss. It was nothing like the one by the river, or in this very study. His fingers threaded through her hair, loosening a lock from her chignon. Emma's hands fisted in his shirt, pulling him closer still. When they finally broke apart, Bryce pressed his forehead to hers. This is the last stunt, Emma. He pulled back enough to fix her with his sternest glare. After Edinburgh, no more chasing down English agents or gathering intelligence or putting yourself in danger. Understood? Emma bit back a smile. You said that last time. Emma. I make no promises I can't keep. But I will try my very best to avoid unnecessary danger. She smoothed the linen sheet crumpled beneath her fingers. Does that suffice? It'll have to. He placed his hand on hers, securing it in place. Dawn comes early. You should rest. Before she could respond, he'd moved to the door and opened it, a clear dismissal, though his eyes said something entirely different. Emma walked past him, acutely aware of the scant inches between them. In the doorway, she paused. Bryce? Lass. Thank you. His hand caught hers, squeezed gently. I'll be outside Moira's at dawn, Missouri Grad. Lachlan will escort you home. Then he released her and nudged her through the door before shutting it firmly behind her. Chapter 10. The Evidence. The Edinburgh road stretched before them like a ribbon of possibility. Emma shifted in her saddle for what felt like the 100th time that morning, her backside protesting the relentless pace Bryce had set since they departed Braemar at dawn. The warrior rode slightly ahead, his dark hair catching the morning light as he scanned the horizon with practiced vigilance. 3 days to Edinburgh. 3 days back. To secure the proof that would make Allt Beag truly hers. And protect Farquharson land. 6 days alone with Bryce. You're shifting in that saddle like a hummingbird on a flower, Bryce called over his shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of amusement beneath the concern. We can rest if you need. Emma refused to show weakness. I'm fine. Just, adjusting. Adjusting. His mouth twitched. Is that what we're calling it? Emma urged her mare forward until she rode abreast of him. I fail to see how my discomfort in the saddle is cause for amusement. Bryce's eyes swept over her with an intensity that made her breath catch. It's not amusement, lass. It's concern. You're not accustomed to this pace, and I'll not have you injured because I pushed too hard. I can manage. He looked as if he didn't believe her, then grunted and took the lead again. She focused intently on the road ahead, acutely aware of his presence. The way he sat his horse with unconscious grace, the breadth of his shoulders, the capable hands that held the reins with the same gentleness he'd used to cup her face the night before. They rode in silence for several miles, but it was a different kind of silence than Emma had ever known. This silence thrummed with awareness, with all the things neither of them dared say. Tell me about Edinburgh, Emma said suddenly, needing to break the tension. Bryce looked back at her, something almost wistful crossing his features. "Ah, now lass, it's a city worth seeing. Built on 7 hills, dominated by the castle on its great rock. The town climbs up the ridge like a spine, with winds and closes branching off like ribs." His voice took on a quality she'd never heard before, almost tender in his affection for the place. Emma leaned forward in her saddle, eager for more details. "There are bookshops and coffee houses, markets that sell everything from French silks to Highland whiskey. The university draws scholars from across Europe. And the people," he glanced at her, and the look in his eyes made her heart stutter. "The people are a mix of Highlander and Lowlander, nobility and common folk, all rubbing shoulders in a way you'd never see in England." "You love it," Emma observed. It's a grand city, though I prefer the Highlands myself. Too much stone and not enough heather for my taste." He paused, then added, "Though I'm finding I can appreciate most any place, given the right company." Emma's pulse quickened, but before she could respond, Bryce was already changing the subject, asking about her mother's stories of Scotland, her childhood in Northumberland. They talked for hours, the conversation flowing more easily than Emma would have thought possible. By the time they stopped to water the horses at midday, she felt she understood this complicated, protective man just a little better. Emma's initial enthusiasm had been tempered by the reality of long-distance travel. Her legs ached, her lower back throbbed, and she was fairly certain she was developing blisters from the rains. Bryce dismounted with fluid grace and was at her side before she could even attempt to get down herself, his large hands spanning her waist. "Easy, lass." He lifted her down as if she weighed nothing, and Emma's breath caught at the casual strength in the gesture. He held her perhaps a moment longer than necessary, his eyes searching her face. "Get your legs under you." They did feel wobbly. "I'm fine." You will be. Just give it a minute." His voice was gentle, almost tender. He reached for a leather flask, pressing it into her hands. "Drink. Rest. I'll see to the horses." Emma took a grateful drink, the cool water soothing her parched throat. She watched Bryce move between the animals with practiced efficiency, his hands gentle despite their size and obvious strength. He spoke to the horses in soft Gaelic, and Emma found herself oddly charmed by the contrast between the fierce warrior and the tender way he handled the beasts. "How often have you made this journey?" she asked when he returned to her side. Bryce settled on the ground beside her, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from him. Often enough to know which establishments to avoid. His expression darkened briefly. "Scotland's a bonny land, but there are those who take advantage of travelers. Particularly English ladies. Well, it's a good thing you're here to protect me." He turned to look at her, and the intensity in his gaze made her mouth go dry. "I'll not have you harmed, Emma. Not while I draw breath." She thought of her nationality being a target for ruffians. Would she ever truly belong here? Or would she always be the Sassenach, the English interloper? "You're thinking too hard again." Bryce's hand found hers, his calloused fingers rough and warm against her skin. "I can see it in your eyes. I'm merely wondering if this journey was wise." "The journey to Edinburgh?" His thumb traced circles on the back of her hand, the gesture absent and intimate at once. "Or the journey you started the day you came to the Highlands?" Emma met his eyes. "Both, perhaps." "Well." His mouth curved in that rare, devastating smile. "It's too late for second thoughts on either count. You're stuck with me for the next few days at least. And after?" The smile faded, replaced by something fierce and possessive. "After, grad, we'll see. But I'll tell you this, I'm not a man who lets go easily of what's mine." "Yours?" Emma's heart was racing now. He lifted her hand to his lips, pressing a kiss to her knuckles that sent heat flooding through her. "Mine." Before Emma could respond, before she could even process what he'd just said, Bryce was standing, pulling her to her feet. "Come. We've miles yet to go, and I want to reach the inn before dark." But his hand remained in hers for a moment longer than necessary, and the look he gave her promised conversations yet to come. They remounted and continued south, the landscape gradually shifting from wild moorland to more cultivated fields. As the afternoon wore on, Emma found herself studying Bryce's profile, the strong line of his jaw, the way the sunlight caught in his dark hair. "We'll reach the inn by nightfall," Bryce announced, as if feeling her gaze on him. The grey mare, decent food, clean beds, and a proprietor who knows when to mind her own business. "You've stayed there before?" "Aye. Mrs. McTavish is a good woman. Discreet." He glanced at her, something almost like uncertainty crossing his features. "You'll have your own room, of course. I'll sleep in the common area with the other travelers." "Of course," Emma murmured, though she found herself oddly disappointed by the arrangement. Bryce's expression suggested he felt much the same, but he said nothing more. The innkeeper, a robust woman named Mrs. McTavish, took one look at Emma and declared her fair done in, before bustling her upstairs to a surprisingly clean room with a real bed and washing basin. Emma could have wept with gratitude. "Your laird said you'd need your rest," Mrs. McTavish said with a knowing smile. "Don't you worry, dearie. I'll send up a tray, and no one will disturb you. He's a good man, that Farquharson. Protective." Emma's cheeks burned. "He's not, we're not. He's not my laird." "Of course not, dearie." But the woman's smile suggested she believed otherwise. "I'll send up that tray now." True to her word, a maid appeared shortly with bread, cheese, cold chicken, and ale. Emma ate mechanically, too exhausted to properly taste the food. She managed to wash her face and hands before collapsing onto the bed, boots and all. Just before sleep claimed her, she could have sworn she heard Bryce's deep voice in the corridor outside, speaking to Mrs. McTavish in low, earnest tones. The words were indistinct, but the protective rumble of his voice wrapped around her like a blanket. Sleep claimed her instantly. The second day dawned bright and clear. Emma woke to find a pitcher of fresh water and clean linens outside her door, along with a small package wrapped in brown paper. Inside was a salve, something herbal-scented that promised relief for blisters. Mrs. McTavish's doing, surely. Or... Emma's heart stuttered at the thought, Bryce's. She found him in the stable yard, already seeing to the horses. He looked up when she approached, and the intensity of his gaze made her steps falter. "You slept well?" "Very well, thank you." Emma gestured with the pot of salve. "Was this your doing?" A hint of color rose in his neck. "I thought you might need it. For the blisters." That was thoughtful. Well. He turned back to the horses, but not before she saw the softening of his features. "Can't have you too sore to ride. We've another long day ahead." His touch was gentle when he helped her mount, and he set a more moderate pace than the day before. They talked freely as they rode, Bryce sharing stories of his childhood, misadventures of youth with Finn, Camden, and Duncan. Emma found herself laughing at the picture he painted, charmed by the glimpses he gave her of the man beneath the stern exterior. "You're different on the road," she observed when they stopped for a midday rest. "Different how?" "Less guarded. More yourself, perhaps." Bryce considered this, his eyes on the distant horizon. "It's easier, away from the castle. Away from the responsibilities and the watching eyes." "I like this version of you," Emma said softly. "Though I like the laird as well." "Do you?" He moved closer, crowding her against the side of her horse in a way that should have been intimidating but instead made her pulse race. "And what else do you like, Emma Turnbull?" "I like," she swallowed hard, struggling to think with him so close. "I like when you speak Gaelic. And I like when you smile, though you do it rarely enough." "I've smiled more these past days than I have in months." His hand came up to cup her cheek, his thumb brushing across her lower lip. "You've a dangerous effect on me, lass." "Dangerous?" "Aye. Makes me forget why this is a terrible idea." Why I should keep my distance. Why I have no right to want what I want. And what do you want? Emma whispered, though she hoped she knew the answer. You. The word was rough, raw. God help me, I want you. All of you. Your stubborn mind, your fierce heart, your infuriating determination to throw yourself into danger. He leaned closer still, his forehead nearly touching hers. I want to wake beside you and sleep beside you and spend my days ensuring you smile, keeping you safe. I want. He broke off, jaw clenching. What? Emma pressed. What else? Everything. The word came out like a confession. Like I told you before, lass. I want everything with you, Emma. And I know I have no right. But I'm a selfish scoundrel, and I want you anyway. Emma's heart was pounding so hard she could barely hear her own voice. What if I want you too? Bryce went utterly still. Don't say that unless you mean it. I mean it. She reached up, her hand covering his where it still cupped her cheek. I mean it, Bryce. I want. He kissed her then, cutting off her words with his mouth. He kissed her desperately, hungrily, a claiming that left no doubt about his intentions. Emma melted into him, her hands fisting in his shirt as he deepened the kiss. When they finally broke apart, Bryce rubbed his thumb over her cheek. Not as much as I want, he said. What is this, Bryce? Emma asked, though her heart already knew the answer. This is forever, Bryce said simply. Mine, forever. Forever's a long time, she whispered. His answering smile was devastating. Not long enough. They rode on. The second night found them at another inn, this one smaller and more rustic. Bryce procured separate rooms again, but before Emma could retreat to hers, he caught her hand. Sleep well, Mo Grad, he murmured, pressing a kiss to her temple. And bolt your door. These are uncertain times. Emma slept better than she had in months, her dreams full of dark-haired warriors and Highland moors. Edinburgh appeared on the horizon like something from a dream. Bryce hadn't exaggerated. The city rose from its volcanic rock in layers of grey stone and soaring spires, dominated by the castle perched atop its crag like a crown. The afternoon sun gilded the buildings, making them glow against the azure sky. Emma reined in her mare, simply staring. Impressive, isn't it? Bryce's voice held quiet pride. Welcome to Scotland's capital, my lady. They descended into the city through the west port, joining the flow of carts, merchants, and pedestrians that thronged the streets. The noise was overwhelming after days in the countryside, vendors calling their wares, horses clattering on cobblestones, the rumble of wagon wheels and the chatter of hundreds of voices. Bryce navigated the chaos with practiced ease, leading Emma through winds and closes that seemed to climb up that spine of the city he described. Buildings towered on either side, some rising several stories, blocking out the sky and creating shadowed canyons of stone. His hand found hers as they navigated a particularly crowded close, his grip steady and sure. Stay close, he murmured, then announced as they emerged onto a broader thoroughfare, the Royal Mile. Runs from the castle down to Holyrood Palace. Dalglish's office is just off the Lawn Market. Emma craned her neck, trying to take in everything at once. Street vendors hawked everything from ribbons to roasted chestnuts. A sedan chair carried by two burly men pushed past them, the fine lady within barely visible behind drawn curtains. A group of students in academic gowns debated loudly in Latin outside a coffee house. This was her mother's world. The Scotland Fiona MacDonald had known before love had taken her south to England. Something tightened in Emma's chest, not quite grief, not quite longing, but a strange mix of both. Here we are, Bryce announced, pulling up before a narrow building wedged between a bookshop and a wigmaker's establishment. A brass plaque beside the door read, A. Dalglish, writer to the signet. Emma dismounted with Bryce's aid, her legs shaky after hours in the saddle. Bryce secured the horses and offered his arm. Together, they climbed the narrow stairs to the second floor, where a clerk directed them to wait in a surprisingly comfortable parlor lined with law books. Within minutes, the door opened to admit a small, neat man with graying hair and sharp eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles. His smile was warm as he approached Emma with hands outstretched. "Lady Emma Turnbull. What an honor to finally meet Fiona's daughter." His accent was refined Edinburgh, with just a hint of Highland lilt beneath. "I'm Andrew Dalglish. Your Uncle Dougal was one of my dearest friends." Emma's throat tightened unexpectedly. "Thank you for seeing us on such short notice." "Nonsense. When I received word from Laird Farquharson that you'd be coming, I immediately set everything in order." Dalglish gestured for them to sit. Bryce's hand found the small of Emma's back, a gesture of support and possession at once. Dalglish pulled a leather portfolio from his desk, setting it carefully before Emma. "Now then. Let me show you what we have." For the next hour, Emma listened as the solicitor walked through the legal foundation of her claim. The detail was staggering. Documents dating back decades, each one carefully preserved and annotated. "The key," Dalglish explained, "is that Dougal purchased Allt Beag in 1688 under English law. This was before the Act of Union, yes, but the English legal framework was already creeping into Scottish property transactions, particularly for Lowland Scots conducting business in England." He spread several parchments across the desk. "Here's the original deed of purchase, properly witnessed and recorded. Here's Dougal's will, leaving the property to his niece Fiona MacDonald. And here," he placed a small packet of letters before Emma, "are your mother's letters to Dougal over the years, establishing their relationship and her continued interest in the property." Emma picked up one of the letters with trembling hands. Her mother's handwriting flowed across the page in elegant script, words of affection and longing that made Emma's eyes burn. On the third day, as they crested the final hill above Braemar, Emma's mare suddenly shied, nostrils flaring. The village below was unnaturally quiet. Emma's heart stopped. Bryce said something sharp in Gaelic, already spurring his horse forward. Emma followed, dread coiling in her stomach like a living thing. They galloped down the hill. No one was in the streets conducting their usual business. The curtains of cottages were drawn even though it was daytime. As they approached the outskirts, they spotted a single man limping out from between cottages, old Angus the blacksmith, his eyes darting. "Laird." He grabbed Bryce's reins. "Thank God. There's an Englishman arrived, claiming Lady Emma Turnbull is mentally unstable. He's got documents, witnesses, soldiers, says she's to be taken back to England for her own protection. He scared half the town to death." The world tilted sideways. "Uncle Herbert," Emma whispered. Ice flooded her veins, sharp and painful. "It's my Uncle Herbert." Bryce's expression went deadly calm. "Where is he?" "At the castle. Finn and Camden are doing what they can." Angus looked at Emma with sympathy. "Best hurry, Laird," he said to Bryce. "This might get ugly." Emma didn't wait for Bryce's assessment. She kicked her mare into a gallop, racing toward the castle with Bryce thundering beside her, his face set in grim determination. Uncle Herbert had found her. And they needed to reach the castle before the situation exploded into violence neither of them could afford. Chapter 11. The Hearing. Bryce rode beside Emma as they galloped toward the castle, his mind already calculating threats and responses. He'd left Finn and Camden in charge, good men, both of them. But an English nobleman with soldiers and the backing of the crown? That was a different kind of battle. And Emma, God, Emma, she'd been through so much already. The journey to Edinburgh, the emotional weight of Hollings threatening Allt Beag, the relief of securing her property. And now this. He glanced at her as they rode, her face pale but determined, her hands steady on the reins. His fierce, stubborn Sassenach. Because she was his, had been since that first kiss, perhaps since the moment he laid eyes on her. And he died before letting some English scoundrel take her from him now. They raced through the castle gates into the lower bailey, Camden and Finn there, seeming to await his arrival. He dismounted, helped Emma off her mount, and headed for Finn. Laird. They left for the magistrate in Braemar half an hour ago, after coming here and finding you gone, Finn said flatly. No violence. Claims to be Lady Emma's uncle. Says she's mentally unstable, unfit to own property. He's brought papers, statements from a magistrate in England, a physician. Ice replaced the warmth in Bryce's chest. When did he arrive? Last night. He's staying at the inn, but word's already spreading. He's calling for a hearing. Finn paused, jaw tight. Tomorrow morning. Bryce's fists curled at his sides. They planned it this way, to ambush her as she returned from travel. Bryce's voice was cold as winter stone. Knew why she went to Edinburgh, timed it to catch her exhausted, no chance to prepare. What do you want us to do? Everything in Bryce screamed to spirit Emma away somewhere this English scoundrel could never find her. But that would only prove the man's claims, that she needed a man's protection, that she couldn't manage her own affairs. And it would shame her before the entire village. Assemble the elders, he said instead. I want them in the Great Hall, and at the hearing. Finn nodded and turned to go. Finn. His commander paused. Find out everything about this uncle. Everything. The elders gathered in Bryce's hall with the enthusiasm of men attending their own hanging. Dougal Macpherson arrived first, his weathered face carefully neutral. Colin MacLeod followed, then Robert Fraser, until Bryce's hall held a dozen of Braemar's most influential men. They stood in uncomfortable clusters, shooting glances at their laird that ranged from curious to wary. Bryce waited until they'd all assembled before speaking, casting a quick glance at Emma, seated on a bench by the fire with his warriors. You've heard about the Englishman. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering. He claims Lady Emma is incompetent, Bryce continued, his voice carrying an edge that made several men shift their weight. That she cannot manage property, cannot make sound decisions. He's brought falsified documents to prove it. Falsified? Macpherson's bushy eyebrows rose. You're certain? As certain as I am that the sun rises in the east. Bryce met each man's gaze in turn. I'm asking you to attend the hearing tomorrow. To witness the truth. Silence stretched like a bowstring. Laird, Colin MacLeod ventured, the lass is English. Colin had the good grace to send an apologetic look Emma's way, but its meaning was ambiguous. Aye. And her property sits on disputed land. Land that's been her family's by legal right since before she was born. Bryce's jaw tightened. Land she spent her own coin to restore, when she could have sold it and returned to England with a tidy profit. But to involve ourselves in English legal matters, Robert Fraser began. You're involved whether you attend or not, Bryce cut him off. This affects Braemar. If they can seize her land on false pretenses, what's to stop them from trying the same with yours? The men exchanged glances. Bryce could see them calculating, weighing clan loyalties against the very real threat of English interference in Highland affairs. We'll attend, Macpherson said finally. But as witnesses only. We cannot, will not, speak against her family in an English proceeding. It wasn't full endorsement, but it was enough. That's all I ask, Bryce said. The elders filed out, leaving Bryce alone with Emma and his 4 warriors. Where is he? Emma asked. No one questioned who he was. Surely holed up with Hollings, Bryce said. He's called for his hearing, claims to have his documents. Emma, you have nothing to worry about. Bryce's eyes were steady on hers. I won't let anything happen to you. No. Bryce's sister stood in the archway, arms crossed, expression fierce. She'd grown into her role as his advisor with surprising ease, her strategic mind often seeing angles he missed. Kenna. You cannot rescue her from this, Bryce. His sister moved into the hall, her footfalls echoing on stone. Don't you see? If you surround her with warriors, if you speak for her at the hearing, you prove their point. That she needs a man to manage her affairs. She's exhausted from travel. This English scoundrel timed it deliberately. Of course he did. Kenna's eyes flashed. And if she crumbles, if she lets you fight this battle for her, he wins. Not just the property, but her spirit. Her pride. She stepped closer, gave Emma a sympathetic smile, her voice softening. Emma must face this herself. It's the only way the outcome will have any meaning. Every instinct Bryce possessed howled in protest. Emma was his to protect. How could he stand aside while her enemy circled? But Kenna was right. Egad, she was right. I'll be there, he said finally, to Emma, to the room, the words scraping out like broken glass. I'll watch. But I won't interfere. Unless they threaten her safety, Kenna amended. Then you have my blessing to burn the whole hall down. Despite everything, Bryce felt his mouth twitch. Done. Bryce's jaw worked as he stared at his sister, then at Emma's pale but determined face. Finally, he turned to the others still lingering in the hall. Out, he ordered, his voice rough. All of you. Now. Finn raised an eyebrow. Bryce. Out. Camden moved first, leading the warriors toward the door. Kenna hesitated, her expression knowing, but when Bryce's glare intensified, she too retreated. You have until the evening meal, Kenna said mildly as she passed. Then Emma needs rest for tomorrow. The door closed behind her with an echoing thud, leaving Bryce and Emma alone in the great hall. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the crackle of the fire and Emma's soft, weary breathing. Bryce, Emma said quietly, taking a step toward him. How am I going to get through this? He closed the distance between them in 3 strides, gathering her into his arms with perhaps more force than necessary. She came willingly, her face pressing against his shoulder as his hand cupped the back of her head. Like you've gotten through everything else that's come your way, lass. He looked down at her and brushed his thumb along her cheekbone. You're always a sight to behold, but never more so when you're battling the world. Herbert. The name came out like a curse. I should have known he wouldn't give up so easily. The magistrate's documents are falsified, Bryce continued. We'll prove it. You'll prove it. Something shifted in her expression. Gratitude, perhaps, mixed with the same bone-deep terror he felt at the thought of letting her face this alone. I have the Edinburgh documents, she said. Certified copies. Proof that Allt Beag was purchased under English law, that the will was properly executed. It'll be enough. Bryce forced himself to release her, to step back even when everything in him wanted to gather her close and never let go. Moira's expecting you. Take Duncan. Get some rest. Tomorrow we show this English scoundrel exactly what he's dealing with. Emma's chin lifted, and there was the woman who'd captivated him. Exhausted, dusty, facing down enemies who wanted to strip her of everything she'd fought for, and still she stood tall. Tomorrow, she agreed. Bryce watched her go, watched her pull her shawl over her slender shoulders as if it were a cloak of armor. The hearing hall was packed with bodies before the sun had fully risen. Bryce stood at the back, Finn at his right shoulder and his other 3 warriors arranged in a protective semicircle. The elders had claimed the front rows. Not sitting together, he noticed, but scattered throughout the crowd as if to reduce their collective threat. Still, they'd come. That was something. The English contingent occupied the left side of the hall. Herbert Turnbull sat front and center, his jowled face arranged in an expression of pained concern that made Bryce's hands curl into fists. Beside him perched a weasel-faced man introduced as Dr. Waterford, a portly magistrate whose papers looked awfully crisp for having traveled from England. And circling through the crowd like a carrion bird, Edward Hollings. The land agent's presence shouldn't have surprised Bryce. Where there was property to be seized, Hollings inevitably appeared. But watching the man work the room, whispering to English merchants, nodding to the magistrate, made Bryce's jaw ache from clenching. This was coordinated. Planned. And Emma was walking into it alone. The crowd noise dropped to expectant silence. Bryce's head snapped toward the door. Emma stood in the entrance, and the sight of her drove the breath from his lungs. She wore a green dress the color of the hills in spring, with a shawl made of Macdonald tartan. Her glossy hair was swept up in an intricate arrangement that would have done credit to an Edinburgh lady, and she held herself with a bearing that would shame half the nobles Bryce had met. She looked like a queen preparing for battle. Their eyes met across the crowded hall. Emma's gaze flickered to him for just a moment, long enough for Bryce to see the fear beneath her composure, the silent plea for strength. He gave her the smallest nod, wishing he could speak, could tell her she was magnificent, that he would burn the world for her if she asked. But words weren't his gift, and he had no opportunity to say them now anyway. So he simply held her gaze, willing her to feel what he couldn't say. Emma walked into the hall like she owned it. Because she did. She owned everything that was being threatened today, the cottage she'd restored, the land she'd claimed, the hearts of the Highlanders she'd won through sheer determination and grace. And God help him, she owned his heart too. Herbert rose as Emma approached the front of the hall. "My dear niece. How good of you to finally join. Uncle Herbert." Emma's voice cut through his false warmth like a blade. "How unexpected to see you in Scotland. I wasn't aware you'd developed an interest in the Highlands." Titters rippled through the Highland contingent. Bryce saw Dougal Macpherson's mouth twitch. "I came out of concern for your welfare," Herbert blustered. "When I heard you'd fled to this," he waved a dismissive hand at the assembled Highlanders, "wilderness, in your fragile mental state. My mental state is quite sound, I assure you." "Is it?" Herbert's expression shifted to something uglier. "You abandoned your responsibilities in England, disappeared without a word, have been living unchaperoned among strangers." "I've been managing my inherited property," Emma interrupted. "Property that was left to me legally and that I have every right to claim. Some could argue a responsibility to claim." Magistrate Cumberland cleared his throat. "If we might begin the formal proceedings." "By all means." Emma turned to face him fully, and Bryce felt pride swell in his chest at her composure. "I'm eager to address whatever concerns have been raised." The magistrate shuffled his crisp papers. "Mr. Turnbull has petitioned for extended guardianship over his niece, Lady Emma Turnbull, citing mental incompetence and inability to manage her own affairs. He's provided statements from Dr. McAfee attesting to her unstable condition, as well as documentation of erratic behavior." "I see." Emma's tone could have frozen whiskey. "And when, exactly, did Dr. McAfee examine me?" The weasel-faced Scottish doctor shifted uncomfortably. "I reviewed the reports of your English physician, and your uncle's detailed accounts of your behavior. So you've never actually examined me yourself?" The documentation was quite thorough. Documentation can be falsified. Emma turned to the magistrate, dismissing the matter of her mental acuity. "I'd like to present my own evidence, if I may. If the claim is that my inheritance is invalid, which is the only pertinent claim that can be made today, allow me to put those doubts to rest." She produced a leather portfolio, and Bryce recognized it as the one she'd carried from Edinburgh. His pulse quickened. This was it, the proof that would shatter Herbert's position. Emma laid the first document on the table before the magistrate. "This is the original deed of sale for Allt Beag, purchased by my great-uncle Dougal MacDonald in 1688 under English law. You'll note the official seals and signatures." The magistrate's eyebrows rose as he examined the document. Even from his position at the back, Bryce could see the glint of approval in his eyes. "This is my great-uncle's will," Emma continued, producing another document. "Properly executed before witnesses, leaving Allt Beag to my mother, Fiona MacDonald Turnbull, and upon her death, to me." She laid down document after document with methodical precision, letters from her mother proving the family connection, magistrate confirmations from Edinburgh, certification from solicitors. Each piece of paper was another nail in Herbert's coffin. The crowd murmured as the evidence mounted. Bryce saw several elders lean forward with interest, saw the English merchants on Herbert's side of the room exchange uncertain glances. Herbert's face had gone florid. "This doesn't prove her competent to manage. It proves the property is legally mine," Emma said calmly. But if you'd like to discuss my competence, let's do so. I've successfully navigated the journey to Scotland, located and assessed the property, hired skilled builders, managed funds, and overseen restoration. I've established myself in the community, maintained proper accounts, and acted with complete independence. Which of these actions suggests incompetence? You fled your guardian's protection. I removed myself from a situation where my Uncle Herbert attempted to force an unwanted marriage upon me. Emma's voice hardened. To a man old enough to be my grandfather, who had already agreed to pay him for the arrangement with money he would have collected through my inheritance. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Herbert went from florid to purple. That's a lie. Is it? Emma produced yet another document, this one clearly a letter. This correspondence between my Uncle Herbert and Cornelius Blackwood details the financial arrangement quite clearly. Cornelius would pay Herbert £100 for facilitating the marriage, payable after nuptials and deliverance of the inheritance funds. She laid the letter on the table. Bryce exhaled slowly. It was all in the hands of the magistrate now. He couldn't hide his pride. Emma had been magnificent. Chapter 12. Freedom's First Kiss. The silence in the magistrate's chambers felt like the tension before a storm breaks. Emma's fingers twisted in the folds of her gown. She could feel Bryce's presence behind her like a wall of Highland granite, solid and immovable. She took a deep breath, his confidence in her somehow bolstering her own. Magistrate Cumberland adjusted his spectacles for what felt like the 100th time, his gaze moving between the Edinburgh documents spread across his desk and the two men standing on opposite sides of the chamber, Herbert Turnbull, her uncle, looking increasingly grey around the edges, and Edward Hollings, whose oily confidence had finally begun to crack. The documentation is quite clear. Cumberland's Highlander contrasted the cultured English accents of the prosecution. He lifted one of the certified copies and repeated the facts of the case in a booming voice for all to hear. The property known as Allt Beag was purchased in 1688 under English law, properly deeded to Dougal MacDonald, and bequeathed to his great-niece, Emma Turnbull, through a will that has been verified by 3 separate solicitors. Herbert's face mottled purple. She's a child. An unmarried woman of 22 years. Who has demonstrated considerably more competence than her guardian, Cumberland interrupted, his tone dry as autumn leaves. He gestured to the letter of correspondence. This letter, written in your own hand to one Cornelius Blackwood, detail a scheme to force your niece into marriage and seize her inheritance for yourself. Or part of it. Emma's heart hammered against her ribs. She'd been terrified the magistrate wouldn't believe her, wouldn't see past her uncle's respectability to the rot beneath. Furthermore, Cumberland continued, turning his attention to Hollings, your attempts to claim this property under false pretenses appear to be nothing more than opportunistic land grabbing. The Crown has no legitimate claim in these parts. Hollings sputtered, but Cumberland held up one hand. I'm opening a full investigation into both of you. Both men gasped, but he ignored them. In the meantime, he looked directly at Emma, and something almost kind flickered in his stern gaze. Lady Turnbull, I hereby declare your inheritance legitimate and beyond reproach. Furthermore, given the circumstances and your demonstrated maturity, I'm granting you early emancipation from guardianship, with all inheritance funds relinquished to you immediately. You are, as of this moment, completely free. The words didn't quite register at first. Emma blinked, her mind struggling to catch up with her racing heart. Free. She was free. Behind her, closer than she expected him to be, Bryce made a sound in his throat. It wasn't quite a laugh, but close. Certainly celebratory. She felt his hand settle on her shoulder, warm and steady, and suddenly everything felt right in the world. This is preposterous. Herbert lunged forward, only to be blocked by Bryce's warriors, their demeanor menacing enough to force him to back down. Magistrate Cumberland cleared his throat. Mr. Turnbull, I suggest you remove yourself from these premises before I have you forcibly removed. And consider yourself fortunate that I'm not pursuing criminal charges. Yet. The hall erupted into cheers behind Emma. She turned slowly, overwhelmed by the sea of jubilant faces, villagers from Braemar in various plaids, Moira beaming with joy, Donald MacLeish raising a fist in triumph, even some of the English soldiers who'd witnessed her testimony looking grudgingly impressed. Moira pushed through the crowd, her gruff exterior thoroughly demolished by the fierce hug she pulled Emma into. "Knew you had it in you, lass. Knew it from the start." "I couldn't have done it without you," Emma managed, her voice thick. "Without all of you." "Nonsense." But Moira's eyes were suspiciously bright. "You did this yourself, with that stubborn MacDonald spine of yours." Kenna appeared next, pulling Emma into an embrace far too enthusiastic for London society. "You were magnificent. When you pulled out that letter," she laughed, the sound bright with genuine delight. "I thought your uncle might expire on the spot." Emma found herself passed from person to person, accepting congratulations and well wishes until her cheeks hurt from smiling. Donald MacLeish promised her cottage would be finished within the week. Mrs. Macpherson declared she'd always known Emma had the makings of a true Highland lady. Even Mrs. Rutherford and Miss Worthington from Tea nodded their grudging approval. Through it all, Bryce remained a steady presence at her side, saying little but watching everything with those sharp eyes that missed nothing. His warriors formed a loose circle around them, clearly enjoying the celebration while maintaining their protective stance. Camden kept grinning at her like she'd personally defeated Napoleon. Duncan looked proud enough to burst. Lachlan had lost some of his uncertainty, standing straighter now. And Finn, taciturn Finn, actually smiled. But it was Bryce's opinion that mattered more than all the others combined. When he caught her eye, the corner of his mouth lifted in that almost smile that made her stomach flutter. He tilted his head toward the door in silent question. Emma nodded. Getting out proved more difficult than getting in, but eventually they slipped through the crowd and into the cooling evening air. The sun was beginning its descent, painting the hills in shades of amber and rose. "Walk with me." Bryce's voice was low, pitched for her ears alone. "Where?" "Allt Beag." "Of course. Where else would they go?" They walked on, but her thoughts raced so much she barely noticed her surroundings. They'd reached Allt Beag without her quite realizing it. The cottage stood against the evening sky, no longer a ruin but not yet complete. The roof was nearly finished, the windows installed, the door hung properly in its frame. It looked like what it was, a work in progress, full of promise. "Donald says another week," Emma said softly. "Maybe less if the weather holds." "It's coming along." "Bryce." She turned to face him, her heart hammering. "In there, when the magistrate said I was free." "I ken, lass." "Do you?" She searched his face, trying to read the emotions flickering across it too quickly to name. "Because I'm not sure I do. I spent so long running from Herbert, from Cornelius, from England. And then I came here and I was running towards something instead, this cottage, my inheritance, independence. But now..." She broke off, frustrated by her inability to articulate the tangle of feelings. Bryce stepped closer, his hands settling on her waist. "Now what?" "Now I don't know what's next." The words came in a rush. "I don't know." He kissed her before she could finish. Not like before, not gentle or questioning, or even desperate. This kiss was fierce and claiming, his hands pulling her flush against him as his mouth moved over hers with an urgency that stole her breath. Emma gasped against his lips and his arms tightened, one hand sliding into her hair as he tilted her head back. She'd been kissed by Bryce Farquharson before. But this was a man who did know what was next. When he finally pulled back, he laid his forehead on hers, rubbed his thumb along her cheekbone. "I love you," Emma blurted, the words tumbling out before she could think better of them. "I'm in love with you, Bryce Farquharson. I think that's what's next." Emma. Her name was a prayer, a curse, a plea all at once. He rested his forehead against hers, his breathing unsteady. "Egad, lass. Do you have any idea what you do to me? Tell me. I can't think when you're near. Can barely breathe. His hands framed her face, tilting it up so she had to meet his eyes. I love you, Mo Crith. From the very moment I laid eyes on you. Marry me. Yes. The whisper sounded like a vow. When? She felt him smile against her lips. Eager, are we? Yes. No point in pretending otherwise. But she pulled back enough to meet his eyes. I want to wait until the cottage is finished. His brows drew together. Why? Because, how could she explain it? Because I need to come to you as an equal, Bryce. Not as someone you rescued, not as a woman fleeing her past. I need to stand in my own home, on my own land, and choose you from a place of complete freedom. You are my equal, he said fiercely. And you are free. I know. But I still need this. She gestured to the cottage. I need to see it finished, to know I did this myself. To come to you not because I have nowhere else to go, but because you're where I want to be. Bryce studied her face for a long moment. She could see the argument forming, the logical points he could make about why waiting was unnecessary. But then something shifted in his expression, understanding, maybe, or resignation. Donald promised it would be ready in a week, he said gruffly. You don't mind? I think it's foolish. But his thumb was stroking her cheekbone again, gentle despite his words. You don't need to prove anything to me, Emma. You already have. I'm not trying to prove anything to you. She caught his hand, pressing a kiss to his palm. I'm proving it to myself. He sighed, but nodded. Then we wait. Though I'm warning you now, the moment that roof is complete, I'm dragging you to the kirk. Emma laughed, the sound bright with joy. I wouldn't expect anything less from the laird of Farquharson. They stood together as the sun sank lower, painting the sky in brilliant streaks of orange and purple. Emma leaned her back against Bryce's chest, his arms wrapped around her from behind, both of them looking at the cottage that had started this whole impossible journey. Do you remember the first time you showed me this place? She asked. You looked like you were about to cry. I was about to cry. It was a disaster. It was. She felt him press a kiss to her hair. But you saw past that. Saw what it could be. The same way you saw past the desperate Englishwoman with nowhere to go. I saw a stubborn lass who didn't know when to quit. His arms tightened. Still don't, thank God. Emma turned in his embrace, tilting her head back to meet his eyes. The last rays of sunlight caught in his dark hair, turning the edges bronze. He looked like exactly what he was. A Highland warrior, fierce and proud and completely hers. I was so lost when I came here, she said softly. Running from everything, terrified of being found, certain my life was over. And now? Now I'm found. She turned in his arms, rising on her toes and brushing her lips against his. Now my life is finally beginning. Bryce kissed her again, slow and deep and full of promises for the future. When they finally pulled apart, full darkness was falling, stars beginning to emerge overhead. Come on, he said, taking her hand. Let's get you back to Moira's before she sends out a search party. She wouldn't. Emma stopped at the look on his face. She absolutely would, wouldn't she? Without question. And she'd enjoy giving me a piece of her mind about keeping you out after dark. They walked back through the moonlight, hands linked, neither quite ready to let go. The village glowed with lamplight and the sound of continued celebration drifted on the night air. Emma's hearing would be the talk of Braemar for weeks, probably months. She was riding on a wave of victory so high she didn't care. When they reached Moira's cottage, Bryce pulled her into the shadows beside the door, stealing one last kiss that left her dizzy and breathless and utterly content. A week, he reminded her, his voice rough. A week, she agreed. And then you're mine. Emma smiled against his lips. I already am. She watched from the doorway as he strode away, his warriors materializing one by one from the darkness to fall into step beside him. Camden said something that made Bryce shove him, and Duncan's laugh carried back on the night air. You coming in, lass, or are you planning to stand there mooning all night? Emma jumped, turning to find Moira in the doorway, arms crossed but eyes twinkling. I wasn't mooning. I'm the Queen of England. But Moira stepped aside to let her in, her expression softening. Went well today, did it? Better than well. Emma couldn't stop the smile spreading across her face. I'm free, Moira. Completely, utterly free. About time. The older woman pulled her into a quick, fierce hug. Now come inside before you catch your death. I've got tea on, and I'm sure you're hungry. Emma followed her inside, into warmth and light and the beginning of her new life. Through the window, she could just make out Allt Beag in the distance, waiting for her to make it whole. 1 week. In 1 week, she'd be ready to bind herself to Bryce Farquharson forever. Not because she had to, but because she wanted to. Because somewhere between fleeing England and claiming her inheritance, between arguing with a stubborn Highland laird and learning to call Scotland home, she'd found something infinitely more valuable than independence. Love. She'd found love amidst the babbling burn and boundless fields of heather. And she thanked God and all the angels in heaven for it. Chapter 13. Taken. Emma woke to golden sunlight streaming through Moira's small window, warming the patchwork quilt tucked beneath her chin. It was the first official day in her entire life that she was truly, completely free. No Uncle Herbert looming over her future. No threat of marriage to Cornelius Blackwood. No magistrate declaring her incompetent or unfit. The hearing had changed everything. Granted her emancipation from her extended guardianship, validated her inheritance, exposed the conspiracy against her. She stretched beneath the covers, a smile spreading across her face as she replayed Magistrate Cumberland's final declaration. Given the circumstances and your demonstrated maturity, I'm granting you early emancipation from guardianship. The words still sent a thrill through her chest. She dressed quickly in the pre-dawn darkness, pulling on her simplest gown and warmest shawl. Donald MacLeish had sent word yesterday that he'd meet her at Allt Beag this morning to discuss the final repairs. The cottage was nearly complete, just a few finishing touches remained before she could truly call it home. Before she and Bryce could begin their life together properly. Bryce. Heat flooded her cheeks at the thought of him. The way he'd looked at her after the hearing, fierce pride blazing in his eyes. The possessive certainty in his touch when he'd pulled her close outside Allt Beag, promising her everything she'd ever wanted and more than she'd dared dream. She crept down Moira's narrow stairs, careful not to wake the widow. The kitchen hearth still held glowing embers from last night's fire, and Emma added a few small logs to coax the flames higher. She set the kettle to boil and cut thick slices from yesterday's bread, spreading them with butter and honey while steam began to curl from the kettle's spout. Up before the birds, lass. Emma jumped, spinning to find Moira in the doorway, nightcap askew and a knowing smile on her weathered face. I'm meeting Donald at the cottage. Final repairs. Emma couldn't keep the excitement from her voice. I should be home by midday. Home. Moira's eyes softened. I suppose it is that now, isn't it? Though I'll miss having you underfoot, cluttering up my cottage with your English ways. Emma crossed the kitchen and wrapped the older woman in a tight embrace. Thank you. For everything. For taking me in when I had nowhere else to go, for. Och, enough of that. Moira patted her back gruffly, but her voice was thick. You're a good lass, Emma Turnbull. You've earned your happiness. She pulled back, gripping Emma's shoulders. And that strapping Farquharson lad of yours, he's earned his too, I'd wager. Though don't tell him I said as much. Man's head is big enough already. Emma laughed, warmth spreading through her chest. She finished her breakfast quickly and cleaned up after herself. The morning air was crisp when she stepped outside, mist clinging to the ground in wispy tendrils that glowed silver pink in the approaching dawn. The familiar path to Allt Beag wound through the village and up into the gentle hills beyond. Emma had walked it so many times now that her feet knew every stone, every root, every dip in the road. She hummed softly as she walked, her thoughts drifting between practical matters. Where to hang curtains, whether to plant herbs or vegetables in the small garden plot, and decidedly less practical ones. Bryce's hands in her hair. His mouth on hers. The way he'd whispered Gaelic endearments against her skin, the words she was only beginning to understand. She was so lost in her reverie that she didn't hear the footsteps behind her until it was too late. Strong hands seized her from behind, one clamping over her mouth before she could scream. Emma fought instinctively, kicking backward and thrashing in her captor's grip, but more hands grabbed her arms, her waist, dragging her off the path toward the thick brush that lined the road. Terror shot through her veins, sharp and cold. She bit down on the hand covering her mouth, tasting leather and dirt, and heard a masculine curse. But the grip didn't loosen. Instead, something rough, a cloth, a gag, was shoved between her teeth and tied tightly behind her head. Quiet, girl. This will go easier if you don't struggle. Emma's blood turned to ice. She knew that voice. Uncle Herbert. She was yanked around to face him, and her worst fear was confirmed. Herbert stood before her in traveling clothes, his face red with exertion and something darker, rage, perhaps, or triumph. Beside him stood Edward Hollings, that calculating gleam in his eyes that she remembered from the games. And surrounding them both were English soldiers in red coats, their expressions professionally blank as they held her captive. Did you really think that ridiculous hearing would end this? Herbert's voice was low and venomous as he stepped closer. Emma could smell whiskey on his breath, see the broken veins across his nose. You're not eligible for emancipation, Emma. The law may have granted you so in Scotland, but these Highland barbarians hold no legal sway in England. And make no mistake, you're coming back to England with me. Emma shook her head violently, trying to speak around the gag, but only muffled sounds emerged. She looked desperately at the soldiers, silently pleading. Surely they wouldn't be party to kidnapping. Surely someone would stop this madness. But their faces remained impassive, following orders. Get the hood, Herbert snapped. Before Emma could react, rough fabric was pulled over her head, plunging her into darkness. She felt her hands being jerked behind her back, rope binding her wrists so tightly that it bit into her skin. Panic clawed at her throat. She couldn't see, couldn't speak, couldn't fight them off. Strong hands lifted her off the ground. She heard the snort of a horse, felt herself being thrown across a saddle like a sack of grain. The impact knocked the breath from her lungs, and for a moment all she could do was gasp for air through the hood and gag. Mount up, Herbert commanded. We ride for the lodge. And if anyone asks questions, she's a madwoman we're transporting to an asylum for her own protection. The horses lurched into motion. Emma tried desperately to keep track of their direction, to memorize each turn and landmark through the disorienting darkness of the hood. But fear made it impossible to think clearly. They seemed to be heading away from Braemar, up into the mountains where the air grew thinner and colder. She could hear the rush of streams, the call of morning birds, the steady thud of hoofbeats on packed earth. How long before someone realized she was missing? Would Donald raise the alarm when she didn't appear at Allt Beag? Would Moira send word to Bryce when she didn't return by midday? Bryce. Oh God, Bryce would be frantic. He'd promised to keep her safe, sworn no harm would come to her. He'd hunt her uncle to the ends of the earth for this. If he could find them. Emma's stomach churned with each jarring stride of the horse. Her shoulder ached where she'd landed across the saddle, and her bound wrists had gone numb. But worse than the physical discomfort was the crushing weight of helplessness. Everything she'd fought for, her independence, her cottage, her future with Bryce, was being ripped away by the same man who'd tried to control her from the beginning. The hearing had meant nothing. Her victory had been an illusion. Hours passed. Or perhaps it only felt like hours. Emma had lost all sense of time in the darkness. The sun's warmth penetrated the hood eventually, and she judged it must be mid-morning. They climbed steadily higher, the air growing colder, the terrain more rugged beneath the horses' hooves. Hound dogs barked nearby. Finally, mercifully, they slowed. There. Hollings's voice, smooth and cultured. The old hunting lodge. No one's used it in years, perfect for our purposes. Emma was dragged from the horse, her legs nearly buckling when her feet hit the ground. Someone steadied her roughly by the elbow, then propelled her forward. She stumbled over uneven stones, heard the creak of a heavy door opening. The hood was yanked off. Emma blinked against the sudden light, her eyes adjusting slowly to reveal a large room with a massive stone fireplace, hunting trophies mounted on the walls, and windows that looked out over a sweeping mountain vista. The furniture was covered in dust sheets, and the whole place smelled of disuse and dampness. Standing before the fireplace, arms crossed and a satisfied smile on his evil face, was Cornelius Blackwood. Emma's heart sank like a stone. Emma. Cornelius stepped forward, his smile widening. How delightful to see you again. I do hope the journey wasn't too uncomfortable. She glared at him over the gag, rage burning through her fear. This was planned. All of it. Herbert, Hollings, Blackwood, they'd conspired together. And she'd walked straight into their trap like a fool. Remove the gag, Cornelius commanded with an elegant wave of his hand. But keep her wrists bound. She's proven to have a rather unfortunate tendency toward flight. One of the soldiers untied the cloth at the back of her head and pulled it free. Emma worked her jaw, wincing at the soreness. You scoundrels, she spat. All of you. Do you truly think you'll get away with this? Bryce will. Bryce Farquharson will do nothing. Herbert's voice was cold. These Highlanders are barely civilized savages playing at nobility. They have no authority outside their own hills. And by the time your precious Bryce realizes you're missing, you'll be Mrs. Cornelius Blackwood, legally wed by English law with witnesses to attest to your consent. I'll never consent. Never. Cornelius sked softly, examining his fingernails with affected boredom. You will, my dear. Because the alternative is far less pleasant. His eyes lifted to hers, and Emma saw the cruelty lurking beneath his polished exterior. We can do this the easy way or the difficult way. But either way, you will sign the marriage documents. You will return to England as my wife. And that ridiculous cottage you've been playing at will transfer to me. And Uncle Herbert gets his payout from my inheritance. And Hollings gets his leverage against the Farquharsons, Emma said bitterly, the pieces clicking together. You're all profiting from this scheme. Smart girl. Hollings smiled thinly. Though not quite smart enough, it seems. You should have stayed in England where you belonged. Emma's mind raced. She had to stall, had to buy time for someone to realize she was missing and mount a rescue. Bryce would come. She knew he would. She just had to survive until he found her. What do you plan to do? She forced her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her insides. Force me to marry Cornelius at gunpoint? Even English law requires consent. Consent is such a flexible concept. Cornelius circled her slowly, like a predator assessing prey. You'll sign the documents willingly once you understand the alternative. You see, my dear, there are worse fates than becoming my wife. I could be persuaded to be generous. If you cooperate. But if you continue this tedious resistance, I'll have no choice but to demonstrate just how unpleasant your situation could become. The threat hung in the air, ugly and unmistakable. Emma lifted her chin, refusing to let them see her terror. Bryce will kill you for this. All of you. If he finds us, Herbert said dismissively. Which he won't. We've taken precautions. By the time anyone realizes you're gone, we'll be across the border into England with a signed marriage certificate. The deed will be done. She glanced toward the door, listening for sounds of her captors. Muffled voices drifted up from below, but no footsteps approached. Moving quickly, Emma worked at the window latch with her bound hands, awkward and clumsy but determined. It wouldn't budge. She tried again, throwing her weight against the frame. Nothing. The wood had swollen shut, sealed by years of moisture and grime. Frustration welled up, hot and bitter. Emma sank onto the narrow bed, her bound wrists aching. She had to think. Had to plan. Bryce would come, she had to believe that. But she couldn't simply wait to be rescued like some helpless maiden in a tale. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to breathe slowly, to think past the panic. What would Bryce do? What would Camden or Finn or any of the warriors advise? Assess your resources. Find your enemy's weakness. Wait for your opportunity. Emma opened her eyes, her jaw set with determination. She had resources. Her wits, her knowledge of her captor's motivations, and most importantly, their assumption that she was helpless. They expected her to cower and cry. To be compliant once she understood the futility of resistance. They didn't know her at all. If they wanted to play this game, she'd play it. She'd appear to consider their demands, buy herself time, lull them into complacency. And the moment an opportunity presented itself, the moment they made even the smallest mistake, she'd be ready. The key scraped in the lock again. Emma straightened her spine and lifted her chin, schooling her expression to careful blankness. Show no fear. Give them nothing. The door swung open to reveal Cornelius, now dressed in fresh clothes, his hair perfectly arranged, his manner composed. He carried a tray bearing a teapot, cup, and what looked like bread and cheese. I thought you might be hungry. He set the tray on the washstand, then turned to her with that same practiced smile. And I thought we might have a civilized conversation. Just the two of us. Emma said nothing, watching him with narrowed eyes. Come now, Emma. This doesn't have to be unpleasant. He moved closer, and Emma resisted the urge to shrink away. Your uncle is a brute, and Hollings is motivated purely by greed. But he reached out to touch her cheek, and Emma jerked her head away sharply. His smile thinned. I actually find you quite enchanting. We could have a pleasant marriage if you'd only cooperate. I'd rather die. Dramatic. Cornelius sighed, withdrawing his hand. But futile. You will marry me, Emma. The only question is whether you do so willingly or whether we're forced to employ less pleasant methods of persuasion. If you have to force me, it's not a legal marriage. Legal enough. And by the time anyone questions it, the marriage will have been consummated. Even your precious Highlander won't want you then. The words hit like a physical blow, but Emma kept her expression frozen. Bryce will come for me regardless. Perhaps. But will he come in time? Cornelius bent to unbind her wrists, then moved toward the door, pausing there. Think carefully about your position, my dear. You're completely alone, miles from any help, surrounded by armed men loyal to your uncle. Your options are extremely limited. I suggest you consider my offer seriously. He left, locking the door behind him. Emma waited until his footsteps faded down the corridor, then released the breath she'd been holding. Her hands were shaking now, the adrenaline draining away to leave her weak and dizzy. Bryce would come. He had to. But Cornelius was right about one thing, time was running out. Emma crossed to the washstand and stared at the tea tray. Her stomach growled despite her fear, she hadn't eaten since the bread at Moira's. She needed to keep her strength up if she was going to find a way out of this nightmare. She ate mechanically, forcing down bread and cheese that tasted like ash, washing it down with tea that had gone lukewarm. Then she returned to the window, studying the forest below with desperate intensity. She pressed her forehead against the cool glass, her bound hands clenched into fists. Don't give up, she told herself fiercely. You didn't come this far, fight this hard, only to surrender now. Whatever Herbert and Cornelius had planned, she'd face it. And somehow, some way, she'd find a path back to Bryce. She had to. Because the alternative, a life trapped in marriage to Cornelius, separated forever from the man she loved and the home she'd built, was unthinkable. Emma straightened her spine once more, squaring her shoulders. She'd survived worse than this. She'd survive this too. And when Bryce came, not if, but when, she'd be ready. Chapter 14. The search begins. The study door slammed against the stone wall with enough force to rattle the weapons mounted above the hearth. Bryce's head snapped up from the ledger he'd been studying, the look on Finn's face kicking his heart into his throat. His commander stood in the doorway, chest heaving, face flushed from running. Bryce immediately knew everything he needed to know. Of course those scoundrel Sassenachs wouldn't leave well enough alone. Something had happened to Emma. Where? The word came out flat. Deadly. The hills above Allt Beag. Finn crossed the room in 3 strides, bracing his hands on the desk. Old Angus witnessed it from his croft. 6 men, maybe more. English by their dress. They grabbed her from the road, gagged her when she tried to scream. Bryce was already moving. His chair crashed backward as he stood, one hand reaching for his sword belt hanging on the hook behind his desk, the other snatching his dirk from the drawer. The weapons felt like extensions of his body as he strapped them on with practiced efficiency. How long ago? His voice was utterly calm now. The fury would come later, right now he needed clarity, focus, the battle-sharpened mind that had kept him alive through countless fights. An hour. Maybe less. Finn was already backing toward the door. Angus's grandson ran straight here. The lad still catching his breath in the kitchens. An hour. They had an hour's lead on him. Bryce strode past Finn into the corridor, his boots echoing off the stone as he took the stairs 2 at a time. Gather Camden, Duncan, and Lachlan. Full weapons. Provisions for 3 days. We leave in 5 minutes. Already done. Finn kept pace beside him. They were with me when the news arrived. We ran in different directions. The horses are being saddled now. The great hall was empty save for a cluster of servants who scattered at the sight of their laird's expression. Bryce barely registered them as he pushed through the heavy oak doors into the courtyard where organized chaos reigned. Camden was tightening the girth on his mount, his red hair blazing copper in the late morning sun. Duncan stood nearby checking his weapons with methodical precision, while young Lachlan held the reins of 4 horses, his face pale but determined. They all looked up as Bryce emerged. Laird. Camden's usual grin was nowhere to be seen. We're nearly ready. Bryce crossed to his stallion, running a hand down the beast's neck in automatic reassurance even as his mind raced through possibilities, scenarios, plans. Angus said the mountains above Allt Beag? East into the mountains. Duncan secured his sword belt and swung into his saddle with easy grace. Following the old military road toward the pass. The pass. If they made it through the pass, they could disappear into a dozen different valleys, take any number of routes toward England or deeper into the Highlands. The trail would fracture, become impossible to follow. They will not make the pass. Bryce vaulted onto his horse, gathering the reins with hands that didn't shake despite the ice spreading through his veins. We ride hard. And we don't stop until we find her. Aye, Laird. The response came in unison. Bryce kicked his stallion into motion, the others falling into formation behind him as they thundered across the courtyard and through the gates. The village blurred past, cottages and faces and voices that meant nothing compared to the singular focus burning in his chest. Find Emma. Nothing else mattered. They discovered the first signs half a mile up the eastern road. Bryce hauled his stallion to a halt, studying the churned earth where multiple horses had stopped. Hoof prints overlapped in the soft ground beside the track, too many to be coincidence, too concentrated in that one spot to be travelers. Here. Duncan was already on the ground, crouched low to examine the marks. 6 horses, just as Angus said. Heavy riders. English military saddles by the depth of the impressions. Bryce's jaw clenched so hard his teeth ached. Military saddles meant trained soldiers. Organized. Disciplined. Not some band of desperate thieves or opportunistic raiders. This was planned. There's more. Camden pointed to scuff marks in the dirt a few yards away. She fought them. The words landed like a blow to Bryce's chest. Of course she fought them. His fierce, stubborn Sassenach wouldn't go quietly. She'd claw and bite and make them earn every inch of ground. The image of Emma struggling against armed men sent black rage flooding through his veins, but he forced it down, forced himself to think. How long ago? He directed the question to Duncan, who was running his fingers along the edge of a hoof print. Hour at most. The edges are still crisp. No rain to soften them. Duncan rose, squinting toward the mountains. They're moving fast but not reckless. Confident. Because they thought they had time. Because they didn't know Bryce Farquharson would ride through Tarnation itself to get her back. Mount up. Bryce wheeled his horse toward the climbing trail. They have the lead, but we have the fury. Emma had learned a great deal during her 2 days at the hunting lodge. She'd learned that when Herbert smiled, his left eye twitched, a small tell that meant whatever kindness he offered was poisoned. She'd learned that Cornelius Blackwood preferred brandy to whiskey, and that after his third glass, his hands became more aggressive, his threats more explicit. She'd learned that the guards changed shifts at dawn and dusk, and that the cook who brought her meals left the door unlocked for precisely 3 minutes while she cleared the dinner tray. She sat now at the small writing desk, staring at the document Herbert had so thoughtfully provided. You need only sign, my dear. Her uncle's voice was oil on water, slick and unnatural. He stood by the fireplace, hands clasped behind his back in a pose of artificial paternal concern that made her stomach churn. Surely you see the wisdom in cooperation. Emma studied the document. I, Lady Emma Turnbull, being of sound mind and body, do hereby consent to immediate marriage with Mr. Cornelius Blackwood. You're quite mad if you think I'll sign this. She kept her voice steady, her hands folded primly in her lap. The pose of an obedient niece. The mask she'd worn for weeks before fleeing England. Herbert's left eye twitched. Emma. He moved closer, boots heavy on the wooden floor. Your stubbornness serves no purpose. The longer you resist, the more unpleasant this becomes. For whom? The question hung in the air between them. Herbert's jaw tightened, but he maintained his performance of patience. For now. For you, my dear. Though I confess, it pains me as well. Your mother, God rest her soul, would be devastated to see you behaving so irrationally. Emma bit back the response that threatened to spill out. That her mother would be devastated to see her brother-in-law trafficking in lies and coercion. That her father had suggested, years ago, that Herbert was not to be trusted with anything more valuable than the time of day. That they'd both been right. Leaving Emma to wonder why she'd ever been placed in his guardianship. I require time to consider. Emma gestured to the documents with deliberate calm. Surely you understand that such significant decisions demand careful reflection. Of course, of course. Herbert's relief was palpable. He'd expected more resistance, she realized. Expected tears or hysterics or the kind of feminine weakness he could manipulate. Take the evening. We shall discuss this again tomorrow. He moved toward the door, then paused. Though I should mention, Mr. Blackwood is not known for his patience. The longer you delay, the more creative his persuasion methods become. The door clicked shut behind him. Emma waited until his footsteps faded down the corridor before allowing herself to breathe. Cornelius Blackwood returned to the lodge as the sun set, painting the mountains in shades of amber and gold. Emma heard him downstairs. His voice booming through the lodge's lower floor, demanding whiskey, demanding updates, demanding her presence at dinner. Tell her she's expected in half an hour, he barked at someone, probably the cook. And tell her to make herself presentable. I'll not dine with a woman who looks like she's been dragged through a bramble. Emma glanced at her reflection in the small mirror above the washstand. Her traveling dress was rumpled, her hair escaping its pins, her face pale with exhaustion and fear. Presentable seemed an ambitious goal. Still, she did what she could. Washed her face. Smoothed her dress. Pinned her hair into something resembling order. And all the while, her mind worked through possibilities and problems, through escape routes and obstacles. The window was too high to jump. The guards too numerous to avoid. But she couldn't focus on her poor odds. Failure was quite simply not an option. She descended to dinner with her head high and her expression serene. The pose of an aristocrat attending a tiresome social obligation rather than a prisoner joining her captors. Blackwood sat at the head of the table, already 2 glasses deep into his evening's consumption. His eyes tracked her approach with an intensity that made her skin crawl. There she is. He gestured to the chair at his right. My lovely bride-to-be. I've agreed to nothing. Yet. He smiled, and it reminded her of the wolves she'd heard howling in the mountains at night. But you will, my dear. You will. Dinner was a study in careful warfare. Blackwood attacked with questions designed to unnerve, about her time in Scotland, about the barbarian she'd been traveling with, about what exactly had transpired during those unchaperoned weeks. Emma parried with silence or misdirection, revealing nothing of value while maintaining the appearance of cooperation. Herbert watched them both like a man observing a prize fight, occasionally interjecting with false concern or thinly veiled threats disguised as advice. You must understand, Emma, that your reputation hangs by a thread. He cut his mutton with precise movements. 2 weeks traveling with a Highland savage. The scandal alone would ruin you. Then it's fortunate I have such devoted family to protect me from the consequences of my own foolishness. Emma's smile was sugar-sweet poison. Blackwood laughed. She's got spirit, Herbert. I'll give her that. Spirit is easily broken. Herbert didn't look up from his plate. The conversation continued in that vein, threats and manipulation wrapped in the language of family concern and social propriety. Emma endured it with the same forced composure she'd worn through countless English dinners, through Herbert's attempts to marry her off to various aging lords before, through the suffocating expectations of a society that saw women as property to be managed. But beneath the composure, her mind raced. The window in her room faced east. The forest began perhaps 20 yards from the lodge's eastern wall. If she could reach the trees before the alarm was raised. Emma? She blinked, realizing Blackwood had asked her a question. I apologize. My mind wandered. I asked, his hand landed on her wrist, fingers tightening with casual cruelty, if you're ready to be reasonable. Emma met his gaze without flinching. I'm always reasonable, Mr. Blackwood. It's one of my finer qualities. Then you'll sign the documents tomorrow. I said I was reasonable, not desperate. His grip tightened further, knuckles widening against her skin. Pain shot up her arm, but she refused to react, refused to give him the satisfaction of a wince. Perhaps you need clearer incentive. His voice dropped low, meant only for her. Your Highland savage isn't here to protect you now. And accidents happen so easily in the mountains. Falls. Wild animals. Tragic, really. Remove your hand. Or what? Emma smiled. Or I'll scream loud enough to wake every soul in this lodge, including the guards you've paid to look the other way. And while you may not care about propriety, I suspect you prefer not to explain to all and sundry why my arm bears the bruise marks of your fingers before the marriage contracts are even signed. For a long moment, they stared at each other across the flickering candlelight. Then Blackwood released her and stood. Tomorrow, my dear. You'll sign tomorrow, or we'll see how brave you are when the stakes rise. He stalked from the room, leaving Emma alone with Herbert. Her uncle studied her with something that might have been admiration if it weren't so cold. You're more like your mother than I realized. Thank you. It wasn't a compliment. He rose, folding his napkin with meticulous care. Your mother's stubbornness did her no good in life. Don't follow in her footsteps. Emma waited until she was locked in her room before allowing herself to shake. The third night, everything changed. Emma had spent the daylight hours in careful observation. The guards' patterns. The dog's behavior. The forest's terrain as far as she could see from her window. She'd endured another session with Herbert and the marriage document, another dinner of veiled threats and false pleasantries. She'd smiled and deflected and bought herself time. But time was running out. Blackwood's patience had frayed to threads. His threats had grown more explicit, his hands more aggressive. That afternoon, he'd cornered her in her room, pressed her against the wall with his body, whispered exactly what he planned to do once the marriage was consummated. Emma had driven her knee into his groin and ran to the other side of the bed while he howled curses at her. She suspected she had hours, not days, before the situation became untenable. So when Herbert departed her room after one final showdown that evening, and the key turned in the lock with a decisive click, Emma was ready. Her bedding now lay in strips across the floor, sheets torn into lengths and knotted together with the kind of desperate determination that didn't allow for uncertainty. She'd tested each knot repeatedly, pulling until her hands ached, praying the fabric would hold her weight. She moved to the window, free of its crud now after days of scouring and scraping. It opened freely, with a soft creak that sounded thunderous in the quiet room. Cold mountain air rushed in, smelling of pine and approaching winter. Emma leaned out, studying the drop with a churning stomach. 20 feet. Maybe 25. The makeshift rope would get her perhaps 15 feet down. The rest would require faith and luck in equal measure. She secured one end to the bedpost. Solid oak that she prayed would support her, not daring to slide it closer to the window for fear of being discovered. She tested the knots one final time. Whispered a prayer to any saint who might be listening. Then she climbed out the window. The descent was nightmare and revelation combined. The fabric bit into her palms, rough and unforgiving. Her arms trembled with the effort of controlling her weight, of finding purchase on the stone wall, of avoiding the first-floor windows. Wind whipped her thin dress around her legs, threatened to unbalance her with every gust. Below, the ground waited with patient sanctuary. Emma focused on breathing. On the next handhold. On not looking down. The rope ended sooner than she'd hoped. She hung there, suspended between window and earth, her bleeding hands wrapped around the final knot. 8 feet remained. Maybe 10. She could climb back up. Return to her room. Sign the document tomorrow and accept her fate. Or she could let go. Emma closed her eyes, thought of Bryce's face when he'd looked at her by the burn, and released her grip. The landing drove the breath from her lungs in a shocking whoosh. Pain lanced through her left ankle, but she rolled with the impact, came up running with adrenaline drowning out everything except the desperate need to move. The forest beckoned 20 yards away. 15. 10. Behind her, a shout. Someone had seen her, or heard her, or simply looked out at the wrong moment. 5 yards. Dogs began barking, deep vicious sounds that promised teeth and blood. Emma crashed into the tree line as torches blazed to life in the lodge behind her. Branches whipped her face, roots grabbed at her feet, darkness pressed in from all sides. She ran anyway. The forest at night was a different world entirely. She climbed higher, instinct driving her toward rocky terrain where horses couldn't easily follow. Her thin dress caught on brambles, tore against rough bark. Her bleeding hands left trails she couldn't help, couldn't stop to conceal. Behind her, the sounds of pursuit grew louder. Men shouting directions. Dogs howling with the excitement of the hunt. Horses crashing through undergrowth. Emma pushed deeper into the wilderness, lungs burning, legs screaming in protest. The cold bit through her inadequate clothing, turned her breath to visible puffs, made her fingers numb and clumsy. She should be afraid. She was afraid. But beneath the fear ran something stronger, the fierce determination that had carried her from England to Scotland, that had driven her to claim Allt Beag despite impossible odds, that had made her stand up to Herbert and Blackwood rather than surrender. She would not be taken again. The terrain grew steeper, rockier. Emma used trees to pull herself upward, grateful for the months of Highland activity that had strengthened her soft aristocratic hands. Her injured ankle throbbed with every step, but she ignored it, focused on the next foothold, the next handhold, the next breath. A dog's howl pierced the night, closer than before. Emma scrambled higher, finally reaching a rocky outcrop that jutted from the mountainside like a giant's tooth. She wedged herself into the small space between boulder and earth, pressed her back against cold stone, tried to quiet her ragged breathing. The dogs were close now. Very close. She could hear them snuffling through the underbrush, could hear their handlers urging them onward. Torchlight flickered between the trees, casting dancing shadows that turned familiar shapes into monsters. Emma closed her eyes and thought of Bryce. His hands gentle on her face as he'd spoken sweet words in Gaelic. His rare smile that transformed his entire countenance. The way he'd looked at her that last evening at Allt Beag, as if she were something precious and breakable and worth protecting. The cold seeped deeper, stealing feeling from her extremities, making her thoughts slow and sluggish. Some distant part of her mind recognized that the search crew had given up for the night, called off the dogs, returned to the lodge. She was at risk of hypothermia if she spent the long, cold night exposed. She should move. Keep her blood flowing. Maintain body heat. But she had nowhere to go and was afraid of giving up her position. Exhaustion had her in its grip now, pulling her down toward a sleep that promised relief from pain and fear and the desperate struggle to survive. Emma's last conscious thought was that at least she'd tried. At least she'd fought. At least she'd refused to surrender her freedom without resistance. She let the darkness take her, and knew nothing more. Chapter 15. Found. Dawn broke over the Highlands in shades of silver and rose, painting the frost-tipped heather with light that should have been beautiful. Bryce felt none of it. He'd been awake all night, every muscle coiled tight as a bowstring, watching the hunting lodge from their position in the rocks above. Too many soldiers. Far too many. He'd counted at least 15 English uniforms moving about the grounds, plus whoever remained inside with Emma. A direct assault would be suicide. And if Emma was caught in the crossfire? No. He couldn't think of that. Finn shifted beside him, the big warrior's face grim in the strengthening light. On Bryce's other side, Camden scanned the lodge through narrowed eyes, his red hair darkened with sweat despite the morning chill. Duncan and Lachlan were positioned further along the ridge, all of them waiting for a signal from Bryce. 3 days of tracking. 3 days of following signs so faint even Camden had struggled to read them. 3 days of imagining what that scoundrel Blackwood might be doing to her. Bryce's hand tightened on his sword hilt. Movement, Camden breathed. The lodge's front door banged open. Men poured out, their voices carrying on the still air, urgent, angry. Bryce's pulse kicked up as he caught fragments of English cursing. Couldn't have gone far. How did she get out? Find her before. Then Bryce saw him. Herbert Turnbull himself, his face florid with rage as he shouted orders. And beside him, that government weasel Hollings, looking equally furious. But no Emma. Bryce's chest tightened. Where was she? They're organizing a search, Finn murmured. Dogs. Sure enough, 2 hounds strained at their leads, noses to the ground. The soldiers were fanning out, moving toward the tree line with methodical precision. Understanding hit Bryce like a fist to the gut. Emma had escaped. His fierce, stubborn, impossibly brave lass had somehow gotten free, and now they were hunting her down like an animal. She was out there somewhere, likely injured, certainly freezing in the mountain cold, with Herbert's men closing in. Spread out, Bryce ordered, his voice low and deadly. Find her before they do. Finn nodded once. Camden was already moving, disappearing into the rocks with the silent grace of a man who'd spent his life in these mountains. Duncan and Lachlan melted away in opposite directions. Bryce chose the steepest terrain, the path no sensible person would take. But Emma wasn't sensible, she was desperate. And desperate people did impossible things. The sun climbed higher as he moved through the forest, searching for any sign. A broken twig. Disturbed moss. Anything. Nothing. His mind conjured terrible images. Emma fallen, neck broken on the rocks. Emma caught by Herbert's men, dragged back to that lodge. Emma married to Blackwood while Bryce searched in the wrong direction entirely. Nay. He forced the thoughts away and kept moving, his eyes scanning every shadow, every. There. A scrap of fresh fabric caught on a low branch. Bryce's heart hammered as he changed direction, following the trail Emma had left. She'd headed uphill, into terrain that would slow the horses. Clever lass. But the cold up here would be brutal. He moved faster, no longer bothering with stealth. Let Herbert's men hear him coming. Let them try to stop him. The trees thinned as the slope grew steeper. Rocks jutted from the earth like broken teeth. And there. Bryce's breath stopped. Emma lay curled in the cocoon of a rock formation, so still she might have been dead. Her dress was torn, her hair matted with pine needles and dirt. Her hands were bloody, fingernails torn, and even from 20 paces away he could see her lips were blue. He covered the distance in seconds, dropping to his knees beside her. His hands shook, actually shook, as he reached for her throat, searching for a pulse. There. Faint, too faint, but there. Emma, Missouri Crith. He gathered her into his arms, wrapping his plaid around her freezing body. She was like ice, her skin pale as death. Stay with me, lass. Stay with me. Her eyelids fluttered but didn't open. A low whistle pierced the air, Finn's signal. Within moments his warriors surrounded them, forming a protective circle as Bryce tried desperately to warm his wife-to-be. Wife. The word crystallized in his mind with perfect clarity. He'd been a fool to wait, a fool to think he had time. Emma could have died on this mountain. Could still die if he didn't get her warm. And if Herbert found them now, if Blackwood tried to claim her. Finn. His commander stepped closer, his weathered face tight with concern. I need you to bear witness. Finn's eyes widened slightly, understanding dawning. Here. Now. Now. Because Bryce couldn't risk it. Couldn't risk losing her to legal arguments about guardianship and English law. Couldn't risk Herbert's soldiers overpowering them and dragging her back to that lodge, to that marriage. Couldn't risk anything going wrong ever again. He needed Emma bound to him in the only way he could manage here in the mountains. Emma. He shifted her in his arms, supporting her weight as her head lolled against his shoulder. Her eyes opened, barely focused. Emma, look at me. Bryce? His name was barely a whisper, but it sent relief flooding through him. Lass. I'm here. I've got you. He brushed matted hair from her face with gentle fingers. But I need you to stand. Can you do that for me? So tired. I know. But this is important. He helped her to her feet, keeping one arm around her waist when her knees buckled. Trust me, M.O. Gale. She nodded, those green eyes trying so hard to focus on his face. Bryce looked to his men, who had heard the commotion and circled back. Camden and Duncan were watching the tree line, alert for any pursuit. Lachlan stood ready with his bow. But Finn stepped forward, understanding written in every line of his scarred face. You're certain? Finn asked quietly. Aye. Without another word, Bryce unwound a length of his plaid, tearing a strip of Farquharson tartan free. Emma swayed in his arms, clearly not understanding what was happening, but she didn't protest when he took her right hand in his. The ancient words rose in his throat, words in Gaelic his father had taught him, words that had bound Highland couples for centuries. M.O. Crith, M.O. Grad, he began, his voice carrying despite its roughness. My heart, my love. I pledge myself to you before God and these witnesses. From this day until my last day." Emma's eyes were clearer now, focusing on his face with something like wonder. "I will protect you with my life," Bryce continued, wrapping the tartan around their joined hands. "Defend you with my sword. Shelter you with my body and my name. You are mine, and I am yours, and nothing will ever part us." Finn stepped forward, his own voice deep and steady as he spoke the blessing in Gaelic. Words about fidelity and protection, about the bonds that couldn't be broken, about a union blessed by the old ways and the new. Bryce heard none of it. He was watching Emma's face, seeing the moment understanding dawned. Seeing her lips part, her eyes widen, her free hand come up to clutch at his shirt. "Bryce," she whispered. "Are we married?" He tightened the tartan binding their hands, his thumb brushing over her bloody knuckles. "You're my wife now, Mo Crith. Mine to protect. Mine to defend." He leaned closer, until his forehead touched hers, until she could see the truth blazing in his eyes. "And I'll kill any man who tries to take you from me." Emma's breath hitched. For a moment she simply stared at him, and Bryce wondered if he'd made a terrible mistake. If she'd rage at him for taking the choice from her, for binding her to him when she could barely stand. Then she smiled. It was a weak smile, trembling at the corners, but it transformed her face. "Good," she whispered. "Because I'm never letting you go." Something cracked open in Bryce's chest. He pulled Emma against him, one hand cradling her head as he pressed his lips to her temple. "We need to move," Camden said quietly. "I hear dogs." Bryce nodded, scooping Emma into his arms. She made a small sound of protest but subsided when he wrapped his plaid more securely around her. "Hold on to me," he ordered. Her arms came around his neck, her face pressed against his shoulder. Always. The world kept fading in and out. Emma was aware of movement, of Bryce's voice rumbling in his chest where her ear pressed against it. She was aware of cold that had seeped so deep into her bones she wasn't sure she'd ever be warm again. But mostly she was aware of being safe. Bryce had found her. Bryce had married her, right there on the mountain with his warriors as witnesses. She was Lady Farquharson now. Bryce's wife. Herbert couldn't touch her. Blackwood couldn't claim her. She tried to tell Bryce this, tried to explain how brilliant his solution was, but her tongue felt thick and her thoughts kept scattering like leaves in the wind. "Stay with me, Emma." His voice pulled her back from the darkness. "We're almost to the horses. Just stay awake a little longer." She tried. She truly did. But the darkness was so tempting, and she was so very tired. The next thing she knew, she was on a horse, wrapped in what felt like a dozen plaids, held against Bryce's chest as the world jolted and swayed beneath them. "That's it, lass. You're doing fine." His hand rubbed up and down her back, trying to generate warmth. "We'll have you home soon." Home. Castle Farquharson. Where she'd be lady of the keep, Bryce's wife in truth. If she survived long enough to get there. The thought should have frightened her, but she couldn't quite grasp it. Everything felt distant, muffled, as if she were underwater. She could hear Bryce talking to his men, could feel the rhythmic movement of the horse beneath them, but it all seemed to be happening to someone else. "Emma. Emma, open your eyes." She didn't want to. Opening her eyes required energy, and she had none left. "Mo Crith, please." The desperate edge in Bryce's voice cut through the fog. Emma forced her eyes open, blinking up at his face. He looked worried. "There you are." His attempt at a smile was a failure. "Stay awake for me. Talk to me." "About what?" The words were slurred, barely recognizable. "Anything. Tell me." He paused, clearly searching for a topic. "Tell me what you thought when you first saw me." "Thought you were formidable." Emma managed a weak smile. "So tall. So scowling. I don't scowl. You scowl constantly. She tried to lift a hand to touch his face, but her arm felt like it weighed 1,000 stones. But I liked it. Something flickered in his eyes. Did you? Made me feel safe. Even when you condemned my desire to renovate. Her words were fading again, consciousness slipping. Knew you'd protect me. Always. His arms tightened. I'll always protect you, Emma. I swear it. She wanted to stay awake, wanted to keep talking to him, but the darkness was pulling at her again. Just before it claimed her, she felt Bryce's lips press against her forehead. Don't leave me, he whispered. Please, lass. Don't leave me. She wouldn't. She'd come too far, fought too hard. She'd married a Highland laird on a frozen mountainside because she refused to let anyone else choose her fate. She wasn't about to give up now. The next time Emma surfaced, there were voices. Lots of them. Get her inside. Fetch the healer. Hot water, quickly. And through it all, Bryce's voice, commanding and desperate. Quickly. Emma felt herself being lifted, carried. Then warmth, blessed, wonderful warmth, as she was lowered into water that made her gasp. Easy, lass. Easy. That was Moira's voice, gentle and soothing. We've got you now. Her hands, someone else said. Kenna. Look at her hands. Strip those wet bandages off her. Carefully now. Emma tried to help, but her fingers wouldn't cooperate. Someone. Moira, probably, was efficiently removing the strips of cloth while someone else supported her in the bath. Bryce? Emma's voice came out as a croak. I'm here. He materialized at the edge of her vision, still in his travel-rumpled clothes, his face haggard. I'm right here. You should let us tend to her, my laird. That was the healer, an older woman whose name Emma couldn't remember. You need rest yourself. I'm not leaving. But propriety. She's my wife. Bryce's tone brooked no argument. I stay. The healer sighed but didn't argue further. Emma felt gentle hands examining her, probing her injuries, lifting her damaged hands from the water to inspect them. Hypothermia, the healer announced. But she's warming up nicely. These cuts will need cleaning and new bandages, but there's no permanent damage that I can see. She's a fortunate lass. When can she leave the bath? Bryce asked, watching her face closely. Another few minutes. We need to be sure she's properly warmed through. The healer moved away, presumably to prepare the bandages. Emma let her eyes drift closed again, soaking in the warmth. She heard Moira and Kenna moving about, heard them whispering to each other. Married on the mountain, can you believe? Quite romantic, actually. Herbert's men will be furious. Emma smiled to herself. Let Herbert be furious. Let Blackwood rage. She was Lady Farquharson now, and there wasn't a thing anyone could do about it. What are you smiling about? Bryce's voice was close to her ear. She opened her eyes to find him kneeling beside the tub, his face level with hers. You. His expression softened. Me? You married me. I. On a mountain. While I could barely stand. He had the grace to look slightly sheepish. It seemed necessary. Emma laughed, though it came out more as a cough. It was perfect. The relief that flooded his face was worth every moment of cold, every painful step of her escape. Bryce reached out, his fingers gentle as they traced her jaw. She closed her eyes and reveled at the sensation, but her eyelids felt heavy again, threatening to pull her back into sleep. She sighed into his gentle caress. I thought I'd lost you, Bryce said quietly. When I found you on that mountain, so still. I thought I was too late. The bath's ready to be drained, the healer announced, returning with an armload of bandages. Let's get the last dried and into bed. Bryce stood reluctantly. You'll wait outside while we finish, Moira said firmly, shooing him toward the door. You can see your wife once she's properly dressed and tucked in. For a moment it looked like Bryce might argue. Then his eyes met Emma's, the concern returning as she fought sleep again. She'll be fine, Kenna promised. Go. Clean yourself up. You look terrible. His mouth twitched. I was rescuing my wife. Then go make yourself presentable for your wife, Kenna suggested. She'll still be here when you get back. Bryce hesitated one more moment, then nodded. But before he left, he leaned down and pressed a kiss to Emma's forehead, gentle, reverent, full of promises. I'll be back soon, Mo Crith. A gentle was all he got in return. Chapter 16. The beginning of everything. Emma woke to firelight dancing across unfamiliar stone walls and the gentle pressure of fingers wrapped around her own. Her throat felt like sandpaper. Her body ached in places she hadn't known could ache. But those sensations paled beside the warmth radiating from the calloused hand holding hers, a touch so achingly familiar that tears pricked her eyes before she'd fully opened them. Bryce. She turned her head slowly against the pillow, and her breath caught. He sat slumped in a chair pulled close to the bed, his dark head bowed, shoulders curved forward in exhaustion. Even in sleep, his hand maintained its protective grip on hers, his thumb resting against her bandaged palm. Dark stubble shadowed his jaw, and his shirt, wrinkled beyond redemption, hung open at the collar. He looked utterly wrecked. Devastatingly handsome. Emma's heart squeezed so tightly she could scarcely breathe. How long had he been sitting there? The shadows beneath his eyes suggested days, not hours. She shifted slightly, testing the limits of her battered body, and his eyes flew open. For one suspended heartbeat, he simply stared at her. Then his face transformed, relief so profound it bordered on pain flooding his features as his free hand came up to cradle her cheek. Emma. Her name emerged rough, broken. Thank God. Bryce. She turned her face into his palm, pressing a kiss there. I'm all right. You're awake. He said it as though confirming a miracle, his thumb brushing across her cheekbone with devastating gentleness. You've been sleeping for 2 days. I thought, his voice cracked, and he stopped, jaw working. 2 days. Memories rushed back in fragments, Herbert's cruel grip, Hollings's threats, Cornelius Blackwood's possessive eyes. The desperate climb down torn bedsheets, her bleeding hands, the freezing Highland night. Running until her legs gave out. The rocky outcrop's haven of protection. The cold seeping into her bones. And then, Bryce. Finding her. Warming her. Marrying her. The hand fasting, she whispered. On the mountain. That really happened? His expression shifted to something fierce and tender at once. He brought their joined hands to his lips, pressing a kiss to her bandaged knuckles. It happened. But I was barely conscious. Your men were the only witnesses. Does it even count when? You're my wife. The words rang with absolute conviction. It counts. Emma's throat tightened. Bryce. But if you want a proper ceremony when you're recovered, we'll do that too. His eyes blazed with intensity. I'll marry you as many times as you want. Before a priest. Before my clan. Before the King of England himself. Whatever it takes to make you believe you're mine and I'm yours. She touched his face gently, her fingers trembling against the rough stubble. Once was enough. I just wish I'd been more aware to appreciate it. We'll do it again. Not a question. A promise. He leaned forward until his forehead rested against hers. When I found you against that rock, so cold and still, I thought I'd lost you. And I realized, his breath shuddered against her skin. Nothing matters without you. Not the clan. Not my title. Nothing. Tears slipped down Emma's temples. I was so afraid. I know. He kissed her forehead, lingering. But you're safe now. They can't hurt you anymore. Herbert? Hollings? Blackwood? Bryce's expression hardened. All in custody. The magistrate, Cumberland, the one from your hearing, was outraged when he learned about the kidnapping and forced marriage plot. Herbert's guardianship has been permanently revoked, again. Hollings is being sent to London for trial. Blackwood faces criminal charges. Relief flooded through her so intensely she felt dizzy. It's really over? He brushed a strand of hair from her face. You're free, Emma. Truly free. And married to a Highland laird who's never letting you out of his sight again. Despite everything, she managed a weak smile. How very presumptuous. How very true. His lips quirked, just barely, but enough to make her heart flutter. Now rest. You're still recovering. I've been resting for 2 days, apparently. And you'll rest longer. He started to rise, but Emma's grip on his hand tightened. Don't leave. The vulnerability in her voice surprised her, but Bryce's expression softened immediately. I'm just going to tell Moira and Kenna you're awake. They've been hovering like mother hens. And then you'll come back? Try to keep me away. He kissed her forehead again, then her nose, then, very gently, her lips. I'll only be a moment. He disentangled his hand from hers with obvious reluctance and strode toward the door. Emma watched him go, committing every detail to memory, the broad set of his shoulders, the controlled power in his movements, the way he glanced back at her before stepping into the corridor. Her husband. The word still felt strange and wonderful all at once. The moment Bryce closed the chamber door behind him, he braced one hand against the stone wall and allowed himself 3 steadying breaths. She was awake. Coherent. Speaking. The relief was so overwhelming it threatened to buckle his knees. 2 days. 2 interminable days of watching her lie still and pale, of checking her breathing 100 times an hour, of praying to a God he wasn't entirely certain listened to men like him. Bryce? He straightened to find Moira hurrying down the corridor, Kenna close behind. Both women's faces were creased with worry. She's awake, he said simply, and watched their expressions transform. Moira pressed both hands to her mouth. Thank the Lord. Can we see her? Kenna asked, already moving toward the door. But don't tire her. She's still weak. His sister shot him a look that suggested she understood perfectly well how to care for an invalid. Thank you very much. Then she disappeared into the chamber with Moira, leaving Bryce alone in the corridor. Bryce headed for the burn, making quick work of his ablutions, his intention to return to Emma's bedside as quickly as possible. Upon his return, he took the stairs 2 at a time, nodding absently as he passed Camden and Duncan at the base of them. Both warriors had barely left their posts since Emma's return. When he reached the chamber, he found Moira and Kenna just leaving. She's asking for you, Moira said, her eyes suspiciously bright. Bryce slipped past them into the chamber. Emma lay propped against the pillows, looking more alert than before. Her hair tumbled over her shoulders in copper waves, and despite the pallor of her skin and the shadows beneath her eyes, she was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. You came back, she said softly. Did you think I wouldna? He crossed to the bed and sat on its edge, unable to maintain any distance between them. No, of course not. Her breath hitched. Bryce. You scared me, Emma. The admission cost him, but she deserved the truth. When I found you against that rock, so still and cold, I thought, his throat closed. I'm sorry. She brought their joined hands to her cheek. I should have been more careful, but I felt so desperate. Emma, you escaped 3 armed men and survived a cold Highland night with nothing but your wits and courage. He cupped her face with his free hand. You have nothing to be sorry for, lass. Tears spilled down her cheeks. I love you. I know. He brushed the tears away with his thumb. You told me. During the ride back from the mountains. Completely delirious. I was. Not anymore, you're not. He leaned down until their foreheads touched. I love you too, Mo Crith. For a long moment, they simply breathed together, alive, safe, united. Then Bryce shifted to lie beside her on the bed, careful not to jostle her injuries. Emma immediately curled into his side with a contented sigh. Tell me about the hand fasting, she murmured against his chest. I remember fragments, but... What do you want to know? Everything. Every word. So he told her. How he'd stripped the Farquharson tartan from his own plaid to bind their hands. The ancient vows spoken in Gaelic with his 4 warriors as witnesses. The way she'd stood before him, hypothermic and exhausted but steady, and promised to be his wife. And then, he finished quietly, I told you that you were mine to protect. Mine to defend. And I'd kill any man who tried to take you from me. Emma raised one eyebrow at him. Very romantic. I'm a Highlander. We're not known for flowery words. No. You're known for fierce loyalty and protective devotion and loving with your whole heart. She cupped his jaw with her hand. Which suits me perfectly. Bryce caught her hand and kissed her palm. When you're recovered, we'll do it again. A proper ceremony. The whole clan as witnesses. Soon, Emma insisted. As soon as I can stand without wobbling. You just woke up from a 2-day slumber. Which means I'm well rested and ready to plan a wedding. Her eyes sparkled with mischief despite her obvious exhaustion. Unless you're having second thoughts. Never. He kissed her forehead, then her nose, then, very gently, her lips. But you're going to rest for at least a week before we discuss wedding plans. 3 days. 6. 4, and that's my final offer. Bryce found himself smiling despite his concern. You drive a hard bargain, Lady Farquharson. Her answering smile was radiant. I learned from the best. They fell silent, content simply to hold each other. Within moments, her breathing deepened into sleep. Bryce remained awake, listening to the steady rhythm of her heart, feeling the gentle rise and fall of her chest. Outside, an owl began to hoot, signaling the approaching night. Emma stirred slightly at the sound, murmuring something unintelligible, and Bryce pressed a kiss to her hair. Sleep, Mo Crith, he whispered. I've got you. Always. And as the fire crackled and the owl hooted and his wife slept safe in his arms, Bryce Farquharson thought about fate. He thought about that first day, that first time he'd laid eyes on Lady Emma Turnbull, now Farquharson, on the muddy coachway to Braemar. He thought about the broken will that had stranded Emma on his land, that had brought her practically crashing into his life. It had all felt like a major inconvenience at the time. But now Bryce understood it for what it truly was. The beginning of everything that mattered to him. Of everything that would ever matter to him, ever. For all of eternity. Epilogue. Where hearts take root. 1 year later. The garden at Allt Beag had never looked more beautiful. Emma stood amid the riot of autumn colors, golden rowans bending under the weight of scarlet berries, purple heather still clinging to bloom despite the advancing cold, and the last brave hollyhock swaying in the crisp October breeze. She drew her shawl tighter around her shoulders, one hand unconsciously resting on the swell of her belly where Bryce's child grew stronger each day. She smiled at the memory of his joy when she'd told him the news. A year had passed since the Kirk ceremony, a year of dividing their time between Castle Farquharson's grand halls and this humble cottage she'd claimed as her own. The bairn was due any day now, Moira and the healer both agreed on that, and Emma had insisted on being at the cottage when her time came. Not in the castle's comfortable chambers, but here, where her journey had truly begun. Where she'd first learned what it meant to choose her own fate. She turned slowly, taking in the transformed cottage that rose behind her. The stone walls stood solid and true, their gaps chinked tight against winter winds. The new roof still gleamed with fresh thatch, and smoke curled cheerfully from the chimney. Windows reflected the afternoon sun, their quality glass panes a luxury she was happy she'd invested in. Emma smiled at the memories of Allt Beag's renovation, then gasped softly as the bairn kicked with particular vigor. "I, little one," she murmured, rubbing the spot. "I know you're there. You've been reminding me all day." The cottage had become more than shelter, it was proof of what could be rebuilt from ruins. Like her life. Like her heart. She'd arrived here desperate and alone, fleeing a future she couldn't bear, with nothing but determination and a crumbling inheritance between her and destitution. Now she had everything. A home she'd claimed through stubborn will. A clan who'd accepted her despite her English blood. A husband who loved her with a fierceness that still took her breath away. And soon, a child who would inherit both legacies, Highland and English, warrior and dreamer, the wild freedom of these mountains and the civilized grace of her mother's world. The best of both, she hoped. And none of the worst. Emma walked slowly toward the burn that babbled past the garden's edge, her steps careful on the uneven ground. Bryce would have a fit if he saw her out here alone, but Moira was inside preparing supper, and the healer had gone to the village for supplies. Besides, Emma couldn't bear to be cooped up indoors when the light fell so beautifully across the mountains, painting the peaks in shades of amber and rose. The burn sang over smooth stones, its voice a constant companion during her days here. Emma knelt awkwardly beside it, trailing her fingers through the icy water. In spring, Bryce had caught trout here for their supper. In summer, she'd waited in the shallows while he watched from the bank, his expression suggesting he found her far more interesting than any fish. A shadow fell across the water. "You're supposed to be resting." Emma didn't need to look up to know Bryce stood behind her, his voice carrying that particular rough edge that meant he was struggling between exasperation and tenderness. She smiled at the rippling reflection of him in the burn, broad shoulders, crossed arms, that stubborn set to his jaw. "I'm perfectly fine," she said, not moving. "Just enjoying the sunset. On your knees. By the water. Alone. Moira's inside. Moira can't catch you if you fall in." Emma laughed and held up one hand. Bryce grasped it immediately, his calloused palm warm against hers as he helped her to her feet with careful strength. Once upright, she had to lean back slightly to see his face properly. The baron's bulk had shifted her center of balance weeks ago. His expression softened the moment their eyes met. "You're doing too much. I'm standing in a garden. Hardly climbing Ben Macdui. You were kneeling by the burn." Briefly. His jaw tightened. "Emma." She rose on her toes and kissed him, cutting off whatever lecture he'd been preparing. He stilled, then sighed against her mouth, one large hand cupping the back of her head while the other settled protectively on her lower back. When she pulled away, his eyes had gone dark with that particular look that still made her pulse quicken. "That's cheating," he said. "That's strategy." She smoothed her hands over his chest, feeling his heart beat steady and strong beneath her palms. "You worry too much. You don't worry enough. I have you to worry for both of us." A muscle ticked in his jaw, but she saw the corners of his mouth twitch. After a year of marriage, she'd learned to read every nuance of Bryce Farquharson's expressions. The man used fewer words than a stone, but his face told volumes if you knew how to look. Right now it told her he wanted to bundle her up and carry her inside, preferably to bed, where he could stand guard over her until the bairn arrived safely. "Come," she said, threading her fingers through his. "Walk with me to the viewpoint. Just for a moment. I want to see the sunset properly." He didn't move. "You're tired. I'm pregnant, not dying. Emma. Please." She squeezed his hand. "I'll rest after. I promise. But I need to see it. Just once more before everything changes." Something shifted in his expression, understanding, perhaps, or resignation. He nodded once and adjusted his grip on her hand, tucking it into the crook of his elbow instead. Slowly. Slowly, she agreed. They walked toward the slight rise beyond the garden where the land opened up to reveal the full sweep of the valley. Emma's breathing grew heavier with each step, but she refused to stop. Not yet. Not when the mountains were painted in such glory, purple shadows deepening in the quarries while the peaks caught fire with the dying light. Bryce matched his stride to hers, patient as always, his free hand ready to steady her if she stumbled. He'd been like this for weeks now. Hovering, watchful, his usual confidence cracking whenever she winced or pressed a hand to her aching back. It would be endearing if it weren't so exhausting. There, she breathed when they reached the top. Look. The sun hung low over the western peaks, turning the sky to molten gold. Below them, the valley stretched green and peaceful, dotted with the dark shapes of cattle and the lighter forms of sheep. Smoke rose from cottage chimneys in the distance, and somewhere a dog barked, the sound carrying clear in the still air. Home. She'd chosen this. All of it. The wild beauty and the harsh winters, the clan members that had become family and their fierce loyalty, the language she still struggled with and the traditions she was learning to honor. She'd chosen Bryce, stubborn, taciturn, impossibly protective Bryce, and through him, this land that now claimed her as its own. What are you thinking? He asked quietly. Emma leaned against his side, grateful for his solid warmth as the evening chill deepened. About how different everything is from when I first arrived. About how I never imagined. She trailed off, searching for words. I thought I knew what home meant. My uncle's estate, as controlling as life there was. England, because that's where I was born. But home isn't about birthplace, is it? It's about choice. About being brave enough to claim something as yours. Bryce was quiet for a long moment, his arm coming around her shoulders to hold her closer. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough. Just that single word, but it carried everything, agreement, understanding, the weight of his own journey from reluctant host to devoted husband. Emma smiled and rested her head against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. I'm glad I was brave, she whispered. I'm glad I came here. His arms tightened fractionally. She felt him press a kiss to the top of her head, lingering there as if memorizing the moment. The bairn kicked again, hard enough that Emma gasped. Bryce stiffened immediately, pulling back to search her face. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. The baby's just very active today. She took his hand and placed it on her belly where the bairn was shifting. Feel. His expression transformed, wariness giving way to wonder as their child moved beneath his palm. Emma watched his face, never tiring of seeing her fierce warrior rendered speechless by something as simple as a baby's kick. Strong, he murmured. Like his father. Or her mother. Emma's throat tightened. They'd had this argument before, whether the bairn would be son or daughter, whether it would have his Scots bearing or her English features, whether it would inherit his warrior's heart or her stubborn determination. She suspected it would get all of it, the best and worst of both bloodlines tangled together into something entirely new. He stopped her ruminating by cupping her face in both hands and kissing her with a tenderness that made her eyes sting. When he pulled back, his forehead rested against hers. Inside, he said roughly. You're cold. She was, actually, though she'd been too caught up in the moment to notice. The sun had nearly set now, the golden light fading to purple dusk. Stars were beginning to prick through the darkening sky, and the temperature was dropping fast. She agreed, matching his accent deliberately. His mouth twitched. You sound ridiculous when you do that. You love it. I love you. He said it simply, factually, as if it were as obvious as the mountains around them. Now come. Before Moira sends out a search party. They walked back slowly, Bryce's arms supporting her when the ground grew uneven. By the time they reached the cottage door, full darkness had fallen, but warm light spilled from the windows. Moira must have lit the lamps. Smoke curled from the chimney, carrying the scent of whatever the older woman was cooking for supper. Emma paused on the threshold, looking back one last time at the valley now swallowed by night. Her last thought before stepping into the warmth of the cottage was of mountains and heather, of courage and choice, of a stubborn English girl and a fierce Highland laird who'd found home in each other's arms. Not a bad legacy to pass on to their child. Not bad at all.
The end. I hope you enjoyed the book. Please like, share, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell and stay tuned for the next clean romance audiobook upload. Until next time.